Bom dia a todos. Boa tarde, né? Para quem está na Europa, caso de alguns dos nossos palestrantes hoje e parte do público ouvinte que está aqui com a gente. Muito obrigado pela presença de vocês aqui hoje. Mais um seminário, né, da nossa série de seminários que a gente realiza já há alguns anos e também já o segundo seminário no contexto dos debates sobre as histórias da ecologia, né? Que vai ser o nosso tema eixo curatorial do MASP no ano de 2025. Eu sou Fernando Oliva, eu faço parte da equipe de curadoria do Museu, e ao lado do Adriano Pedrosa, diretor artístico do MASP, nós estamos organizando esse seminário, A Ecologia de Monet, com apoio, obviamente, também das outras equipes do museu, especialmente mediação e programas públicos e os nossos colegas da curadoria, que eu já vou mencionar daqui a pouco. Bom, como já é prática, né, no museu, esses seminários preparam o terreno para as exposições e demais ações de mediação, programas públicos, né, as palestras, cursos, aulas, encontros, né, que iremos realizar no futuro próximo. Em geral, eles são realizados 1 a 2 anos antes, né, da exposição, esses seminários. Esse ano, por exemplo, né, a gente fez o seminário Histórias da Diversidade e também Francis Bacon, A Beleza da Carne. Eles já anteciparam e discutiram os conteúdos referentes ao eixo curatorial do ano que vem, né, aqui no MASP, que vai ser o Histórias da Diversidade. Em inglês, a gente está adotando o termo Queer Histories. E só para dar um contexto, assim, né? Imagino que a maioria de vocês já nos acompanha há alguns anos, mas só para explicar um pouco dessa história recente, desde 2017, a cada ano a gente elege um tema, né, que será trabalhado não só nas exposições, né, em todas as exposições integradas, mas também, né, nos cursos, aulas, encontros e, obviamente, esses seminários. Nós iniciamos em 2016 com histórias da infância, mas naquele momento a gente ainda não articulou toda a programação em torno do tema, o que só veio acontecer no ano seguinte, em 2017, com histórias da sexualidade. Depois, em 2018, nós tivemos a grande exposição Histórias Afroatlânticas. Depois, 2019, Histórias das Mulheres e Histórias Feministas. 2020, Histórias da Dança, já com a exposição internacional do Edgar Degas, né, reunindo a coleção do MASP, né, de todos os bronzes, né, do Edgar Degas, e já no contexto de pandemia, né, já o início da pandemia que atravessou essa exposição, e os anos seguintes também, né, de 2021 e 2022, quando a gente realizou Histórias Brasileiras. Esse ano, 2023, nós retornamos, né, com uma exposição de um artista europeu, né, internacional, no caso Paul Gauguin, nesse nosso ano de histórias indígenas, a exposição que a gente acabou de abrir e fica em cartaz no museu, está em cartaz no museu até o início do ano que vem. Então, a gente realizou o seminário Paul Gauguin, né, o outro e eu, preparatório para essa exposição que está acontecendo esse ano. A gente realizou também, então, os seminários das Histórias da Diversidade Francis Bacon, preparatórios para o ano de Histórias da Diversidade 2024, e esse seminário, então, junto com o seminário Histórias da Ecologia, são os seminários preparatórios para 2025, em torno do tema da ecologia. Bom, eu e o Adriano Pedrosa gostaríamos de agradecer os profissionais do museu diretamente envolvidos com esse seminário, alguns deles atuando também como mediadores aqui nas mesas que a gente vai ter ao longo do dia, caso da Laura Cozendei, Davi Ribeiro e a Isabela Ferreira Lunes. Isabela Ferreira Loures. Agradecemos ainda ao Roger Gaspar, que assim como a Laura Cozendei, também vem participando da pesquisa sobre o Monet desde o início. E o André Mesquita, que é curador e também coordenador do setor de mediação e programas públicos do MASP. Esses seminários do museu sempre envolvem artistas, historiadores, curadores, pesquisadores de diversas áreas, buscando um debate interdisciplinar, tentando ampliar e diversificar o alcance dessa discussão, muitas vezes para além da história da arte tradicional canônica. Obviamente, não pretendemos negar, né, ou excluir a história da arte chamada tradicional, mas acrescentar outras camadas de discussão, né, no campo ampliado, né, da história da arte, da cultura, da história da visualidade, e também convidando pesquisadores, né, e palestrantes e pensadores de áreas distintas, como é o caso hoje aqui no nosso seminário da Ecologia de Monet. Então, a gente gostaria de agradecer especialmente aos palestrantes que vão trabalhar com a gente hoje aqui: Ana Gonçalves Magalhães, Caroline Shields, Geraldine Lefebvre, Maria Grazia Messina, Marianne Mathieu, Michael J. Cole, Nicolas Mirzoeff e Stefan Eisenman. Bom, lembrando também que o acervo do MASP ele abriga duas obras muito importantes, né, do Claude Monet, ambas de muita relevância em relação aos temas que vão ser debatidos hoje, em relação às questões ambientais, né, na obra do artista. Essas obras são A Canoa sobre o Epte, de 1890, e A Ponte Japonesa sobre a Lagoa das Ninféias, em Giverny, de 1920 a 1924, já no final, né, da vida do Monet. Esse seminário vai ser composto de 4 mesas, né, no total. A gente vai iniciar os trabalhos agora com a primeira mesa, que ela vai até por volta do meio-dia. Depois a gente tem uma pausa para o almoço e a gente retorna à 1h30 da tarde, com o Nicolas Mirzoeff e o Stefan Eisenman, na mesa mediada pela curadora Laura Cozendey. Depois, às 15 horas, a gente tem a mesa com a Geraldine Lefebvre e a Maria Grazia Messina, com a mediação da curadora Isabela Ferreira Loures. E, por fim, no painel de encerramento, as apresentações do Michael J. Cole e da Ana Gonçalves Magalhães, com mediação do curador Davi Ribeiro. E a gente vai encerrar às 18 horas, né? Para quem está na Europa, aí já quase 10 da noite. Bom, vamos dar o início agora à primeira mesa. Eu convido aqui a presença da Caroline Shields. Eu vou fazer a apresentação dela. Então, por favor, se vocês puderem colocar a Carolina aí em quadro. Infelizmente, não teremos a presença da Marianne Mathieu. Ela nos avisou, né, subitamente, ela teve um problema de saúde, ela não vai poder participar, ela está hospitalizada, ela está se recuperando, mas, infelizmente, ela não vai poder participar hoje aqui do nosso seminário. A gente vai ter a presença dela ao longo do projeto, porque a maioria das pessoas que falam, né, que apresentam no seminário, costumam escrever para o nosso catálogo, né, nosso livro em torno da exposição, que será lançado na abertura da exposição aí em maio de 2025. Mas, infelizmente, não vamos poder ter aqui a fala da Marianne. Melhoras, Marianne, esperamos que você se recupere logo para poder retornar para o projeto aqui com a gente. Bom, prosseguiremos com a presença, então, aqui na mesa da curadora e pesquisadora Caroline Shields, seguido de perguntas do público. Então, pedimos que, ao fim da fala, que vai durar cerca de meia hora, vocês já vão enviando as suas perguntas no chat para a Caroline Shields, e assim que ela terminar a fala, a gente vai ter um bate-papo com ela. Bom, a Caroline Shields ela é curadora de arte europeia na Galeria de Arte de Ontário, em Toronto, no Canadá, onde ela realizou a curadoria das exposições Impressionismo na Era da Indústria, em 2019, Vapor, a pintura impressionista através do Atlântico, em 2022, e Cassatt McNichol, Impressionistas entre Mundos, em 2023. A Caroline Shields também ocupou cargos de curadoria na National Gallery of Art, de Washington, e no Museu d'Orsay, em Paris, e no Museu de Belas Artes de Boston. Ela tem um doutorado em História da Arte pela Universidade de Maryland, nos Estados Unidos, tendo analisado em sua tese as naturezas mortas de Paul Gauguin e a história da memória. Muito obrigado, Caroline. Bem-vinda.
Thank you so much, Fernando. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me to participate today. I'm so thrilled to be included among this group of illustrious scholars and really look forward to the presentations and conversations today. So I will share my screen. All right. Okay. Let me start here. Monet's railway bridge at Argenteuil reads as a celebratory, harmonious balance between nature, industry, and leisure. On a brilliant sunny day, two strollers pause to take in the sailboats gliding beneath the railway bridge, upon which two trains pass, letting out plumes of steam that mingle with the clouds of the sky. The human-made bridge connects the land across the river. The painting seems to give life to the claim in La Revue Parisienne, quote, "Steam, that soul of modern industry, is a breath that renews the world." Yet all is not as simple as it seems. Looking at the broader context of Monet's representation of industrial subjects, it quickly becomes clear that paintings such as this cannot stand alone in representing the tremendous variety of approaches Monet took to this subject. These five works capture a range of responses to trains, factories, barges, and their relationship to the landscape. Together, they are a visual representation of a similar exhilaration and anxiety facing industrial expansion that period writers captured in their literature, such as Émile Zola's La Bête Humaine. Responding to the varied representations of the train in 19th century art and literature, historian Min-Soo Kang asks, quote, "Is modernity an obedient and diligent machine servant, the child of nature and technology, or is it a great goddess of awesome and sublime beauty? Or is it a bloody monster of terrifying power that devours everything that stands in its way?" End quote. The answer, of course, is that modernity is all of these things. Approaching Monet's work through an ecological framework offers an entry point for examining how the artist grappled with the circumstances of his time. While he may have begun with visions of an idyllic future, he later came to mourn this vision that proved increasingly impossible. Ecology is defined today as the study of the relationships between organisms and their environment. The 19th century saw humans and their built industrial environment as part of a single interconnected system, declining to distinguish between nature, human, and industry. But there's an inherent tension in this view that's worth pressing upon. Scientists divide the Earth into spheres: the geosphere, which includes solid Earth, the hydrosphere, water, the atmosphere, air, and the biosphere, which includes all living organisms and the structures they produce. Humans belong to the biosphere, yet the structures humans produce are quite unlike a beaver's dam or an ant's hive. For this reason, scientists have named a fifth sphere, the anthrosphere, which is for human-created structures and systems. The anthrosphere acknowledges the global scale impact that humans have on the ecosystem. It's much like the Anthropocene, which is a new geologic epoch defined by humanity's substantial impact on the planet. The distinction of the anthrosphere is an essential one. The four spheres of nature exist in a closed loop. The byproducts of one cycle are the raw materials of another. From the water cycle to respiration to plate tectonics, each of these systems fuel and sustain the other. Since the Industrial Revolution, human industry has been linear, not cyclical, and therefore inherently unsustainable, at odds with the other four spheres. Note, there are no arrows indicating exchange in the anthrosphere diagram. This is all to say, it's no simple matter to sweep industry under the arm of nature's ecosystem. Monet and his peers, as citizens of the world at the time of the Industrial Revolution, were among the earliest artists to grapple with this fifth sphere in their art. to wrap their minds around its implications for the present and future. This paper deploys the framework and vocabulary of ecology as a method through which to articulate the complexity and ambivalence with which Monet treated the subject of industry in his work. When Monet first settled in Argenteuil in 1872, his paintings evoked a harmonious balance between nature, industry, and leisure. In works such as Argenteuil, a path connects the viewer from the foreground to the background, where a factory is nestled among trees. The Seine reflects the placid blue of the sky, a boat sails across the river, and picnickers relax among the trees. The geosphere, hydrosphere, atmosphere, biosphere, and anthrosphere, all compositionally balanced, support and sustain each other. The same is true of Monet's railway bridge Argenteuil. Here, the bridge, a product of the anthrosphere, connects the land across the water. The train lets out steam in a puff that could easily be mistaken for a cloud. In the glow of the setting sun, the complementary colors of blue and orange grace the sailboat, cylindrical piers, water, and sky alike. The land frames the bridge, and the bridge in turn frames the land. The interconnections, again, are harmonious and balanced. This brings us back to the railway bridge we opened with, which features a level of perfection that is perhaps too perfect. Another path in the foreground welcomes the viewer's eyes into the composition. Following the sailboats beneath the bridge, where triangles alternate with cylinders, the gaze is brought deeper inward into the far side of the river. Several diagonals converge at this point, including the trestle of the railway bridge, and even a line of trees that we can trace connecting the tops of the trees on the far bank. If you can see my pointer like that. The trees make their own line. All five spheres perfectly intermingle. They exist in a harmony that is so balanced it begins to feel tenuous, like a string pulled too tight or glass blown to its breaking point. These three examples of perfect harmony were in keeping with a holistic view of the natural and human worlds espoused in Monet's day by scientists such as Élisée Reclus and periodicals such as La Nature, as demonstrated in important earlier work on this subject by many of today's speakers. The 19th century concept dovetails with a present-day field of study called industrial ecology. This field aims to conceive of industrial ecosystems as a closed loop, like the natural spheres, instead of a linear model. If industry were a closed-loop system, its byproducts would become not waste, but another industry's raw materials, creating a sustainable system. At the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, is this the vision Monet projected in his work? He knew his harmonious compositions were not a reflection of present-day reality. The Seine at the time Monet lived in Argenteuil was filthy. In 1872, the town's mayor described sludge built up along the riverbanks, foul stenches, and putrefaction. The following year, the company responsible for the bridges across the Seine warned that the area was, quote, a receptacle of filth of all kind, which could even have serious consequences for the health of the public. Monet's work in Argenteuil was not a mirror on the present, but an insistent hope for new and better possibilities. 1875 marked a turning point in Monet's representations of industry in Argenteuil. After this year, he abandoned industry as a subject in his paintings of the town, with one exception. Shortly before leaving Argenteuil to move further outbound to Vitoy, in 1877, Monet painted the elegiac, flowered riverbank, Argenteuil. The canvas is a marked departure from his earlier works. Rather than leading the eye into the composition with a foreground path, a fence and a dense thicket of flowers block our access. The sun sets on the smoking factories in the distance. As Paul Tucker has highlighted, the smoke and flowers are painted with the same curling brushstrokes, and the flowers that visually touch the line of factories have lost their petals. They're spent. The nature here is cyclical. The sun will rise again, the flowers will bloom again, but this painting is not about renewal or regeneration. The factories don't appear to support or sustain the land, water, and air, or plants around them. They carry on indifferent to nature and its cycles. The painting is about a shattered myth. This rapidly dimming hope for a future in which industry supported and sustained nature and human life was shared with the mayor of Argenteuil himself. In a letter of 1878 to a government lawyer, he wrote, quote, "The pollution of the river is complete. If the complaints are less lively and less frequent than in earlier years, it's because the people are tired of complaining uselessly and because they've lost all hope of seeing the realization of the project of the city of Paris, which aimed to carry the sewer water further away by means of a large irrigation pipe." Monet's earlier paintings of nature, leisure, and industry in Argenteuil were an alternate vision, maybe even an aspiration for what the future could hold if a model of industrial ecology were possible. This later painting reads as a requiem, a melancholic farewell to a town that had seemed so full of promise just years earlier. In between, Monet took as his subject the heavily industrialized suburb of Clichy, creating a painting that may have shocked even himself. In the early months of 1875, Monet confronted the subject of industry and labor along the Seine in a painting that is astonishingly direct and unflinching. Coleman pictures workers unloading coal from a barge on the Clichy side of the Seine. The raw material would go on to be consumed as fuel for the factories in the distance, whose chimneys exhaust coal dust, in turn infusing the atmosphere with heavy smog. Monet takes care in representing the impact of this labor on the workers' bodies. Those who walk on the barge stand upright with empty baskets atop their heads, while he represents those carrying coal-filled baskets to shore with bent knees and backs hunched under the weight. This canvas is, to say the least, not a picture of ecological balance. The anthrosphere completely dominates every other sphere. The bridge structures the composition, bearing down heavily due to its weight within the picture plane, its height within the picture plane. The small stretch of land is cross-cut by planks. The Seine, so often glittering feature of Monet's compositions, is an opaque mass, mostly hidden beneath the barge that pierces the picture plane. The paint that represents the sky is chalky, almost absorbed by the canvas, recalling the sensation of breathing in smoking air that dries out the throat and lungs. There's no plant life, only humans and the animals who pull some of them in carriages across the bridge. Land, water, air, life, each of these spheres is at the mercy of the anthrosphere, even the humans whose species created it. This bleak view is not only a 21st century interpretation of this painting. It was understood in this way in Monet's time as well. The artist himself called this canvas a note apart, and when it was put up for sale for the 5th time in 1899, the author of the catalog called out its heaviness as well. Quote, "The rising and falling silhouettes of the porters walking along the long, thin planks thrown between the quays and the barges take on a demonic and fantastic aspect against the sad background of the landscape, crossed by an iron arch, as if by an infernal bridge." The Coleman is not without its beauty. The compositional rhythm has an overall balance, and in the small passage near the upper left where the water meets the shore, the sun still shines. In this hint of beauty amidst desolation, there's a sense of melancholy, a mourning of a lost dream. The forward-racing line of so-called progress in the form of industry and modernity could not be bent. This line would never conform to the circular shape of nature's ecological loop. The values that industrial ecology would not be prioritized in the 19th century, or in the past 150 years for that matter. With the Coleman, Monet seems to have come rather suddenly to accept this crushing reality. Going forward, with the exception of flowered riverbank, Monet confronted industry only on rare occasions. When he did, it was outside of his hometown and in spectacular fashion. Monet painted 12 views of the Gare Saint-Lazare and exhibited at least 5 of them at the Third Impressionist exhibition in 1877. With the exception of the people who belong to the biosphere, every aspect of these paintings represents the anthrosphere. The trains, the glass and iron shed of the station, the apartment buildings and bridges so widely painted by the Impressionists. And yet across the series, these gleaming products of the anthrosphere are themselves obscured by the machine-made puffs of steam that emanate from the trains, in some cases as if on the verge of dissolving. The human figures in these scenes, though overwhelmed in size by the colossal iron horses that pull in and out of its stations, nonetheless go about a range of activities, their fleeting movements captured in Monet's broken brushwork. Passengers board and disembark, workers climb atop the cars, tend to the tracks, direct traffic. More so than the pictured figures, the human experience represented by these canvases is predominantly a sensorial experience of standing among hulking machines. Period reviews of this exhibition reveal with remarkable frequency an affective response that these paintings elicited in their viewers. Georges Rivière, for example, observed, quote, "We see the grandiose and panicked movement of a station whose ground trembles with every turn of the wheels. The sidewalks are wet with soot. The atmosphere is charged with this pungent smell that emanates from coal and combustion," end quote. Georges Lafenestre attributed this experience directly to the artist's intention. Quote, "The artist wanted to cause the impression produced on travelers by the noises of the machines at arrival or departure times," end quote. By representing an affective experience, these paintings picture the interface between humans and the anthrosphere, the sphere of their own creation. As if to emphasize his own role as the creator of this world on canvas, in a play on materiality, Monet painted the evanescent vapor with thicker impasto, more material on the surface of the canvas, than the massive trains themselves, where bare canvas peeks through the solid iron structure. You can see that right here, there's canvas showing through. The Gare Saint-Lazare paintings, like the Coleman, abandon the dream of industrial ecology. But here, with no nature left to mourn, the melancholy slips away. At the same time, these are not unromantic. It's just a new form of romanticism. A Rukin figure invites us to behold the spectacle before him. What he beholds is not the power of nature, but of humankind. There is a simultaneous sense of thrill and anxiety in Monet's representations of these hulking machines. Rivière continues his review, quote, "When looking at this magnificent painting, one is seized by the same emotion as one feels looking at nature, and this emotion is perhaps even stronger because in the painting there is the artist's emotion as well." Humankind's ability to dominate and overtake nature replaces nature itself as the source of the sublime. The sublime is a deeply ambivalent experience that simultaneously holds the emotions of awe and horror, exhilaration and anxiety. Once one accepts the impossibility of harmonious balance between the anthrosphere and the four spheres of nature, the inevitable conclusion is that the anthrosphere will consume the four natural spheres as it pulls their harmonious loops out of balance on its relentless drive forward. In the Gare Saint-Lazare paintings, we see the birth of a new kind of relationship to industrial subjects. Engaged by the representational challenge of painting steam, the result is not mere celebration, but a more nuanced ambivalence that accommodates multiple and conflicting expressions. Nowhere is this more evident than in Monet's paintings of London over 2 decades later. Monet made 3 trips to London between 1899 and 1901, resulting in nearly 100 canvases that depict Charing Cross Bridge, Waterloo Bridge, and Parliament. Most of Monet's paintings of London, smog, are stunningly beautiful. Sunlight gilds the water, reflects off steam from trains, its rays refract in the thick smoke into a rainbow of colors. Put in terms of ecosystems, coal dust was the byproduct of the anthrosphere's factories. Left unconsumed by any other cycles, natural or industrial, the byproduct becomes waste. In London, that waste infused the atmosphere to spectacular visual effect. As in the Gare Saint-Lazare paintings, the infrastructure of the atmosphere, its bridges, factories, and parliament, is also obscured by the human-made smog. While they might not have used this vocabulary, Monet and his contemporaries knew that human-made smoke was the source of these atmospheric light effects. And given his sensitivity to ecological harmony, as our historians have demonstrated, it's quite likely Monet also understood these spectacular views as an equally spectacular failure of humanity to bring its byproducts in balance with the cycles of natural ecosystems. Monet suffered the consequences. He was sickened with pleurisy during his third trip to London, his health keeping him from working for the remainder of his stay. Period commentators, including Stéphane Mallarmé, narrated Monet's London campaign as a virtuous struggle through the physical challenges in which Monet overlooked the moral hazard of the smog in favor of a pure commitment to his art above all. Yet this is overly simplified, fitting perhaps too neatly within Mallarmé's symbolist inclinations and leaving out the romantic sublime that may still have been at play in Monet's work. Not all of London's paintings are beautiful. In some, the colors are so acidic they refuse to harmonize, as if giving visual form to London's infamous pea soup. In others, the atmosphere is so thick, almost nothing is visible. Elsewhere, the factories are so towering and the human figures so small, one cannot help but worry for these seemingly stranded souls. Some canvases include sailboats heading toward Charing Cross Bridge. The combination of railway bridge and sailboat recalls Monet's earlier paintings in Argenteuil, though these could not be more diametrically opposed. The harmony he willed into the early Argenteuil works is replaced in London by a foreboding sense. The boats are dwarfed by the river and the railway bridge, their destination unclear as they sail into obscurity, as if into an abyss. In response to the exhibition of these works in Paris, Gustave Kahn wrote that the sun, quote, spreads like brimstone, like the sulfurated smoke over Gomorrah, and he compared the Thames to the rivers Styx and Phlegethon. Monet created wholly different effects across the London series. The sun and glimmering atmosphere star in some, human precarity overwhelms in others. Playing out across the several dozen London canvases is the very ambivalent nature of the sublime and of modernity itself. Mallarmé's poetic waxing in his preface to the 1904 exhibition catalogue of these works captures these dichotomies. Quote, this is a long one. Smoke and fog shapes, architectural masses, perspectives, a whole city muffled and rumbling in the fog. Fog itself, the struggle of light, and all the phases of this struggle, the sun captive in the mists or piercing and decomposed rays, the colored, radiant, swarming depths of the atmosphere, the multiple drama, infinitely changing and nuanced, dark or enchanting, distressing, delightful, flowery, terrible, reflections on the waters of the Thames, nightmare, dream, mystery, fire, furnace, chaos, floating gardens, the invisible, the unreal, end quote. Neither purely celebrating nor rejecting the changes and challenges brought on by the Industrial Revolution. In the words of historian Min-Soo King, modernity is, quote, the simultaneous sense of exhilaration and anxiety about the now and what it might hold in store. Monet's London paintings capture that simultaneous thrill and terror. Monet's primary draw to London was undoubtedly the thrill of the aesthetic challenge, a sense that the city's smog was his ultimate subject. At the same time, the fact that he returned to an industrial subject after abandoning it for 2 decades and did so outside of his home country merits consideration. Monet's treatment of industry was quite unlike his fellow Impressionists who, as has been illustrated, stayed committed to a harmonious balance between human culture, industry, and nature in their works across their career. Nowhere more so than London was it so clear that the products of industry were not in harmony with nature, but rather choking the earth and its living inhabitants. Perhaps it was only in London that Monet was able to probe the depths of the dream that had shattered in Argenteuil a quarter century earlier. By evoking the sublime and illustrating the subjects of nature's inevitable demise at the hands of industry, perhaps it was Monet, among all of his Impressionist peers, who evinced the greatest foresight of all. Thank you. I think you're on mute, Fernando.
Ok, desculpa. Estão me ouvindo agora?
Yes.
Bom, muito obrigado, Caroline. Parabéns pela sua apresentação. Esses temas vão retornar, né, de uma ou outra maneira aí ao longo dos trabalhos do dia. Bom, parabéns. A gente vai dar início agora à nossa conversa com o público aqui, né, com os nossos ouvintes. A gente começou a receber perguntas, né, das pessoas que estão nos ouvindo, né, que estão nos assistindo. Então, eu vou dar início aqui à primeira pergunta. Bom, se por um lado você apresentou a retratação do Monet na indústria, né, o Monet na relação dele com a indústria, por outro lado, como você acha que essas evoluções e mudanças da indústria ao longo da vida dele podem ter contribuído, se relacionado com a pintura dele? Como você mesmo apontou, ele transitou por vários lugares, presenciou diferentes mudanças relacionadas aos processos de modernização e industrialização característicos do final do 19. Ele passou temporadas em Londres, né, a cidade que passou pela Revolução Industrial ainda antes da França, viveu, né, nessa nova Paris do Haussmann, né, como você mesmo apontou. Então, assim, numa via de mão dupla, como você acha que as novas tecnologias tiveram ou não um impacto nas obras de Monet? Você acha que ele seguiu acompanhando essas transformações ou não?
Thank you for the question. I suppose what my conceptualization of this follows quite closely Paul Tucker's, which is 40 years old now, which is quite remarkable. His exhibition on Monet in Argenteuil was 1982. And so the sort of narrative that I'm charting is one that has been told for a long time. And it is essentially that as industry encroached on Monet's hometown in Argenteuil over the 1870s when he lived there, Monet grew increasingly reserved about it. He went to Argenteuil thrilled by the kind of harmony, the happy marriage of progress and modernity, so-called, and nature. And he sought out places where he could see those things together. He painted them in compositional ways where they very clearly balance and harmonize with each other. And then over the course of his time in Argenteuil, as industry really moved in very specifically to his hometown there, hundreds of workers, I think the average was 600 new inhabitants of Argenteuil a year during the time that Monet lived there. New ironworks factories went up. There were so many more factories during his time. Essentially, what Tucker argues, and many people would agree with, is that Monet grows increasingly uncomfortable with this presence of industry in his hometown. We see that he still will paint it during the 70s elsewhere, like in Paris. And he also paints industry on the island of Le Grand Jatte, where Seurat most famously painted. He shows those factories in Clichy in the distance again in 1877. But after that painting of the coalmen in 1875, he doesn't return to paint it in his hometown with that one exception of the flowered riverbank. And so that I conceive of the 1870s as a really pivotal decade where he was engaging with the subject and then disengages with these kind of spectacular and rare exceptions. And yes, industry was advancing and it was changing over the course of his lifetime, but he moves ever further away from it. So, there's, of course, this entire other and much more massive side of Monet's oeuvre, which is his paintings of nature and his gardens. He was always moving further outbound from Paris, further, deeper into an ability to engage with nature. And I think that's quite important. Perhaps as industry was encroaching, he was moving deeper into nature. And I think that's what makes the London paintings so interesting, that he makes such a humongous exception to that general move away, but it's also an exception that proves the rule because it's not in his hometown. I'm not quite sure if that answers the question, but perhaps you can let me know, Fernando, what you think.
Eu acho que sim, respondeu, e o que abre também para a nossa próxima questão, que está diretamente ligada ao que você acabou de dizer. Eu queria te perguntar, então, Caroline, na sua opinião, você acha que ele se afastou propositadamente desses temas? Eu digo, depois desse momento Paris, Saint-Lazare, depois de Londres, depois de Argenteuil, você acha que ele se afastou propositadamente? Porque não por acaso, né? Ele se refugiou, né, no seu jardim, na sua casa, né, na sua bela casa em Giverny, né? Não podemos negar que, do ponto de vista social, o seu modo de vida, ele se aburguesou bastante, né? Porque com o sucesso comercial, né? Ele teve, como a gente sabe, ele teve muito sucesso comercial, né? Em vida, né? Ele passou a vender muito e vender muito bem, né? As suas obras, as cartas mostram, né? As conversas com os marchands, né? E os colecionadores, ele produzia e vendia muito, né? Então, você acha que isso poderia ser associado, então, a um certo desencanto, né, com as cidades, com a indústria, né? E talvez, isso você já disse, mas aí talvez um desencanto, talvez com a própria modernidade. E do ponto de vista, então, da representação, né, da fatura da pintura, você poderia dizer, a gente poderia dizer, você acha que isso seria uma espécie de retorno conservador? Não um retorno conservador, né, no sentido de um retorno à ordem, mas um retorno a um lugar de é, uma relação menos conflituosa, né, com a realidade, uma realidade afinal controlada, né? Porque aquele jardim foi um jardim que ele construiu, né? O jardim é raso justamente para ter os reflexos, né? Muito diferente de você enfrentar, né, uma estação de trem no centro de Paris ou de Londres.
Yes, absolutely. I think interestingly, Tucker refers to kind of painting easier canvases and more challenging canvases over the course of the 70s, kind of almost saying that like he takes it easy when he goes to other suburbs and things like that. Of course, I don't think Monet's taking it easy his entire career. I do think it seems deliberate that he's shying away from the subject of modern life. It's something that his fellow Impressionists were not doing, as was shown in the Impressionism and Ecology exhibition, I think pretty nicely, the sort of different tracks that they charted. And so I think that's notable. He was surely aware that his peers were exhibiting cityscapes and painting modern life and engaging with it in different ways, and that he was choosing not to. His paintings of industry did sell very well. That's something I was fascinated by and looked into. The supporters of Impressionism overlap very closely with new people who had new money at this time in France and in the United States, money that came from industry. And so I don't think that it was a financial choice to shy away from industry, but I do think that there might have, that there was kind of, I don't want to psychoanalyze by any means, but some kind of discomfort that he chose not to engage with, except for when he engaged with it in these like really forceful ways. I love to think of his garden in Giverny and how that actually is his own built environment. So it's the biosphere, but it's kind of like he made it. And so I wouldn't argue that it's the anthrosphere, but like that's fascinating that at the same time that he's painting his Giverny garden, which he made, he's painting these London cityscapes, which are also human made for the most part. You know, everything about the light and the smog and the subjects that he's painting were made by human hands, just like his garden. And so there's a kind of like, there's just a fascinating kind of element of control in that duality. I suppose I also think of a wonderful letter. I forget if I think it was between Monet and Mirbeau, and they were writing, we should invite Caillebotte over and we can talk about gardening. And I think I'm going to mess up the quote a little bit, but it's essentially, we'll talk about gardening because as for art, that's all just banter. And then they write, Il n'y a que la terre. There is nothing but earth, essentially saying that gardening and the earth is what matters more even than art, which I think about when people write that the London campaign was all about art. Surely it was about kind of a rivalry with Turner and with Whistler and these great artists of the past. But I think he continues thinking through these I can't help but imagine that it was really a meaningful choice for him to go back to painting a modern subject after abandoning it for 20 years. I'm not sure how that also answers your question, but let me know if there's any other things, like a disenchantment with modernity. That's maybe, but then he goes back to London. And so it's just, I think it's this fascinating kind of willful putting aside and then re-engagement because it's kind of always there.
Muito bem. Lembrando que o desencanto com a modernidade vai ter um novo revés, né? E a gente falando aqui, né, em desencanto e decepção e talvez em retorno, né, para um lugar protegido e de controle, a gente tem que lembrar que com a eclosão da Primeira Guerra Mundial, as relações entre a indústria e sociedade, arte, indústria, ganham, né, uma nova dimensão, e o Monet ele vai se refugiar ainda mais, né, no seu espaço, né, na sua casa, né, ele vai dizer nas cartas, né, que da tristeza dele, né, com essa situação. Inclusive, depois me parece que a série que ele fez de pinturas que depois foram doadas, né, pensadas e doadas para o Orangerie, tão relacionadas, né, com esse desejo dele, né, do retorno da paz, né, do retorno de um entendimento, né, entre os homens. Você chegou a passar por esse lugar, assim, do que aconteceu com ele, que ele já era um homem, né, de bastante idade, mas obviamente ele estava vivo ainda, né, durante a Primeira Guerra, ele atravessou a Primeira Guerra, né, na França, né? Então, a sua pesquisa chegou até esse ponto, Caroline, ou você gostaria de dizer algo sobre isso, por favor?
Because he stopped painting industrial subjects, I haven't really dove deep into that World War I and post-war period. I'm kind of similarly moved though by this deeply emotive output that's made in response to the war, not I think arguably not disengaging, but actually deeply engaging through this act of mourning in the paintings that he made, and a desire to help the country return and looking for rebirth, perhaps. I'm, again, not sort of an expert on this late period in Monet's work, and so I hesitate to say too much, but it actually reminds me of a painting that I have spent a little more time with, which is the 1872 Pont de Bois, which Monet painted when he first arrived in Argenteuil following the devastation of the Franco-Prussian War, when the both bridges across the Seine had been bombed, and this is a painting of it's not scaffolding, it's kind of a temporary wooden bridge that people are crossing, and beneath it there's a steamboat letting out this like absolutely stunningly gorgeous puff of steam, and I believe it's a sunrise, and just everything is so beautiful. It feels so hopeful. There's people walking across the bridge, kind of a return to life, a return to work after the war. And so it's kind of interesting, I suppose, to think almost 50 years later of kind of 50 years later, of what he was doing in Giverny, what that new kind of return to life, return to work, insistent optimism for the future, kind of what those have in common.
Ok, obrigado. Temos aqui uma pergunta que vai um pouco numa outra direção, e a gente vai colocar para você aqui. Eu achei interessante essa relação do impressionismo com a indústria e com a ecologia. É um tópico que tem recebido destaque em pesquisas recentes sobre as obras dos impressionistas, em contraposição com leituras consideradas, talvez, né, mais tradicionais, né, que focalizam a relação com o turismo e o lazer, né? Sem querer estabelecer uma relação básica, né, entre interesses contemporâneos e interesses tradicionais, né, mas acho que dá para a gente ver que tem pelo menos dois grupos de pesquisadores, historiadores, né, atuando simultaneamente, né, pelo menos desde os anos 80, né, do século XX, né. Como você acha que tem acontecido essa mudança de perspectiva e como essas duas leituras, como você articularia essas duas leituras nos discursos hoje, no campo da história da arte, dos seus interesses?
Tourism and leisure are two really interesting words to put in opposition with industry, because I would say that they're actually directly intertwined with industry. It was only because of the establishment, say, of the 5-day work week that one has a weekend for leisure. It was because of the train that people could leave Paris and go outbound to the suburbs and even out to the coast, to the beaches, to be able to have a holiday outside of the city. And that's precisely what tourism is. The advent of the train is what enabled tourism. Tourism is such a manufactured experience and so deeply tied to modernity and kind of modern industrial life that people were both able to travel, able to afford to travel. This kind of gave birth to the middle class that had this disposable income and, again, leisure time. So I see those as kind of two sides of the very same coin. And it perhaps offers a slightly different picture of what you might choose to focus on as subjects within the Impressionist movement. But I do think that they are very interrelated. And that you could easily see beachgoers in the 1870s as a product of industry. So that's a very fun question, because I think they actually wrap around to be tied back together. If there is a sort of follow-up about something more different, I'm also happy to speak to that.
Ok, obrigado. Temos uma outra questão que eu achei interessante também para colocar, Caroline, sobre a Gare Saint-Lazare, né? Você mencionou, né, muito bem que são 12 vistas, né, da Gare Saint-Lazare. E por questões, né, de sistema da arte, né, de circulação das obras, raramente essas 12 vistas são incluídas, né, elas são vistas juntas. Diferente das outras séries, porque, obviamente, a gente tem mais obras, né, dos Montes de Feno, né, do Monet, e, obviamente, a série, né, das Ninféias, né, e das pinturas feitas em Giverny. E, curiosamente, essas vistas da Gare Saint-Lazare, elas não são incluídas entre essas famosas séries, né? Tem todo um debate, né, na história da arte sobre a criação dessas séries, né? O Monet tendo antecipado, né, de certa forma, a ideia de série, de obsessão e de tentativa de representação, né, sistemática de um mesmo tema, né? E, obviamente, são tentativas de representação e de encontro com esses objetos muito diferentes, né? Uma estação de trem, né? E um monte de feno, né? Ao ar livre, ou mesmo as ninféias, né? E a natureza ali do seu jardim privado, né? Em Giverny. ele parece estar sempre entre esses dois lugares assim contraditórios, né? Uma tentativa de controle, né? Como você reparou muito bem, as estações de trem também são construções planejadas, previstas, né? E feitas pelo homem. E todo, né, esse debate do impressionismo heróico, né, originário, de tentativa de captar a incidência da luz, né, que se transforma, né, ao longo do dia. Ele parece ficar um pouco nessa fronteira, escolher transitar, né, nessa fronteira. Bom, você veria esse enfrentamento dele, esse encontro dele com a Garça Lazar também como uma dessas séries, ou você colocaria isso num outro lugar?
Yeah, so many really great questions in there. Yes, the Garrison Lazar is, I think, we should call that a series, and I think it's very often forgotten that that is arguably the first series of an Impressionist. Sometimes like it's not the 90s by Monet, it's not Cézanne's series. I don't know, debatable, but I think that we could perhaps posit that the Garrison Lazar is the first series by an Impressionist. Yeah, and it isn't often thought of that way. I think it's challenging to bring them together. Of course, it's not easy to borrow haystacks either, but yeah, there was a really important exhibition that I didn't see, but have poured through the catalog of Manet, Monet, and the Garrison Lazar, where I think it was attempted to kind of show not only Monet's series, but also the really important work being done all around that station. Fun fact, it was Caillebotte who paid for Monet's apartment in Paris while he painted the Garrison Lazar series. Caillebotte exhibited his paintings of the center of Paris right in that neighborhood, the Pont de l'Europe neighborhood, in the third exhibition as well. So my colleague Lena Olmsted, I think, would have it that it was Caillebotte who's, kind of prodded Monet to paint the Garrison Lazar series. So that was very much part of a moment among the entirety of the Impressionists in the third exhibition, to think kind of cohesively, coherently together, which is a sort of fascinating insight into exhibition practice. So let's see, what else? Heroic Impressionism, as you said, the idea of painting quickly, painting light as it changes, painting precisely what you see, and that kind of in contrast to this more values-laden interpretation that we also bring to Monet's work. I think that Monet undoes, so yes, he was a proponent of I paint quickly as light effects change, I start a new canvas. At the same time, he's the one who had people, his gardeners moving lily pads around to make exactly what he wanted. So to some extent, he's following nature, but to some extent, he's really controlling nature. He's seeking out the effects he wants. There's a wonderful letter from when he was painting in the Petit Cruz River Valley, where he was distraught that the leaves were falling off the trees. And I don't know if this is apocryphal, but he paid someone to put the leaves back on the trees. And so the idea that he was kind of that he was recording nature precisely as he saw it really is something that he undermines himself. But kind of course, an artist's own life experiences are infused into the work that they're doing. And I think that occurs perhaps to varying degrees. I think that he maybe becomes even more of a romantic over the course of his career.
Ok, obrigado. Nós temos duas perguntas aqui que estão relacionadas, Caroline. Então, não só duas perguntas, né? Dois problemas. Eu vou colocar primeiro um, depois o outro. Bom, uma questão tem a ver com as críticas que algumas abordagens em relação ao Monet têm recebido nos últimos anos. Algumas abordagens estão sendo consideradas anacrônicas, no sentido de que não poderia haver, ainda naquele momento, né, quando Monet trabalhava como pintor, durante a vida dele, especialmente no início da carreira dele como pintor, naquele contexto ali, né, do impressionismo inicial, uma preocupação no sentido ecológico, como se entende hoje. Então, alguns historiadores, alguns pesquisadores estão apontando o que seria um anacronismo, né? Uma falta de rigor em relação ao uso dessa nomenclatura e mesmo a uma suposta preocupação ambiental, ecológica, né? Do Monet, de um artista, né? Aí em meados do século XIX. Queria saber se você tem acompanhado esses debates e o que você pensa dessa questão e se existe, de fato, um risco da gente estar cometendo aqui alguns anacronismos.
Do you want me to respond to that one or other two?
Ah, ok.
Or I could, I'm happy to respond to that one. Sorry. Okay. So
Ok.
yeah, I
Melhor.
think it's really important to keep anachronism in mind when doing this work. At the same time, I think that when ideas are floating around, that we can trust that artists are assimilating them. So I didn't go into this, but really great work was done in the in the Impressionism and Ecology catalog, illustrating the many scientists who were thinking in the way that we think now about ecological thoughts. So Darwin was a very early one. As I mentioned, Reclus is another one. These ideas infused and were published in periodicals of the time, such as La Nature, which espouse this kind of harmonious understanding of the earth and all of its systems, symbiotically supporting one another. So the way that I think about applying present day science to our understanding of artists' thinking in the past is that it gives us a framework and a vocabulary. So it sort of allows us a bit of a structure through which to understand and discuss what we're seeing in the past, as long as that's rooted in a kind of rigorously researched belief that the ideas we're using are tied to ideas that existed at the time. And as the Impressionism and Ecology authors, there's just several of them that had discussed similar ideas. Brettel, Eisenman, who's here today, they show that they argue, and I would agree, that even if the artists weren't specifically reading, say, this issue or generally reading La Nature, that still those ideas existed at the time and would have kind of infused the way that people understand the world. Their fellow citizens may have been reading it and it might have informed conversations. I think there's enough that we don't need to know that they read X thing, but to know that those ideas existed.
Ok. E a partir disso que você falou, que nos leva para essa segunda parte da pergunta, que está relacionada com a presença pública, né? O que é a representação do Monet, da Gare Saint-Lazare, de lugares como a Gare Saint-Lazare, atualmente, que presença pública, né? A gente pode falar, no caso, né, de um artista que tem essa presença, porque, né, são milhões e milhões de pessoas, né, nos museus vendo a obra do Monet, né, especialmente no d'Orsay, né, uma das salas mais lotadas, né, a sala que tem as obras do Monet, né, aquilo vive apinhado de gente, e também pela presença massiva dessas representações nas redes sociais. Então, lembrando, né, que também a Gare Saint-Lazare, ela ainda
I've made the journey from the Gare Saint-Lazare outbound myself, stopping at Anières, and I can tell you there's still one factory in Clichy, kind of seeing all of those sites that the Impressionists painted outbound along the Seine. So yeah, that was what was new and exciting in their time. But I think for our time, we have to think about what the new subjects are.
Ok, muito obrigado, ótimo. Temos uma última questão. Caroline, estamos chegando aqui no final do nosso tempo, né? Queria te perguntar sobre a sua trajetória intelectual, acadêmica, que caminhos te levaram até o impressionismo e especialmente ao Monet? De onde surgiu esse interesse? Que caminhos você fez até chegar ao Monet?
Thank you. What a fun question to end with. Well, let's see. I'll start. When I was a small child, my mother brought me to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and our favorite stop was the Impressionist galleries. When I was in university, I took an Impressionism course, and I absolutely loved it. Strangely enough, as how old was I? Maybe 20 years old. I proposed. We had to make an exhibition for my undergraduate class, and I proposed impressions of industry as my exhibition subject on that paper. So as an undergraduate, I was attracted to the 19th century. I think what I enjoyed about the 19th century, I also had an interest in science. My other major besides art history was geology. I enjoyed how present the 19th century felt, that it was the birth of modern geology and psychology. So much of the way that we think today was shaped in this moment. And so while it's firmly historical, it also feels very relevant and true to the questions that we grapple with today. I think you could say that of any period in art, but I like its proximity to us historically. As a graduate student, I studied Gauguin still life painting and the history of memory. I was really interested in the history of science and how we can use our present day understanding of science to inform our understanding of the past and how artists were thinking through questions in the past. And really what I think most drives me as a curator is I love telling stories, and I love expanding the view of the past to help people understand how relevant it is to us today. And so by working on Impressionism in industry, I think that kind of shifted. So many people think of Impressionism for garden paintings and landscapes and leisure scenes, and just showing that there was actually a lot more to that movement, that the artists were really grappling with issues that felt urgent to them in their time, was a way of expanding the story and illustrating the relevance to our present day. So I love thinking through how Monet and also his colleagues were doing that, and just continuing to think about how we can see ourselves in the past. So that's how I got here.
Ok. Muito obrigado, Caroline. Foi um prazer conversar com você, é uma delícia poder ter, né, esse tempo, esse lugar, assim, né, para a gente debater. Eu acho que o público, imagino que tenha gostado muito também. Acho que foi uma mesa muito produtiva, muito densa. Te agradeço, né, pela sua resistência também, aqui, né, até o final. Bom, e vamos fazer agora um break para o almoço. Voltaremos a 1h30. Voltaremos a 1h30 com a mesa que vai envolver discussões entre Nicolas Mirzoeff e Stefan Eisenman, com mediação da curadora Laura Cozendei, aqui do MASP também. Bom, mais uma vez, muito obrigado, Caroline. Obrigado a vocês que nos assistiram aqui nesse início dos trabalhos, na parte da manhã. Nos vemos à tarde e parabéns, Caroline, pelo seu trabalho, pela sua pesquisa.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the lovely conversation and for having me today.
Olá, boa tarde. Eu sou a Laura Cozendei, curadora assistente no MASP, e retomando a programação da tarde do seminário do Monet, eu farei a mediação dessa segunda mesa, com a participação do Nicholas Museu e Stephen Eisenman. A programação seguirá ao longo da tarde e teremos mais 2 mesas na sequência. Em breve, na segunda mesa da tarde, nós também vamos disponibilizar um link para cadastro para a emissão de certificados, para quem tiver interesse. E lembrando que o seminário está disponível em 3 links, um com áudio original de todas as falas, outro com tradução simultânea para o português e um terceiro com tradução para o inglês. E lembrando que vocês podem acompanhar pelo chat, colocando suas questões, perguntas ao longo das apresentações. Eles serão lidos e recolhidos pela nossa equipe e nós traremos essas questões no final das 2 apresentações, para a gente poder construir um debate a partir do que for colocado. Acho que é isso. Eu vou passar a palavra para o Nicholas e já agradecendo muito por aceitar o nosso convite. O Nicholas Museu é professor de mídia, cultura e comunicação na Universidade de Nova York, bolsista da ACLS Scholars and Society em 2020 e 2021. Seu livro mais recente é White Side: Visual Politics, Politics and Practice of Whiteness. Museu também é autor de The Right to Look, A Counter-History of Visuality e An Introduction to Visual Culture. Ele contribuiu para o catálogo da mostra Gary Simons, Public Enemy, no Museu de Arte Contemporânea de Chicago, e foi curador de Decolonizing Appearance no Center for Art Migration Politics em Copenhagen. Em meio ao seu trabalho no campo de estudos da cultura visual, destaca-se seu artigo Visualizing the Anthropocene, publicado em 2014, em que analisa a construção de uma estética do antropoceno em torno das obras de Claude Monet. Muito obrigada, Nicholas. Com você agora.
Thank you very much, Laura. And it's a very great pleasure to be with you this morning. As it is, I'm in New York. It's a grey and hazy day here, but hopefully it's better wherever you all are. I'm going to share with you this morning some work, and I'm very grateful that we have this opportunity to bring the conversation about the art historical canon and climate change into one space. So let me just share my screen so that hopefully everyone can see. Is that visible to everyone? Yeah, okay, great. So let me begin by saying that I'm a white person. I live in a settler colony. It is the place with the highest consumption of carbon dioxide per capita worldwide. So there's no neutral place for me to take in this conversation. It requires me to situate myself and the works that I'm going to discuss in relation to the climate catastrophe brought into being by extractive, racial, patriarchal capitalism, as it has expanded out of Europe, not least, of course, into Brazil and North America. So I'm going to think of Monet's ecology here in the sense of a visible relation between human life and human-altered environments, from harbors to cities and gardens. In particular, I'm going to trace this ecology of smoke in the wake of the commune. Now, my work on the Anthropocene, as Lara kindly mentioned, has further highlighted how aesthetics and their accompanying anesthetics have long been part of white ways of seeing. In 2014, I wrote about Claude Monet's famous painting, Impression Sunrise from 1872, and its relation to climate change. I argued then that its famous color was not solely due to the sensory refinement of the artist, but depicted a physical change produced by the refracting coal smoke generated by the steamships seen looming in the background. In turn, the resulting aesthetic served as an anesthetic, rendering climate catastrophe into modernism. Looking at it again now, I feel that my engagement didn't go nearly far enough. The red shift that Monet saw was exported to the colonizing and developing world from where it has now returned, as it were, to sender. Looking back through the lens in which the Anthropocene is also the white supremacy scene, I see a painting that struggles with the fears of a black communard planet. In registering the change in atmospheric light, Monet was not being an ecologist ahead of his time, as I think that Stephen Eisenman will also say in a little while. Monet was trying to master, and the overtones of gender and race are intentional here, change and trauma. The year after the 1871 Paris Commune had briefly opened the door to a very different future. Returning to France after the destruction of the Commune, Monet famously looked out of his hotel window in Le Havre and was disoriented by what he saw. Subsequent art history has often stressed the modernist aesthetics of Impression, perhaps understating its strangeness. Monet's famous eye was not a dispassionate machine, but was in all senses both reactionary and modern. He was updating what I have called white sight for the Imperial French Republic. White sight places human and non-human life under surveillance from a militarized and elevated viewpoint. In this example of the perspective drawn by Abraham Boss in 1648, 3 years before he will draw the frontispiece for Thomas Hobbes's classic Leviathan, armed soldiers in uniform survey land and erase anything that there might be to see there. White sight forms an operating system, connecting a set of assumptions, concepts, infrastructures, learning experience, symbols, and techniques to project a white reality. This way of seeing was called the optical point d'optique, in a review of Monet's work at the first Impressionist exhibition. There was no need at that time to say it was a white point of view. What else would it have been in that viewpoint? Now, my evidence for this position comes less from textual sources than from Monet's own painting for the 6 years after the Commune, which is quite unlike any of his other work. And I'll deal with that in the first section of this presentation. In the second section, I'll look at a contemporary artwork by the African-American artist Jatovia Gary, who has seen the fear at the heart of Monet's work. Now, I've been thinking about all of this a lot since this June, when I stepped outside, and as you can see on the left-hand side here, I saw the sun as a small red dot. This is not a lens distortion. This is very much what it looked like. The ash from the Canadian wildfires that burned an estimated 5 billion trees this summer was refracting so much light that I could look directly at the sun at 2 in the afternoon. And I had a flash of recognition. The sun I was seeing looked very much like the small red sun in Impression Sunrise. The sensation I was experiencing, though, was not the beauty so often associated with the painting, but the awareness that white sight and the white reality it projects come at a terrible price, one that cannot be excluded or displaced from the artwork. Monet is rarely considered a political artist. He absolutely was, though. He was a bourgeois artist in both senses, a city dweller and a person aligned with the capitalist class. Monet was no Rimbaud on strike with the Commune. He left France to escape the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 and showed no sympathy for the Commune, although he did, to be fair, visit the communal artist Gustave Courbet in hospital. Monet responded to the uncanny changes in perceived color produced by coal smoke in painting a human-shaped environment that was necessarily unfinished and sketchy. His famous lack of finish included his anxiety and nervousness in the face of a post-Commune modernity. His work in Argenteuil, Le Havre, and Paris used a combination of elevated and freeze-frame viewpoints to create an innovative form of white sight that was at once modern and traditional. Curator Anne Urquebert has called this technique, I quote, automatic writing. Just as surrealist automatic writing would seek to reveal and unleash unconscious drives, so did Monet's automatic exploration of white sight from its characteristic elevated viewpoint reveal his unexpressed anxieties and desires. His painting both revealed and aestheticized his nervousness about the modern, an anxiety known in the period as neurasthenia, attributed by the neurologist George Beard in 1868 to the stresses of modern civilization. What did this visibly new world hold in store for a bourgeois like Monet as he peered out of his hotel window? There were two related anxieties at work. Would the visibly new modern means of fossil fuel energy production in Le Havre harbor on a smoggy morning entail a new social order? And if so, was it that which those aligned with the Versailles Party of Order, who had shot an estimated 25,000 communards in the retaken city, was it that which they had meant when they said the commune was, quote, Paris in the hands of the blacks? In the French Empire, the spectre of communism was always also the spectre of Haiti, whose revolution against slavery had also ended absentee property ownership and racial hierarchy in the island. In this revolutionary spirit, the future Impressionist painter Antoine Guillemin had called in 1867 for the burning of the Louvre, which would have turned art history into smoke. Instead, it was the Tuileries, as you can see on the left-hand side here, that burned at the fall of the Paris Commune, later turned into gardens painted by Monet on a smoggy day in 1875, and this painting was exhibited at the third Impressionist exhibition in 1877. After the Commune, then, smoke was a symptom, a sign of change, whether political or environmental, but one whose outcome was uncertain. To respond to the inevitable counter that there is no evidence for this mediation of the ecology of smoke in Monet, I would say there absolutely is. It's a painting, entirely unlike anything else he ever painted. Shortly after Impression sunrise, Monet visualized the new coal-fueled capitalism and its smog in a small, intense painting, originally entitled Coalmen. It's a very uncharacteristic painting for him, engaged as it is with the means of circulation, distribution, extraction, and production. As you can see, a line of coal barges from the mines in the north of France crosses the picture space from the bottom left to the middle ground. Coal, the product of this primary extraction, is carried off the barges by the coalmen of the title, a very traditional labor at the heart of modern capitalism. In the Boulevard des Capucines in 1874, exhibited alongside Impression, one critic had noted that the figures were, quote, black. He did not intend this as a racializing classification, but to evoke the frock coats of Parisian society, rendered in one or two brushstrokes. If we go back to coalmen, we can see that the workers were more closely observed. Although they are all thin, they carry full baskets one way and empties the other. Some of them even seem to be wearing white clothing, but their faces are completely obscured, even absent. Their subordination to the labor complete, even while they are under surveillance from two figures on the farthest boat. They are indeed not so much people as a link in the chain of extraction, energy, and production, nothing more. From here, the coal was transported by means we cannot see to factories like the ones in the background, pouring out smoke. Here were produced the modern iron bridge and the commodities being transported across it. The bridge is, as it were, a higher level of existence, one dominated by commodities and artificially lit. The two spaces of what the German critic Walter Benjamin called phantasmagoria, production and consumption, were here linked into one visualized system, united by the overall subdued yellow hue, the product of coal smoke. This smelly, opaque smog was the beginnings of carbon dioxide's inexorable rise, painted by Monet as a sign of change, without knowing, of course, what it portended. A gaslight, visible sign of human dominance over nature, can be made out on the bridge at the top left, a further sign of the direction capitalism was taking into the extraction of fossil fuels. As was by now Monet's style, Coleman was visualized from an unusual mid-air viewpoint, interpreted by art historian Richard Thompson as being the view from the window of a train as it crossed the River Seine. This freeze frame, then, captured Whiteside from the bourgeois point of view, always above the laborers, while being simultaneously immersed in the climate-changing catastrophe. This unusual little painting asks whether it would be possible to contain and control the modern processes of extraction, production, and distribution that it visualized without creating further chaos, which is to say, the commune. By 1877, Monet had a solidly comforting answer. The modern could, indeed, be contained, aestheticized, and even anesthetized, even including its smog. In a series of paintings of the Gare Saint-Lazare, backed by the railway company, the Chemin de Fer de l'Ouest, Monet now saw the engine of modernity as a benign white force. Even its smoke was no longer dark, as it had been in 1875 in his Train in the Snow, but billows in white clouds with indigo shadows. It's worth noting at this point that train smoke is darkened by unburned particles of coal, but it's never simply white. The steam that you're seeing here is actually coming from the brakes of the train. Monet wasn't painting train exhaust. He was, to coin a phrase, a painter of modern life. The Third Republic was secure. The communards were dead or deported, and smog had become Japanese. Appropriately, the 12 paintings in this series are now dispersed to museums and private collections in Europe, the United States, and Japan, priceless commodities all. A year later, in 1878, Monet used his mid-air Whiteside viewpoint to depict the national holiday called to celebrate peace, meaning the end of any possibility of a threat from the commune. Even in the period, Edouard Manet could see a different view of Paris. In his painting of that same holiday, Manet also used the elevated viewpoint of Whiteside. While the bourgeois now traveled the city safely by cab, as you see on the right-hand side, a disabled man, perhaps wounded in the wars of 1870 and 71, hobbled along the street. Behind the fence to the left were piles of rubble from buildings cleared to make way for the very same Gare Saint-Lazare that Monet had been painting for this last several years. Who, it seems, one might ask, had the right to this city? Who had the right to look? Who even had the right to breathe? What began in 1872 is now in effect done. The anthropogenic climate catastrophe. It makes it possible, amongst other things, to see Monet otherwise. During the sweltering heat of the past summer in New York, I took shelter in the Museum of Modern Art to see Jatovia Gary's 3-channel video installation, Giverny Suite. The viewer is confronted with a large screen on 3 sides of a rectangular space. Obviously, one can't photograph that properly. Directly facing, as you see here, is a screen covered in ornamental picture frames in the French Empire style, breaking up the flatness of the modernist white space and giving a visual cue to Gary's anti-colonial project. You can't sit on that elegant sofa. It tilts, resting on uneven feet. It's a version of the hostile architecture that characterizes present-day New York, trying to make it impossible for people to sit in public space. In short, this is not a conventional perspective space or even elevated white sight from a train or a hotel room. Gary's question to her participants was simple. Do you feel safe? The Black women she spoke to in New York mostly answered in terms of bodily safety in the street, but she also asked if they felt safe, quote, in the world. Gary montaged together archive footage and her own interviews with scenes of the artist at Monet's Giverny. You can see, if you look closely, the ghost of the artist on the screen here. Giverny, seen in this way, from the non-white way of seeing, appears not as a natural space, but as an interior, to use Walter Benjamin's term, a safe space projected by white sight. Situated to the west of Paris, Giverny was upwind of Paris's smog and out of reach of any imagined or real communard. The frequency of Gary's assemblage, to use Tina Kamp's term, comes from a bravura 1976 performance by Nina Simone that she cuts into her film of the standard feelings. This is the key in which Simone sings.
God damn. I mean, you know what? What a shame to have to write a song like that. Feelings, I'm not making fun of the man. I do not believe the conditions that produced a situation that demanded a song like that.
I urge you to watch the full video, which you can find on YouTube, because it's one of the most remarkable performances. So her declaration is, I do not believe the conditions that produced a situation that demanded a song like that. Standing barefoot in Giverny, looking directly at the camera, Gary asks us to imagine the conditions that produced a situation that demanded paintings like that, including the violent suppression of the commune, the rise of fossil fuel-driven capitalist industry, imperialism, and the white reality of an illusory escape from all these modalities. Gary further used drone footage to counter-visualize Monet's famous garden, revealing it as a walled oasis now adjacent to a motorway. Cut to Gary, seen in long shot, reduced, as you can see here, to a small figure amidst the sea of green, standing on Monet's instantly recognizable green bridge, screaming. The Museum of Modern Art advised you to go upstairs to see Monet's water lilies painted at Giverny after seeing Giverny's suite. So I did. The room was full of people taking selfies. But seeing the water lilies in that moment, I saw Monet's viewpoint rise into the air to hover directly over the pond, like a drone. As I tried to look, I kept hearing Simone end her song with a long drawn-out expression of the words, for you. Because Simone's question, and with it Gary's, was, who are you? You who watch and listen. In turn, the paintings now echoed with Gary's scream. It is the past and present response to seeing the sun as a red disk, made visible by coal smoke, by burning revolutionary cities, and by wildfires, knowing all that has gone into the creating of that way of seeing, and knowing too how it will have been aestheticized into a place of safety and pleasure for those who created the life-threatening conditions that produce a situation like this. Thank you for your attention, and I'll turn it over to my colleague, Stephen.
Muito obrigada, Nicholas, pela sua contribuição. Lembrando que vocês podem enviar perguntas e comentários pelo chat no YouTube. E seguimos agora com a apresentação do professor Stephen Eisenman, Pinturas em Série, Monet e a Imagem da Mudança Climática. Stephen Eisenman é professor emérito de História da Arte na Northwestern University, autor de diversos livros, incluindo Gauguin's Skirt, The Abu Ghraib Effect e The Cry of Nature, Art and the Making of Animal Rights. Também é cofundador da Anthropocene Alliance, uma organização sem fins lucrativos que trabalha na área de justiça ambiental e colunista do periódico da revista Counterpunch. Eisenman foi curador de várias exposições, entre elas de Coroa Monet, a Ecologia do Impressionismo, uma exposição de 2010, e, recentemente, o Stephen Eisenman também colaborou com um ensaio para o catálogo da exposição Paul Gauguin, O Outro e Eu, realizada no MASP esse ano. Stephen, passando a palavra para você.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you much as well for the introduction. And thank you, Nick, for that terrific lecture. I hope mine will be in some way work in sympathy with yours. I'm calling the lecture Catastrophic Monet. Claude Monet's art changed a lot from early to late in his career. At the beginning, during the 1860s and 70s, his landscapes were insistently modern, featuring lower and middle-class people in urban and suburban settings, flaunting their individual freedom. They strolled on the boulevard, as in the Boulevard de Capucine, a second version of which you saw earlier from Nick's talk. They swam or went boating in rivers, modeled stylish new outfits, and enjoyed picnics in public parks and private gardens. Next slide, please. This is Women in the Garden by Monet from 1867. At this time, Monet deployed a style of painting that suited his subjects. It was colorful and light-filled and deployed a relaxed touch supported by an underlying geometry. Next slide, please. This, of course, is Le Grand-Rieur, one of the versions of Le Grand-Rieur from 1869. And I was speaking about the underlying geometries that structured his work, that organized them. And you can see it, of course, in the diagonals created by the boats and by the little bridge leading to the island in the middle there. By the mid-1880s, Monet's landscapes were increasingly depopulated, and what narrative remained was performed by nature itself, specifically the changing effects of light and color on the geophysical world. Next, please. This is the Montmartre at Étretat, 1882. The critic Gustave Geoffroy wrote in 1883 that Monet, quote, studies the land, the sides of cliffs like a geologist. With the tip of his brush, he illuminates all the stones, all the minerals, and all the veins within the rocks. Next slide, please. Monet set out on deliberate campaigns to discover and represent natural monuments and the processes that created them. Wave action, as you can see here in the rough seas at Étretat, sedimentation, erosion, wind, river, ice, snow, mist, and fog. You can even see those sediments that Geoffroy described in his quote just now. This geological, geophysical investigation was at its most dramatic in his painting series, which begin with the grain stack pictures of 1890. And next, please. Including poplars from 1891, and which culminated with the water lilies, which occupied the artist for most of the last 2 decades of his life. Some of these final works, next, please. And next one, please. Some of these final works by Monet suggest transformation, degeneration, and even catastrophe, what Nick just now spoke of perhaps as redshift. They're especially compelling today at a time of climate and environmental crisis. Until the late 19th century, few naturalists believed that Earth systems could face a crisis, or that humans could fundamentally change the landscape or the climate. The prevailing perspective at that time, advocated by the geologist Charles Lyell in his Principles of Geology from 1833, was that Earth systems change without human intervention. While catastrophes like volcanic eruptions or earthquakes can lead to saltation, change normally occurs slowly and almost imperceptibly. Lyell, that's what Lyell argues. Now, Charles Darwin believed pretty much the same thing, learning it from Lyell. And the principle of this slow change was fundamental to the development of Darwin's theory of natural selection, his theory of evolution. He said that speciation occurs over an extensive period of time due to forces beyond human control. Near the end of his career, Darwin had a further insight that actually posed a challenge to his own gradualism. It was that the introduction or removal of a species from a given area could have a profound effect on the natural economy, or as his German follower Ernst Haeckel called it, ecology. In other words, he realized, Darwin did, that even if evolution generally happens slowly, changes within a particular area can happen fast and be deeply affected by human intervention. For example, when people bring certain species to areas that are outside their natural habitats. Darwin's insight into the transformation of geographies in historical time was shared by several other scholars. In 1864, next slide, please. Next slide. In 1864, the American George Perkins Marsh wrote Man and Nature, or Physical Geography as Modified by Human Actions. As the title indicates, Marsh was concerned to demonstrate that human and natural history were intertwined, and I quote, and the quote can be found on the preface to the right, he said that his goal was to point out the dangers of imprudence and the necessity of caution in all operations, which on a large scale interfere with the spontaneous arrangements of the organic or the inorganic world. By the late 1860s, this ecology idea had penetrated deeply into Euro-American thought. In 1868, Karl Marx wrote to Friedrich Engels of his excitement at reading Klima und Pflanzenwelt in der Zeit by Karl Frass, and discovering there scientific proof that uncontrolled development could lead to dire environmental consequences. Marx was at that moment writing in a similar vein in Capital, Volume 3. After reading the work of the soil chemist Justus von Liebig, he described, quote, an irreparable rift in the interdependent process of social metabolism, a metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of life itself. So an irreparable rift in the interdependent processes of the social metabolism. Some years later, Engels further addressed this idea in his unfinished book, The Dialectics of Nature. After describing the relentless progress of human industry, next slide, please. Engels wrote, quote, let us not, however, flatter ourselves overmuch on account of our human victories over nature. For each such victory, nature takes its revenge on us. Each victory, it is true, in the first place, brings about the results we expected, but in the second and third places, it has quite different, unforeseen effects, which only too often cancel the first. Thus, at every step, we are reminded that we by no means rule over nature like a conqueror over foreign people, like someone standing outside of nature, but that we, with flesh, blood, and brain, belong to nature and exist in its midst. So the argument essentially is that humans are part of nature, humans are nature, humans belong within the natural ecology. Closer to the French Impressionists was the radical geographer Élisée Reclus, a friend of Pizarro, who propagated Marsh's geographic holism, the idea that natural systems are not determined by their individual parts, but by their totality. Next slide, please. In Reclus' book La Terre from 1869, the Earth was described as a set of mutually dependent systems, both human and natural, a, quote, river system, an ice system, a mountain system, and a geologic system, as well as an agricultural system, all the systems knitted together, working to create one total global system, La Terre. Next slide, please. The writer and naturalist Gaston Tissandier, also co-founder in 1873 of the journal La Nature, took a similar approach to the natural world. He too was fascinated by water in his book L'eau, and enthused about the simultaneous destructive and reproductive effects of water, describing waves as, quote, inflicting wounds, end quote, upon the tender epidermis of the earth, but also depositing there sediments which built up new flesh and blood. Monet's pictures at Fécamp, Étretat, Pourville, and Creuse. Next, please. Such a valley of the Creuse sunlight effects would appear almost to be illustrations of Tissondier's thesis. Maybe go back one, please, just for a moment. I want to indicate the Monet-Fécamp cliffs and the illustration in the book below by Tissondier, indicating not so much that there was an influence of one upon the other, but that similar conceptions of the dynamic effects of water and rock were being conceived at the same time. Next, please. His pictures at Fécamp, Étretat, and Creuse, such as Valley of the Creuse sunlight effects here, would appear almost to be illustrations of Tissondier's thesis. Here we see how the constant rush of waters has carved out the Creuse Valley, leaving behind a deep ravine and rocky hillsides, as well as deposited soils that nourish the landscape downriver and on the hills beyond. Monet's landscape series works may not be scientific contributions to the emerging science of ecology of the same order as those by Reclus and Tissondier, but they were experimental interrogations of particular geomorphologies, atmospheres, and light effects. They were conducted mostly on site and often in very challenging weather. They documented with some precision the geology and meteorology of places as different as Étretat on the Normandy coast. And next slide, please. Mount Kolsas near Sandvika in Norway. Furthermore, they captured the dynamic processes, especially erosion and sedimentation, that lead to ecological transformation over time. By all these means, I would describe Monet as an ecological painter. I'll describe that a bit more in just a few moments. Now, the last of Monet's landscape series are the several hundred representing the artist's water garden. Next, please. His water garden at Giverny. This is one from 1906. They're generally images of rest and consolation, what Nick is calling white seeing. The origin of the garden itself is well documented. In early 1893, the artist purchased some land near his existing home and immediately requested permission to dredge a pond and, quote, draw water from the Epte River by digging a small ditch, end quote. At first, Monet's request was denied on the grounds that the garden might therefore contain exotic or invasive plants that could infiltrate the river and damage its health. They were worried about invasive species. Monet replied that he would grow only, quote, plants such as water lilies, reeds, and irises of different varieties, end quote, ones that are already native to the river. His plan was therefore agreed upon. 8 years later, he sought permission from the village prefect again, this time to expand the pond. The request was viewed by multiple offices and agencies, and permission was again granted, but with the following caveat, quote, if this pond is used to cultivate aquatic plants and becomes hazardous to public health, the authorization granted to Monsieur Monet could be revoked, end quote. The exchange of letters between Monet and his local prefect concerning the excavation and expansion of the water lily garden at Giverny is an expression of ecological holism. The remarkable thing is that the community, the prefect and his government, were as cognizant of the ecological issues as Monet himself was at this time. The letters showed the joint fear, both of Monet and the government, local government, that accidental transportation of exotic plants from the pond to the Epte could endanger riverine ecology and public health. Monet was therefore what I would call an organic ecologist. He knew the fundamentals of the science of ecology simply by his extensive observation of nature and his work as a gardener. What Monet achieved at Giverny was the creation of an island ecology like that one described by Darwin, a complex, mostly self-sustaining system of life, death, decay, and regeneration, one, moreover, about which he was very conscious that it could be disrupted by the intrusion of any invasives. Monet's garden consisted of 3 acres of flowers planted in rectangular beds, divided by an allée and trellis covered in roses, carpeted with nasturtiums. Further from the house and across a railroad track, today it's a big road, was the 2-acre water garden with a lily pond in the middle, a kind of water island surrounded by weeping willows and with a Japanese footbridge at the end. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. We have our slide. Next slide, please. There we go. Oh, back. There we go. One more. There you go. There's a photograph of Monet and the Japanese footbridge to the right of them. This configuration could also be seen in a, next slide, please, in a still from the film made by Sacha Guitry called Monet Ceux de chez nous, shot in 1915. Now, the garden was so situated that the artist could open the front door of his house, walk down the allée, pass through a gate, and enter the Warden Garden and see the footbridge at the end. Monet was a master gardener with extensive knowledge of the flowers' blooming times, their pollinators, and the precise water and fertilizer needs. Nonetheless, he needed the aid of 6 gardeners to maintain the planted areas on his property. This is Monet, of course, the bourgeois par excellence. The genius of the Garden of Giverny, apart from its beauty, was that the artist could set up his easel anywhere he wanted in almost any season and be certain he would have a compelling motif. In the winters, Monet mostly worked inside in his studio. This capacity to paint any subject at any time of the year was clear even at the beginning when the garden was still young. Next slide, please. Among the first paintings of the expanded water garden was this oil sketch of water lilies, dated by Wildenstein to 1903, based upon its similarity to a few other securely dated water lilies. To the chagrin of many of his dealers, Monet was terrible at titles, and most of them were just simply called water lilies. So it's very difficult for subsequent curators and collectors and dealers to organize them. However, in 1907, just to make things more complicated for the historian, Monet destroyed about 30 water lilies made during the previous 4 years, so the origins of this whole series remain still clouded. Next, please. The water lilies in the Museu des Beaux-Arts in Le Havre is one of 6 canvases with similar motif of almost identical size from that period. They're about 1 meter square, so relatively small. It's a highly finished work and was signed and dated either at the time of its completion or when sold to the Le Havre Museum for a small sum in 1910. It shows flowering water lilies in a dark green mirror of water arranged in staggered succession with pads diminishing in size from foreground to background, a rather conventional composition. In this picture, like in other pictures of the group, a screen of woods is visible on the far shore. Again, reverting to a habit he had in his early Impressionist pictures in the 1870s, the idea of having a culminating screen of woods or nature in the background. Next, please. The round picture of water lilies from 1907 is one of the most surprising of Monet's works from this decade. We don't know why he painted a rondelle, and he only made 3 others like it. This kind of circular painting was generally extremely rare among the Impressionists, possibly because of its popularity with arch classicists such as Ingres. Now, Monet's round water lily, however, feels planetary or celestial, and indeed it recalls planetary images from La Nature, including from the journal's cover illustration. Next, please. It also recalls contemporary illustrations of the planets or of Earth seen from space, such as this one also in the slide from La Nature, this from 1880. So you can see this interest in La Nature in celestial spheres and orbs, and this, of course, the miraculous idea of the Earth seen from the moon. And in 1902, next, please. Next slide, thank you. In 1902, just a few years before Monet painted his round water lilies picture, the pioneering French filmmaker Georges Méliès released his Le Voyage de la Lune, which contains a remarkable scene showing the Earth and other planets from the moon, which I show you here. We don't know if Monet saw the popular film during his many visits to Paris in those years, though it's likely. But if he did, it reinforced the idea, incipient in his water lily paintings, that life on Earth must be carefully tended and nurtured like a garden. The fragility, if you will, of the Earth is what's apparent in Méliès and other images of the Earth from the moon, and of course in the most famous ones made by the Apollo astronauts in 1969. Next, please. The Water Lilies paintings made after about 1914 were mostly done, next, please. Next slide, please. These are two made about 1914, and then next slide, please. They're all made, pardon the slightly disorienting image of the scenes of the Grande Décoration from the Orangerie in Paris. This part of the great mural series that Monet gave to the nation in 1922 in commemoration of the recent end to the World War. The murals were installed in 1927, a year after the artist's death. Next, please. A series of 22 easel paintings titled Japanese Bridge, made between 1918 and 1924, however, were not made in preparation for any decorative scheme, though they represent a focal point in the water garden, as I indicated earlier. Their expressivity and coloristic exuberance have sometimes been taken to be products of the artist's cataracts and intermittent bouts of color blindness, partially corrected by surgery in 1923. But the evidence for this is contradictory. The painting series are most of all representations of a natural order that is both highly structured and liable to chaos, solid and yet at the verge of collapse. The Japanese bridge on the screen here, for example, is a shimmering and unstable melange of mostly white, green, and violet. The vertical and horizontal armatures comprising the bridge, with its wisteria trellis at the top, and the white and green clouds formed between them might be either solids or voids. So the white colors appear to advance visually compared to the blues that surround them. But at the same time, we know them to be voids, to be views beyond the trellis and the apparatus of the bridge. Next, please. Due to the apparent breakdown of tectonic elements, some footbridge paintings, it's been suggested, may have been painted, quote, by heart, as Wildenstein wrote, as a consequence of Monet's cataracts. Next, please. And the next. And the next again. Oh, sorry, go back one, please. Thank you. But if these were painted by heart, they are remarkable performances of memory. The bridge's basic shapes are still apparent in the images, and more significantly, the direction of brushstrokes, vertical for the structure and horizontal for the water, indicates considerable discretion and control. Orange and red predominate in these pictures, but many of them culminate in blue or violet, as in this picture. The overall impression often being that of a hearth with flaming logs, a bridge with timbers ablaze, or a forest that is melting or dissolving. Monet's dealer, Durand Ruel, at one point deemed Monet's last garden series, including the bridges, quote, horrible, violent, end quote. As a whole, it seems to me they are a collection of destructions. Next, please. These last works, as well as this series called Allée of Roses, and next, please. House Seen from the Rose Garden. I show 3 images of House Seen from Rose Garden from 1824-25. These are mostly painted after the artist's successful cataract surgery, appear to represent nature out of balance, or more broadly, a world on the brink of destruction. That catastrophe for Monet was the World War, the death of family members and friends, and his own approaching death. For us today, this catastrophe is environmental loss and climate change, as well as war. Those are what cloud our present and future. Monet did not specifically worry about planetary warming and global ecological breakdown, but his late painting series intuit them. Whether his pictures of these later landscapes, where there's landscapes that are post-urban, post-popular, whether they represent consoling pictures of natural abundance, or, as in the later works, alarming images of nature torn asunder, horrible, violent, as Durand Ruel said, they engage theories of ecological holism and encourage viewers today to pose existential questions about the stability of Earth's natural and political systems. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Stephen. Eu vou colocar agora algumas perguntas que nós recebemos, ainda que eu possa endereçar a um. Eu também queria que vocês se sentissem igualmente convidados a comentar. Acho que acho que pegando um pouco, seguindo na apresentação do Stephen, você chama atenção para o surgimento de uma visão global,
Yes.
né, integrada e interdependente do planeta Terra, a partir do século XIX, em torno de obras como La Terre e La Nature. Uma visão ecológica que também foi compartilhada por Monet e outros impressionistas. Você acredita que essa visão, de certa forma, se perdeu nas últimas décadas, tanto no debate público como no campo da arte e da cultura, de uma forma mais ampla?
If you mean been lost in terms of the understanding of Monet, I would say it hasn't been very much focused. Art historians, myself included, Nick and others, have been writing about the ecological Monet now for some time. But I would say that this wasn't the prevailing view about Monet. Monet was mostly about the painter of light and delights, pleasures, etc. He was somebody who was thought to represent modern life. But no, I would say the environmental view of Monet was not. It was seen in the 1880s, as I mentioned, the quotation from Gustave Geoffroy, the idea of him being a kind of pioneer who went out into the landscape and represented in all of its particularity and detail, while not generally referencing Darwin or evolution, that was present in the discussion. And certainly there was a great knowledge about Darwinian evolution in the French Impressionist milieu in the 1860s, 70s, and 80s.
E, Nicolas, talvez se você quiser complementar, mas também pensando, você acha que as imagens criadas por Monet, mas principalmente as suas reproduções sistemáticas no mundo digital e das redes sociais, elas ainda possuem alguma contundência atualmente, ou se elas foram neutralizadas pela sua superexposição e por uma agenda mais apolítica, né, de um sistema cultural mainstream? Na verdade, eu acho que alargando um pouco, né, o quanto que muitas dessas de questões presentes na obra dele foram vistas, se comentários, né, na obra foram vistos à época, né, e entendidos por seu público, ou se eles já foram anestesiados, digamos, desde o começo, o quanto que essa percepção muda.
Well, I can have a stab at that, and I'm sure Stephen has a lot to say to this too. I mean, clearly there's a sense in which the commercialization of reproduction throughout the 20th and 21st century, you know, what Benjamin famously called the era of mass reproduction, and has now accelerated into the era of infinite digital reproduction. And low resolution copies disseminated primarily as screensavers or as backdrops. Yes, I think there's no question that they lose some of the force with which a work appears in a particular moment and a particular place at time. I mean, I think that's been the drift of art historical scholarship in this kind of area for many years now, is to insist on the importance of understanding it in certain contexts. And yet also that it has another context now, which is, as you say, the context of the internet and of the flood of images with which we are now endlessly surrounded. And in that context, one finds Impressionism very often used as a kind of comfort, in a way that it was often attributed to someone like Matisse. Matisse tried to paint an armchair for the tired businessman. Well, in this sense, I think Impressionism has become a visual resource for the tired tourist. That it's something, whether we're scrolling digitally or whether we're wandering through a foreign capital. Here's something we know. Here's something that is visually comforting. And yet, I think both these presentations in their different ways, and Stephen, I think, has really resurrected some extremely important work that I was less familiar with from the very end of Monet's career here, tends in a different direction. Whether one can recapture that depends on the struggle for attention, which is central, frankly, to contemporary capitalist economies. And that's what the entire internet is about, monetizing eyeballs and finding clicks. The average amount of time spent in front of an artwork in a museum is fractionally longer than the average amount of time spent on a web page, but it's still only 1.8 seconds. So we have a struggle for attention. I don't think there's any question about that. My sense, finally, is, though, I hope, I think all one can do is hope that the palpable nature of the climate catastrophe now, as evidenced by the extreme events of the past year in terms of flood, fire, heat, wind, and so on, will cause us to look again.
May I just add another point? There is a disconnect, a split between museological practice and scholarly practice and public exhibition of works by Monet, or at least public reception of works by Monet. Since certainly the 1970s, but even back to the 1930s with the writings of Mara Shapiro, it's been recognized that Monet was a painter of social class, and that he represented the particular pleasures of individuals. It wouldn't have been spoken of as white individuals back in the 30s, but of the bourgeois. It was seen as a partial vision, a particularist vision, not a universal vision by any means. And certainly in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, this understanding of Monet and French Impressionism has been considerably expanded. That is the narrow, if you will, framework, the particularist, the class framework, more recently the racial framework, and now the ecological framework. All these changes in social life have allowed us to look back at Monet and see a different artist there dealing with struggles in his own time. The retrospective view, in many ways, gives us access to the genuine Monet that wasn't available in earlier times. Nevertheless, the popular appreciation of Monet, manifested by your own exhibition, I'm sure, and by other Monet exhibitions around the world, some of which I've been involved with, is one in which the general public still goes to Monet, expecting to find and finding solace, comfort, easefulness. And that too was part of what Monet was after in his own time. He was also producing an armchair for the tired businessman, while at the same time engaging, sometimes deliberately, sometimes helplessly, the issues and struggles of his own moment. So he is a contradictory figure, and perhaps the contradiction is greatest in terms of the scholarly and the public perception and appreciation of Monet.
E esse pensamento ecológico, né, que se desenvolvia e se disseminava, né, era mais divulgado no século XIX, ele também era compartilhado por outros artistas contemporâneos, né, do Monet, inclusive, mas acho que cada um trabalhando isso à sua própria maneira. A gente sabe que hoje em dia eu acho que existem abordagens da obra do Cézanne, por exemplo, através de uma chave da geologia, né, dos estudos, né, da geologia, mas de alguma forma a obra do Monet ela também lida com um tempo, uma temporalidade, né, que é variada, né? Então é não apenas a passagem das estações, digamos, em suas pinturas mais seriadas, mas até mesmo de eventos, né, climáticos. Tem as inundações do Sena, né, ou momentos em que de frio extremo, né, do congelamento. E a gente pode pensar alguma particularidade no modo como o Monet trouxe, né, incorporou essa visão da natureza na pintura de paisagens, digamos, em termos de uma temporalidade, de uma percepção, né, de fenômenos do tempo.
I'll go quickly. I hope Nick will be able to contribute as well, or wish to. I agree. I think it's interesting to distinguish Monet's work from Sisley's work, from Pissarro's work, from Cézanne's work. All of them have different approaches to the landscape. Certainly, Cézanne much more engaged with tectonics. It's almost a cliche to use that word like that to describe Cézanne's own work, but certainly when he represents Aix-en-Provence, the idea of the verticals and horizontals, the structure of land is predominant. When you're looking at works by Sisley, it's water that prevails, and he certainly represents flooding in many of his pictures. So whether those floods were exacerbated by climate change is unlikely, but they certainly were seasonal ones, and they were ones that were exacerbated by agricultural systems, so that the forests and meadows that would have absorbed water no longer did so, and therefore they tended to make flooding the worse. And Pissarro much more concerned about the interplay of agriculture and landscape, and also of industry and landscape. So each of them had their own approach to understanding totality, social, environmental totality. Some of them, Courbet and Pissarro trying to engage as well political totality. Pissarro concerned with who was an anarchist, tried to understand what a integrated social and environmental world would look like, a world in which metabolism of nature, as Marx described it, was restored. So I agree with the spirit of the question that I think each of those artists should be disaggregated and looked at separately in terms of their involvement with ecological thought.
That's a very comprehensive answer. So I'll just add a couple of thoughts here, which is obviously that in this period, I mean, perhaps towards the end of Monet's life, things are changing, but the climate change that we now describe with the accumulation of carbon dioxide was at a very early stage. So that they're noticing things which we will now see as contributing to that transformation, but hadn't yet produced the actual shift in climate, which is a very hard thing to do. Humans have had to do an enormous amount of damage to the biosphere to produce that. And so the floodings that one sees and the cold winters that come from time to time fall more broadly, I think, within what one might just simply call weather. But then if one does call it weather, one might want to think about the way in which the Black scholar Christina Sharp has referred to the weather as a persistent climate of anti-Blackness. And one would want to think about the relation between empire, republic, and this idea of leisure that Stephen has so eloquently spoken about. Obviously, part of the formation of the Third Republic in France was a consolidation around the idea of empire. The communards were in substantial part deported to places like New Caledonia, to put it in English, and to the remoter corners of France's imperial world as it saw itself expanding. It's not for nothing that Benjamin describes Paris as the capital of the 19th century, after all. And in that sense, it's also the capital of an empire. So one of the primary understandings of such dominance, as Stephen's presentation highlighted, is the idea of the conquest of nature. The nature ought to be conquered, it ought to be mastered, it ought to be rendered in certain ways. But there are nonetheless limits on that. And I thought it was fascinating to hear, for example, about the regulation of Monet's pond by the local French bureaucrat, which is a marvelous example of extreme French typology and worrying about the tiny flow of water between the pond and the river there. But written on a large scale is the idea of shaping continents, shaping the world as a whole, which we still see in a continent like France-Afrique, the idea that there is a French Africa that still needs to be directed in some way from Paris, and to rely on the judgment and implicitly the racial hierarchy that is behind such an idea. So could one imagine, and I think one could, a kind of exhibition that was devoted to revolving these different viewpoints and, placing them in dialogue with each other. I think one would have to, as Stephen and I have both suggested in different ways, try and disrupt the comfort that the viewer will find. I think Jatovia Gary's work does exactly that. And it's very compelling. It's a half an hour, and watch people watch it. And one of the interesting things is that it's hard to attract viewers to a video in a museum like the Museum of Modern Art, where there's a great deal to see and it's noisy and there's a lot going on. But people really did sit and stay for a period of time because the work is just that compelling. And so I'd be very intrigued to see if one could do that. If one could bring together work from now and from the period that understood and tried to articulate its disruptiveness, so that we might too then leave such an exhibition feeling uncertain about our belonging, our relation to nature and to the land, which would obviously, of course, be different depending on precisely who we are. So that in the Americas, if you're an indigenous person, you will obviously have a very different relation to land than a settler colonist like myself.
Ótimo. Stephen, você falou de uma ideia de ecossistema, né, ou de uma ilha ecológica, uma compreensão mais holística, né, de ecologia, mas, por outro lado, nós podemos também pensar na ausência da figura humana nas obras mais tardias de Monet. Mas, claro que isso não, a ausência da figura humana, ela não significa, na composição, ela não pressupõe a existência da figura humana. Então, ela pressupõe um observador. Então, o que eu queria escutar, na verdade, seria como que é a presença de uma ação, como que a presença da ação humana é engajada com o sistema, com o ecossistema nesse mundo das pinturas de Monet, inclusive sobretudo no momento de Giverny. E eu acho que, de fato, esse episódio do lago e da burocracia para a construção do lago realmente é muito incrível.
Thank you. You've asked a very good question. When Darwin was concerned about what he called island ecology, for Darwin, it started when he was at Down House, at his beautiful house, in which he was doing experimentation. And he set aside a little parcel of meadow, which he staked out, and watched the changing nature of the plants there and the succession of plants. And it gave him the idea about island ecology, that is, islands, places that are separated from the wider world, have their own ecology, it develops separately. And he would see in this little island he created invasive plants from elsewhere coming in, separate from the ones that he had seen planted there originally. So the question about Monet's gardens at Giverny, he sets up a world that is to be a totality, self-contained, work on its own, if you will. At least it seems so visually. But of course, he had 6 gardeners and his own gardening genius to sit it right every time something would go wrong. So you're right that the garden is manifestly a human intervention. There's nothing, if you will, ecological in that sense about it. But still, it works for us as one level, at least. It works as a model of ecological totality and wholeness and harmony. In my house here in Florida, we have a lovely garden, a native garden, which we planted. It's a little less than an acre. And we try to create a little microcosm of nature. But the amount of weeding we have to do, we have a staff person comes in, not staff, gardener, whatever it is. She comes in twice a week to weed. My wife weeds every day. I do weeding all the time. Things die, we replace them. So it is this idea of there is no such thing as completely natural nature. Humans have always been everywhere in the world. They've always intervened, always change it. But the point is to understand that humans are themselves an ecological being. They already are part of nature. They can't see themselves as separate from it. And the usual conventional view of it, if you will, the white imperial vision, is of nature's out there and we're a separate thing and we have the right to control it, to dominate it. But whenever you do that, as Engels says, it's a boomerang. It comes back and bites you. So anyway, I think I appreciate your questions about this dialectic of separate nature versus a humanized nature.
I'll just add very briefly to that obviously the point of what I was saying was that Monet's viewpoint is always first. So that's that it's impossible to separate what we're seeing from a very specific human, a particular kind of human, a white male person living in 19th and early 20th century France, from what we're seeing. And it's interesting to have this conversation about ecology that Stephen's beginning to shape here. I mean, one of the meanings of ecology is the relation of the human to the natural world, and as I was saying, the human altered world. And there's discussion, of course, within evolutionary studies and ecological studies as to precisely what that means. So that one might say that as long as there have been humans, and I think this was Stephen's point, that there has always been this transformative effect, the presence of humans, that one can, this is known as the idea of the niche. And so in niche environmental effects, a garden like Monet's is transformed, of course, and it requires permanent intervention, as Stephen just said. What's, of course, happened subsequently is that the niche has literally gone global, in that the entire planet is now palpably affected by human activity, and there's no space available outside that. And I think that's an idea that the 19th century framed this idea that there was a human altered space and one that was not. In the United States, it was actually legislated as wilderness, that certain spaces would be designated as wilderness in which there was no human activity. This in itself was already an erasure, because there were humans in those spaces who were, of course, the indigenous peoples who had long lived there, long before any settler colonial devastation had taken place. So nonetheless, it's clear to imagine a possible ecological space in which there is no direct human intervention. And now we find ourselves in a space where that no longer exists and won't for the foreseeable future. And that, I think, is an existential problem, one that we really have to come to terms with.
Nicholas, hoje na mesa da manhã, a Caroline Shields, ela comentou obras do período que o Monet passou em Londres, colocando-as em comparação com outros trabalhos do período de Argenteuil, né, em que aparecem mais, em que começam, né, a aparecer as locomotivas, também da série, né, da Gare Saint-Lazare, e inclusive comparando como nessas primeiras paisagens de Argenteuil essa fumaça, ela aparece de uma forma mais romantizada, né? Quase se fundindo com as nuvens no céu, muito mais branca, né? Assim, contra um céu azul. E, enfim, então também temos depois a impressão Nascer do Sol, né? Com o Porto de Le Havre, mas no final, né? Já no começo dos anos 1900, o Monet retorna a esse tema, né? Desse ambiente industrial, e trabalha Londres, a paisagem de Londres de formas muito diferentes, né? Então ele tem algumas telas que são telas mais harmônicas, né? Assim, mais em tons de azulados e lilazes, e outras que são mais soturnas, inclusive, com uma fumaça mais escura, mais amareladas, né? Trazendo novamente esse tom do amarelo. E mesmo, né, com a parte inferior do rio muito mais com sombras. Então, existem diferentes formas de se relacionar com essa paisagem. Não sei se você já olhou também para essa obra e como que a gente poderia vê-las em paralelo, né, com essa primeira análise que você traz de Impressão Nascer do Sol.
I think they're broadly consistent, actually. I mean, my sense is that what Monet is doing in the early paintings is he's encountering different scenarios on a given day and in a given situation. So when one sees the kind of yellow that you see very predominantly in coal men, for example. That's a very smoggy day. That's when people are burning a particular kind of coal that has a high sulfur content in it, produces a very yellow smoke. I remember this as a child in London. There were what were then called the pea supers, they were called. And these fogs were yellow, visibly, you could see them. And they were the product of coal smoke entirely. You could smell it. I mean, it was palpable. And there's still a brand of clothing in the United States called London fog. And it wasn't fog, it was always smog. But it varies from day to day. It's different. And so an artist like Monet, who is trying to depict and to capture particular times of day, particular moments, yes, then one's going to see a variation. And that's very visible in the Argenteuil pictures of the 1870s. On some days, he's painting a train, and as you say, there's sort of puffy white smoke that a child might draw. On other days, you'll see a train yard, and you'll see black, grey smoke emerging from in a fairly grimy context. I think those things that he experienced in different ways. I think that what seems to me to happen is that the Garçon series resolves, if you like, a kind of dilemma in his mind, that he's moving now beyond a sense of, I'm not sure, is this all going to end up very badly? Is this all going to turn into a chaos of images, a collapse of the lifestyle that I'm aspiring to, or are we going to be able to, as it were, master that? And I feel he becomes more comfortable. Those very late paintings of London, some of them are painted from memory, I think, in the same way that the Giverny paintings, Stephen very interestingly suggested, some of the very late paintings were purely memory work. But of course, London by that time is a deeply polluted city and remained so until for the next several decades. And as I say, through the passing of the Clean Air Act in the UK in 1956, and that took a long time to have its own effects. So it doesn't surprise me to see him go back to that. But London at that time will have a different meaning. By this point, France is itself a significant imperial power. It's no longer feeling, and a significant industrial power, no longer feeling that there's perhaps some catch up to be done. So I think what one could do, in the same way I suggested with the exhibition a moment ago, a kind of diligent reader could read what I've said and what Caroline evidently said earlier on and what Stephen said, and as it were, arrange them in sequence. And I think you get a fairly coherent point of view emerging from that.
Stephen, você gostaria de complementar alguma coisa?
Only that the late Waterloo Bridge pictures are the key monuments in the question I think you're raising. And for those, I've written about them, but I'm still uncertain about whether they are closer to the apocalyptic vision that I'm describing for those Japanese footbridge pictures, for example, or the more anodyne vision that Nick describes in the 1870s. He's absolutely right. Those were the years in which the smog was impenetrable and noxious and deadly, and it would continue to be so into the 1950s, as Nick also points out. And the colors from Waterloo Bridge are these toxic colors that occur in periods of the worst smog. I think about two things just sort of randomly come to my head. One is a trip I made to New Delhi, my first and only trip to New Delhi a few years ago, and getting off the train and walking out. It was a winter day. The smoke was everywhere, and the coal smoke smell was everywhere. And I thought I was smelling wood burning. It was wood burning and coal, and it was everywhere, and the sky was yellow. And then I also think about the Kinks song, Waterloo Sunset, and the sense that Ray Davies has in there singing that of something consoling about looking out and seeing the bustle of people in Waterloo Bridge, just like Monet found there. There's something affirming about that. So again, whether Monet is maybe feeling a tug of both those things, both the dissolution of the place, the breakdown of the place, and something affirming and satisfying and enveloping.
just a quick footnote to that. As I remember, I used to live in Los Angeles in the 90s, and going back, I went back, having lived in Wisconsin, where the air is relatively clean, and smelling the smog, I actually felt exactly what you're describing, a tug of nostalgia. And I thought, what on earth are you talking about? And again, too, of course, living here on the East Coast this summer, seeing the wildfire effects, one saw, not just the red sun that I mentioned, but all the kind of caloric effects, which actually turned out to be very difficult to photograph because the digital cameras wouldn't believe that they were seeing what they were seeing. So they would correct for it. And you could actually see this on an iPhone, which will show you the sort of live version, and then it'll edit it, and it would sort of stutter visually between what it thought it had recorded and what it can't possibly be seeing that. So I'll render it in, as according to my kind of memory bank of what a sunset should look like. It's kind of interesting.
Like AI, it was hallucinating.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Well, I think our science fiction writers are ahead of us here. And I think we're now living it.
Nós estamos chegando agora nos últimos minutos, mas eu queria também aproveitar a presença de vocês dois nessa mesa para saber se vocês também têm alguma pergunta para fazer um para o outro, ou nesse momento, né? Assim.
I have one of Nick. It would take far longer than we have for him to answer it, and it has to do with the white vision that he describes in Abraham Boss, and which he sees as continuing up through Monet at Argenteuil and all that. And that vision is sometimes described as the masculine vision, the bourgeois vision, etc. Other kinds of names have been given to that. And so I guess I would want to have him, if we had more time, to disambiguate those different visions of power, authority, to see how they correlate, I suppose.
Well, one thing I can ask, sort of suggest readers might do if they're intrigued by this, is to look at my book, which is called White Sight, and does try to define and to analyze exactly the shift that you're describing. I wanted just to give that visual example this morning, just to make it, to at least give people a hint of the way in which this is unfolding, and to give the sense then that I think, as you yourself said very clearly earlier on, that one of the things that we've all done as scholars of Impressionism is to situate it in this very tight context, and to do remarkably in-depth work as to the ways in which Paris was seen, or Argenteuil, and as you've done here so fascinatingly, Giverny, was seen in these very particular ways. And I also say, but one of my senses of the coming of the Anthropocene, which of course you've also written about so well, is to say, well, our very particular scholarly viewpoints on a few years, or maybe a decade, or perhaps a half century, are too narrow. That one actually needs to kind of literally broaden the frame in order to get a sense of this transformation over time. So I do think one of the things I try to do in White Sight is to very much connect the gender, environmental, and racialized perspectives into a series of related and intersectional ways of seeing, so that one can begin then to piece out how we find ourselves in the dramatic crisis that we presently do. As you rightly said, I don't really have the time to, and I don't want to take up all the time by expounding here, but I'll just refer people to that work. It's only in English at the moment. It will come out in Spanish next year, hopefully. Anyone who's a Portuguese translator out there, I'd love to see some of that too. Maybe I can toss this back to you, Stephen, by saying I'm very intrigued by this work you've done on this late Monet, because I think many of us have tended to just write it off, and to think of it as a kind of work of an artist, maybe a little bit at the end of his tether. And you're seeing something very different, it seems to me. And I'd like you to, if you could say a little bit more about how you see this relating to the First World War and some of those very extraordinary, very late paintings where the color is astonishing. I mean, in this context, I mean, I wondered at some point, I wonder, is he returning to those kind of smog colors, those bright, the orange that we saw so widely this year in North America because of the wildfires? Or is it a transference, as you were kind of suggesting, of the appalling scenes that must have been seen in northern France from 1914 to 18? So could you say a little bit more about that? Because I'd love to hear.
Yeah, well, Monet was only a few miles from the front lines in the First World War, and he would have heard the bombs and he would have seen smoke and all that. And clearly the pictures made and given to the state in 1922 were intended as a consolation. They were intended to offer a peace. They were at a moment of European-wide return to order and to establish an easefulness now. But I don't think that the trauma of those years could anyway have been removed. It was a kind of PTSD for him. He lost a child, he lost family, others from the First World War, and it prevailed, I think, his vision. And I guess I'm suggesting you're right that those pictures of the Japanese footbridge and the house scene from the garden are apocalyptic images. They're almost like Enzor's pictures from that period, or early pictures of the apocalypse from the Renaissance. So.
Very interesting.
Eu queria agradecer muitíssimo a contribuição, a presença de vocês dois. Vamos seguir aqui para a próxima mesa. Quem vai introduzir será a Isabela Loures, colega, e agradeço muito novamente a contribuição.
Olá.
Thank you so much. Thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Olá, boa tarde. Boa tarde a todos. Bom, eu agradeço a Laura e a todos os participantes anteriores. Meu nome é Isabela Loures, eu sou assistente de curadora no MASP e vou mediar essa mesa do seminário. Nessa mesa, vamos contar com a participação da Geraldine Lefebvre e da Maria Grazia Messina. Antes de começar, eu só queria conferir se as nossas convidadas, a Geraldine e a Maria Grazia, estão me escutando em francês. O público no YouTube deve estar me escutando em português. Tudo certo? Ok. Bom, então, já começando a mesa, dando início, eu gostaria só de lembrar a todos que o seminário vai ficar gravado e vai ser disponibilizado no canal do MASP no YouTube, e que é possível assistir a esse seminário no áudio original de cada um dos participantes ou a versão com a tradução simultânea para o português. Para aqueles que tiverem interesse no certificado de ouvintes do seminário, será disponibilizada uma lista de presença para contabilização no chat do YouTube. Convido a todos a participarem do evento, enviando as perguntas pelo chat também, para que depois das apresentações, as nossas convidadas possam respondê-las. Bom, então, primeiro eu vou convidar a Geraldine para fazer a sua apresentação, que se chama Monet, Primeiras Explorações do Território Normando. A Geraldine Lefebvre é formada pela Escola do Louvre, em Paris, e doutora em História da Arte pela Universidade de Paris-Nanterre. Ela foi curadora da exposição Léon Monet, Irmão do Artista e Colecionador, no Museu de Luxemburgo, em Paris, 2023, e Monet hors Boutin, em 2029, no Museu des Impressionismes de Giverny. Em 2014, participou da exposição A Impressão de Monet, Nascer do Sol, a biografia de uma pintura. Essa exposição foi no Museu Marmottan, Monet, e em 2016 ela publicou Monet no Le Havre, Os Anos Decisivos. Atualmente, ela elabora o catálogo de desenhos do Monet e colabora na exposição Paris 1874, o Momento Impressionista. Essa exposição vai acontecer em 2024 no Museu d'Orsay, Paris, e é uma parceria também com a National Gallery de Washington. Então, Geraldine, você pode começar a sua apresentação. Muito obrigada. Geraldine, eu acho que seu áudio está mutado.
Euh, alors, excusez-moi, je me mets sur mon... J'ai un petit souci technique. Voilà, je me mets sur le PowerPoint. Veuillez m'excuser quelques instants. Voilà. Est-ce que vous voyez bien? Est-ce, est-ce que vous m'entendez et est-ce que vous voyez bien mon PowerPoint? C'est bien? Très bien. Alors, je voudrais tout d'abord vous remercier David Ribeiro et Fernando Oliva de m'avoir invité à donner cette conférence sur Monet au Havre et à cette adresse, 1856-1867. Donc c'est pour moi en fait un travail qui dans le temps s'est passé en 2016 alors que vous le rappeliez Isabella, je publiais Monet au Havre, les années décisives. Je me suis mise à travailler sur tous ces lieux dans lesquels Monet a travaillé, a dessiné ses premiers dessins et ses premières peintures. Ce travail qui s'est fait en collaboration avec des chercheurs comme Ségolène Lemaine ou Anne Distel ou encore Marianne Mathieu, donc a fait le point vraiment sur toutes ces années décisives de Monet passées au Havre. Alors aujourd'hui, dans cette présentation, je voudrais revenir sur plusieurs points avec vous. Je voudrais montrer à travers l'étude des premiers dessins et peintures exécutés par Monet entre 1856 et 1867 que l'artiste a choisi délibérément de montrer la nature dans ce qu'elle avait de plus sauvage et de plus préservé, très loin de l'intervention de l'homme dans ses premiers dessins. Il a presque éliminé toutes les infrastructures touristiques et même industrielles du port du Havre. Alors, cette présentation sera en 4 temps. Le premier temps sera dédié au carnet de dessin, au premier carnet de dessin de Monet durant l'été 1856 que nous allons analyser. Le deuxième temps sera consacré à Monet à cette adresse pendant l'été 1867, alors qu'il est à cette adresse, il séjourne dans la maison de sa tante, le cadre, le coteau, et il va dessiner ce jardin. Et je voudrais revenir sur donc toutes ces premières peintures de jardin. Puis, dans un troisième temps, nous évoquerons l'influence d'un personnage célèbre qui, à ma connaissance, n'a jamais vraiment été associé au jeune Claude Monet, un journaliste du Figaro, qui s'appelle Alphonse Karr et qui a été un des premiers peut-être botanistes avec une conscience écologique très développée et qui a beaucoup écrit sur son jardin, notamment un très beau voyage autour de son jardin. Nous reviendrons sur cette publication et les liens que j'ai pu trouver entre Alphonse Karr et le jeune Monet. Puis dans un quatrième temps, très rapidement, j'étudierai avec vous un des tableaux emblématiques de la fin de cette première période, qui est la terrasse à cette adresse de Claude Monet, un tableau qui est le chef-d'œuvre du Metropolitan, un des chefs-d'œuvre du Metropolitan Museum, mais qui est pour moi un tableau très important, qui est un jardin en bord de mer. Je l'appelle un tableau un petit peu de transition, car il était à la fois une réunion de famille, un jardin et une marine. Mais nous reviendrons donc sur ces différents éléments. Alors, dans un premier temps, et pour contextualiser mon propos, je vous montre cette vue aérienne de Charles Fichot qui donc représente le port du Havre et la ville du Havre. Alors, ce qui est très intéressant, c'est que dans ces premières années, ces années qui nous concernent aujourd'hui, nous allons le voir, Claude Monet, le jeune Claude Monet, ne travaille que dans la partie supérieure de cette vue aérienne. Il va essentiellement se consacrer donc vraiment, il va vraiment dessiner et peindre donc au niveau de la pointe de la Hève à cette adresse, donc complètement à gauche sur la vue aérienne. Il va travailler bien sûr sur la terrasse, vous la voyez matérialisée avec une petite étoile. Il va travailler à cette adresse autour de l'église Saint-Denis où se trouve la maison de sa tante le cadre, également à Ingouville, sur les hauteurs du Havre, où se trouvent toutes les belles maisons entourées de vastes jardins, et puis également du côté d'Harfleur. Donc vous voyez, toute cette côte, en fait, va être le terrain d'exploration du jeune artiste. Il va également s'arrêter sur le bord de mer, au Perret notamment, qui est le vieux quartier des pêcheurs, mais il n'ira pas jusqu'au Bain Frascati, puisqu'il ne représentera pas en aucun cas les infrastructures touristiques, ni à ses débuts le port du Havre, qu'il ne représentera seulement qu'en 1868 et ensuite en 1872 avec Impression Soleil Levant, ni le musée, qui est un bâtiment un petit peu emblématique de la ville du Havre, qui se trouve sur le port et qui ne représentera qu'en 1874. Donc, dans un premier temps, on va vraiment, nous, se situer sur cette partie extrêmement sauvage que j'appellerais la côte d'Ingouville, entre la pointe de la Hève et Harfleur. Alors, premier dessin, nous allons aborder donc ce premier carnet de dessin qui a été exposé pour la première fois au musée du Luxembourg dans l'exposition Léon Monet, hein, qui s'est fermée il y a quelques mois au musée. Donc, un carnet de dessin, premier carnet de dessin du jeune Claude Monet, qui donc a été exposé pour la toute première fois, qui est toujours en collection particulière. Un carnet passionnant qui montre vraiment en fait les débuts artistiques de Claude Monet en tant que paysagiste. Hein. Monet, en fait, est rentré dans le paysage suite à sa rencontre avec Eugène Boudin, qui, dès 1856, va l'emmener en plein champ, hein, et l'emmener travailler sur le motif. Et Claude Monet va, à ce moment-là, commencer à dessiner les lieux qui l'entourent. Alors ici, à votre écran, vous avez la première page de ce premier carnet, donc le premier dessin de paysage de Claude Monet. Et vous voyez que il choisit de représenter les vieilles baraques des pêcheurs sur le Perret. Donc au Havre, en fait, sur le bord de mer. Donc on reste vraiment dans un côté très pittoresque de ces premiers dessins. Alors ici, alors ce carnet de dessin est constitué, en fait, excusez-moi, je reviens un petit peu sur le contexte. Hein. Il y a donc une quarantaine de feuillets qui sont pour la plupart localisés et datés. Donc durant l'été 1856, on a parfois également des datations beaucoup plus précises, on va avoir des datations de jours, ce qui nous permet vraiment de suivre Monet dans ses explorations du paysage. Et c'est vraiment intéressant, notamment ici, vous pouvez constater dans ces deux dessins, qui ne sont absolument pas côte à côte hein, dans le carnet, que le 22 juillet 1856, Monet est aussi bien sur la côte d'Ingouville, donc sur les hauteurs du Havre, que à Harfleur, près du Champ de Mars. Donc c'est vraiment intéressant parce que entre la côte d'Ingouville et Harfleur, vous avez pas loin de 8 kilomètres hein, pour rejoindre Harfleur depuis Ingouville. Donc vous voyez que le jeune artiste n'hésite pas à marcher, à vraiment traverser, il est aussi un excursionniste, hein, donc il a 15 ans à ce moment-là et il n'hésite pas à prendre, voilà, à marcher pour atteindre un autre site. Regardons ici également dans ces deux dessins qui sont datés du 29 juillet que Monet peut travailler aussi bien sur les bords de la mer avec ces deux canaux qui sont échoués sur la grève et rejoindre la côte à Ingouville pour travailler sur le motif de l'arbre. Alors je dirais que la plupart de ces dessins sont d'ailleurs très centrés sur ces deux thématiques, hein, que sont à la fois le bord de mer, les bateaux, les études de bateaux, tout type de bateaux, et également les arbres, les jardins, les chaumières normandes. On reste donc très très loin de la cité touristique qui se développe ou encore du côté industriel du port. On est vraiment là dans la partie haute de la ville ou alors sur la grève du côté de Sainte-Adresse. Ici, je tenais aussi également à vous montrer un petit peu l'évolution des dessins de Claude Monet après ce premier carnet. Hein, il y a d'autres carnets, bien sûr, mais ce qui est intéressant, c'est que si vous comparez en fait ces ici ces deux dessins, un dessin de 56, donc issu de ce premier carnet, et ces deux canaux échoués qui sont plutôt datés de 1860-63, vous voyez que Monet, dans le second, va inscrire de la craie blanche et que là, il va donc inscrire des effets de lumière dans les nuages et de reflets sur la grève. Donc, on voit bien aussi une évolution entre ce premier carnet de dessin, hein, qui est très précis, très descriptif, où on sent que le jeune artiste s'essaye vraiment au dessin, il prend ses marques, et puis les dessins postérieurs, où il va inscrire des effets lumineux de plus en plus marqués. Même constat ici, avec cette planche qui représente encore donc cette planche issue du premier carnet de dessin dans la partie supérieure qui montre justement des études de différentes embarcations, hein, barques de pêche, bateaux à voile, et ensuite le dessin postérieur, marine, plage de Sainte-Adresse, où vous voyez que avec l'adjonction de la craie blanche, Monet a justement placer tous ces effets de lumière assez spectaculaires, mais on retrouve bien aussi le dessin avec ces embarcations. Alors, maintenant, je voudrais aborder avec vous le travail de Monet à cette adresse durant l'été 1867. Nous verrons qu'en fait, tous ces premiers dessins qui sont très centrés sur à la fois les marines, mais aussi sur le jardin, sur les arbres, sur les plantes, sur toute cette végétation qui l'entoure, vont vraiment se retrouver ou être retravaillés dans ces peintures de l'année 1867. Alors, donc, à ce moment-là, Monet est donc à cette adresse. Donc, vous voyez la petite flèche qui indique la. Oui, donc vous voyez, je pense donc là. Donc Monet se trouve là à cette adresse et il va. Je suis interrompue, Isabella, par une traduction qui est sonore tout d'un coup.
Só um segundo, eu vou ver o que aconteceu.
Je vais poursuivre, mais je suis interrompue par quelqu'un qui parle juste après moi.
Eu acho que você pode
Donc,
falar, se acontecer de novo, a gente vê.
très bien, je vous remercie parce que en fait, j'ai l'impression de parler en double, mais je continue. Donc, Monet se trouve près de l'église Saint-Denis à cette adresse, où se situe en fait la maison de sa tante Le Cadre, le coteau, dans le vallon de cette adresse. Donc, c'est le vallon que vous voyez représenté ici. Donc, vous voyez, il y a trois flèches. La flèche qui est complètement à droite représente la maison de la tante Le Cadre, où Monet a peint ces très beaux jardins, ce que nous allons découvrir ensemble donc pendant cet été 1867. Ensuite, vous avez une représentation de la flèche du milieu montre l'église Saint-Denis, que nous verrons aussi. Puis ensuite, une autre flèche indique la maison d'Alphonse Carre, sur laquelle je vais revenir pour montrer en tous les cas la proximité d'Alphonse Carre, qui se trouvait vraiment tout près de la maison de la tante Le Cadre, où vivait Claude Monet pendant cet été-là. Alors, voilà cette maison de la tante Le Cadre, et je vous ai indiqué d'une flèche le lieu où Monet a peint certaines vues depuis cette chambre, justement, et vous avez donc une vue de cette maison qui existe toujours à cette adresse, qui n'a pas beaucoup changé d'ailleurs, hein, qui est très comparable à ce que vous pouvez voir à l'écran. C'est une vaste demeure avec un très beau jardin. Ce qui est intéressant, c'est que en fait, il y a à la fois un jardin, énormément de fleurs, de très grands arbres, mais également un verger, mais également un coteau avec une forêt. Donc c'est vraiment un espace, il faut imaginer un espace extrêmement vaste avec des vergers, également avec des serres horticoles. Hein. Donc dans cette nature hein, et dans ce jardin, Monet est complètement immergé. Donc il va passer en fait tout cet été 1867 dans cette villa de son oncle et sa tante le cadre. Et je pense que son goût pour la nature, pour les arbres, pour les fleurs, est très certainement né dans ce jardin aux fleurs multicolores où il va peindre de très nombreuses toiles. Alors, je vous montre quelques exemples de ces grandes compositions. Vous avez à droite Jardin en fleurs, où vous voyez à l'arrière-plan la maison, hein, dans le premier état de la maison qui a ensuite été agrandi dans les années 1880. Et puis, vous voyez également cette très belle grande composition qui se trouve à Saint-Pétersbourg, au musée de l'Ermitage, Jeanne-Marguerite Lecadre, dans le jardin de cette adresse. Donc là, Monet a représenté sa cousine, Jeanne-Marguerite, donc se promenant dans ce très beau jardin, dont on a d'ailleurs des représentations hein, de l'époque, des photographies qui montrent bien les différents bosquets fleuris. Monet peint vraiment ce qu'il voit, hein, toutes ces fleurs, toute cette végétation extrêmement dense. Alors, ce qui est intéressant également pour bien comprendre cette géographie de Monet à cette adresse, cette maison se trouve donc dans la proximité immédiate, je vous le disais, de l'église, mais elle mène également par un chemin qui est situé juste derrière la maison, sur le cap de la Hève et sur la falaise. Donc, Monet se trouvait vraiment tout près de la falaise, de la mer également. La maison n'avait pas de vue sur mer, hein, c'est important de bien le comprendre, mais en tous les cas, elle était à proximité des falaises et des falaises extrêmement sauvages du cap de la Hève. Alors, également, je vous montre ici cette vue de cette adresse, rue à cette adresse, qui se trouve au Clark Institute. Donc, c'est à Williamstown. C'est une œuvre intéressante dans laquelle Monet donc choisit un format vertical. Vous voyez d'ailleurs qu'il opte pour un format vertical très comparable à la vue pittoresque qui était reproduite dans les guides touristiques de l'époque, ce qui est aussi très comparable d'ailleurs à ce guide touristique. C'est les deux petits personnages que vous voyez sur la gravure, cette figure de l'excursionniste accompagnée d'un enfant et que vous retrouvez finalement dans la peinture de Claude Monet. C'est intéressant de voir comment Monet finalement n'a pas choisi un format panoramique hein, pour représenter ce village de cette adresse, comme le fait Armand Cassagne, par exemple, dans sa vue du Vallon, mais qu'il choisit plutôt un format plus centré sur l'architecture, même s'il ne néglige pas la nature, bien sûr, des lieux, hein, mais en tous les cas, un format qui s'apparente davantage aux illustrations des guides touristiques. Là également, je vous montre ce très grand tableau qui est aujourd'hui en collection particulière aux États-Unis, qui représente Adolphe Monet, donc le père de Claude Monet, qui est assis et qui lit le journal, donc dans ce jardin de la villa Le Coteau à cette adresse. Alors, je voudrais venir maintenant sur un point qui est peut-être moins connu, qui est peut-être ce rapport qu'on pourrait établir entre Alphonse Karr et Claude Monet. Et peut-être même parler de l'influence d'Alphonse Karr, qui est un contemporain hein, de Claude Monet. Ses dates, c'est 1808, pardon, 1890. Alors, qui est ce personnage célèbre qui fit vraiment la notoriété en fait de différentes stations balnéaires, notamment Étretat, mais également cette adresse dont il vanta dans les colonnes du Figaro toutes les beautés. Alors, cet homme, Alphonse Karr, donc était journaliste, il était écrivain, il était botaniste, Il était également poète et c'est un homme qui a vécu à cette adresse de 1841 à 1853, pardon. Donc, un homme qui était présent quand le jeune Monet a commencé à travailler et à vivre dans cette ville du Havre. C'est un homme qui était très dévoué à la commune de cette adresse. Il en est d'ailleurs le conseiller municipal de 1843 à 1849. C'est un journaliste célèbre qui était d'ailleurs très souvent réduit à ses pointes d'humour parce qu'il aimait beaucoup faire de l'humour. Je vais citer une de ses phrases, notamment, il disait: «La botanique est l'art d'insulter les plantes en grec et en latin». Donc c'est vraiment quelqu'un qui s'est passionné pour la botanique, pour les plantes. C'est un fin connaisseur des plantes qu'il décrit dans la plupart de ses écrits et notamment dans un très bel ouvrage intitulé Voyage autour de mon jardin, publié pour la première fois en 1845, c'est-à-dire précisément l'année où tout jeune Claude Monet arrive au Havre. Cet ouvrage, Voyage autour de mon jardin, est réédité en 1851 avec notamment des gravures de Daubigny. Donc, je trouve ça assez intéressant parce qu'on connaît aussi cette influence de Daubigny sur le travail des impressionnistes. Donc, Car a eu vraiment pour intérêt toute sa vie l'intérêt, vraiment un intérêt très porté sur la nature et la vie en général, et en particulier pour son jardin. Donc, il avait pour l'époque une véritable sensibilité écologique. Il était totalement en phase avec l'écologie et la place de l'homme dans la nature. Cela apparaît dans la plupart de ses écrits. Il décrit aussi bien l'infiniment petit, c'est-à-dire les insectes, les plantes, comme, je dirais, l'infiniment grand, les ciels, les saisons qui pouvaient faire évoluer les jardins. Dans Voyage autour de mon jardin, il va apporter plusieurs réflexions. Je citerai certains de ces passages, mais c'est vraiment une ode à la nature, à la culture, aux sciences naturelles et aussi à la pleine conscience sociale et politique. Il paraît vraisemblable que le jeune Monet ait fréquenté Alphonse Karr, ou en tous les cas qu'il ait été dans la proximité immédiate de tous ces lieux qui étaient imprégnés de la présence d'Alphonse Karr. Cette maison que vous voyez à l'écran, cette maison et ce jardin d'Alphonse Karr est vraiment très voisin de la maison de sa tante Le Cadre à cette adresse. Donc c'est vraiment une maison importante où beaucoup d'artistes sont venus. On connaît et on sait que le peintre Troyon ou encore le peintre Thomas Couture sont venus dans cette maison et ont rencontré Alphonse Karr. On sait également que Alexandre Dumas fils a écrit certains de ses romans dans cette maison. Donc c'est vraiment un lieu où les artistes venaient et aimaient rencontrer cet homme. Alors, je vous décris avant de vous parler de cet autre lieu emblématique à cette adresse, j'aimerais revenir sur le fait que, en fait, Carr avait une tellement grande influence qu'il était cité dans tous les guides touristiques, si vous voulez. Et donc, le moindre guide touristique de l'époque, que ce soit le guide itinéraire de Paris au Havre d'Eugène Chaput, publié en 1855, ou celui de Joseph Morland, publié en 1860, il y a en fait des descriptions de la maison d'Alphonse Karr, mais également de sa cabane, au bord de l'eau, de cette petite hutte de pêcheur, car s'il était botaniste et jardinier, il aimait aussi passionnément la pêche. Donc, si vous voulez, c'est vraiment un homme très complet. Je vous décris très rapidement quelques passages de ces guides. Je le cite. Je cite Eugène Chaput. Car vanta, chanta cette adresse et lui fit sa vogue. Il fit mieux. Il dota ce riant territoire d'une de ses plus charmantes attractions. Les fleurs manquaient à ses jardins, à ses coteaux, à ses falaises. Ces ruisseaux aux ondines transparentes n'avaient au fond de leur lit et sur leurs berges ni sagittaire, ce sont des fleurs, ni fléchière sagittas, ni ne m'oubliez pas, ce sont des fleurs également, car un jour les emporta avec lui sur les bords de la mer. Donc il est cet homme qui a fleuri entièrement le coteau de cette adresse. Il est celui qui a apporté les fleurs, qui a créé en fait l'idée de jardin de fleurs à cette adresse. Je cite rapidement Joseph Morland également. Les grands arbres qui ombragent l'ermitage artistique d'Alphonse Karr, où l'auteur des Guêpes passa quelques-unes des belles années de sa vie, cultivant tour à tour son jardin, la littérature et la pêche. Voulez-vous savoir ce qu'était il y a 6 siècles, ce vallon si charmant? Et là, en fait, Joseph Morland continue en évoquant tout ce que Karr a apporté à ce vallon et toutes les transformations qui ont été faites. Alors, Alphonse Karr était aussi très reconnu pour la pêche. Et en fait, de nombreux artistes sont aussi venus lui rendre visite dans cette petite hutte que vous voyez, cette petite cabane de pêcheurs, où il s'était installé au bord de l'eau. À la fois, il avait fait construire cette cabane en toit de chaume, et puis il avait en fait entreposé, je dirais, tout son matériel de pêche dans des cavités de la roche à proximité de sa cabane. Alors, c'est très intéressant parce que c'est vraiment un lieu au bord de l'eau. Il faut imaginer que cette falaise de la Hève, que cette falaise de cette adresse était extrêmement sauvage à ce moment-là. Donc vraiment, on est dans un lieu habité uniquement par les pêcheurs et les marins. Regardez également cette caricature de Nadar qui le montre finalement entre jardin et marine. Il apparaît vraiment tel un faune. Il est représenté vraiment avec ces deux attributs que sont la rame et le râteau. Ce sont vraiment les attributs qui correspondent vraiment au personnage. Il était tellement connu que d'ailleurs les Goncourt en parlent également dans leur journal. Vous le voyez à l'écran à travers cette citation que j'ai inscrite. Alors, de nombreux artistes, je vous le disais, sont venus et ont représenté cet ermitage d'Alphonse Karr, surtout d'ailleurs la cabane au bord de l'eau. Vous voyez ici deux représentations par Eugène Boudin, donc le maître de Claude Monet, à la fois un très beau pastel qui représente donc cette cabane d'Alphonse Karr, et également une peinture qui, dans le lointain, laisse aussi, donc alors on a au premier plan bien sûr la grève à cette adresse, et vous avez dans le lointain également cette cabane d'Alphonse Karr. Mais également Monet, vous le voyez ici, puisque mon travail sur les pastels m'a amené justement à reconsidérer ou à relocaliser tous ces pastels de Claude Monet, notamment pour ceux qui ont été exécutés en Normandie, pour lesquels il y avait certains doutes encore. Et vous voyez là encore la concordance entre, dans la partie basse de votre écran, cette aquarelle du village d'Alphonse Karr, où vous voyez bien représenter à la fois les cabanes en bois, et puis au second plan, à l'arrière, vous avez la cavité également qui servait à Alphonse Karr pour entreposer tout son matériel de pêche, que vous retrouvez également dans ce très beau pastel de Monet. Donc Monet s'est intéressé à ce site qu'il a représenté dans ses dessins. Là, vous voyez encore d'autres dessins qui ont été repris ensuite en gravure, notamment d'Édouard Rioux, qui était le dessinateur et illustrateur de Jules Verne, et qui là représente également le village d'Alphonse Karr. Donc c'est dire la notoriété de cet homme ici à cette adresse, et et vraiment cette aura qu'il avait, ce qu'il a fait également pour ce village dans lequel Monet finalement a grandi, donc entre mer et jardin. Je vous montre encore, pour finir sur cette seconde partie, trois très beaux pastels de Claude Monet qui représentent soit cette falaise du Cap de la Hève, vous la voyez très sauvage d'ailleurs dans cette carte postale, et représentée au pastel par Claude Monet. Donc soit il représente la falaise, soit il est sur la falaise et il représente la ville du Havre, mais toujours dans ce caractère extrêmement sauvage de ces sites. Alors, nous allons évoquer maintenant ce tableau dont je vous parlais en introduction, donc la terrasse à cette adresse, qui est pour moi vraiment un tableau de transition, qui est un tableau extrêmement intéressant, exécuté par Monet en 1867. Vous voyez que Monet va partager sa toile ici entre deux grandes zones. Au premier plan, on retrouve le jardin, hein, avec la famille de Monet, son père, Adolphe, sa tante Le Cadre, ses cousins, sa cousine et son cousin. Et puis, au second plan, vous avez une scène de régate, parfaitement identifiée maintenant. Donc, c'est vraiment intéressant parce qu'on a vraiment ici un tableau qui est un tableau synthèse, je dirais, quelque temps avant que Monet ne quitte Le Havre. Il va faire comme dans cette grande toile, une espèce de synthèse de l'ensemble des dessins et peintures qu'il a pu réaliser dans les années passées, si vous voulez. On l'a vu, ses premiers dessins sont des études des bords de mer, des nombreux bateaux, des nombreuses embarcations de tout type, bateaux à vapeur, bateaux à voile, bateaux de pêche, que vous retrouvez ici, mais également dessins de fleurs, d'arbres, que vous retrouvez dans dans cette grande marine qui est à la fois un tableau de jardin. Alors, vous vous demandez probablement pourquoi j'ai apposé la caricature d'Alphonse Karr par Nadar juste à côté, tout simplement parce que j'ai trouvé qu'il y avait une concordance de motifs entre les fleurs et la balustrade à croisillon en bois qui se trouve dans la peinture de Claude Monet, et également les fleurs et la balustrade à croisillon en bois que vous voyez au second plan ou juste derrière Alphonse Karr. Je trouvais ça assez intéressant parce que dans cette caricature, on est aussi entre jardin et mer, ce que l'on retrouve ici d'ailleurs dans cette peinture. Alors cette peinture est aussi extrêmement intéressante parce que, mais je vais revenir sur ce point, mais je tiens quand même à le mentionner, c'est que cette peinture a été pour moi un très gros travail de localisation. Les historiens de l'art disaient, c'était répété dans la plupart des catalogues, que Monet avait peint sa terrasse depuis la maison de sa tante Le Cadre. Or, vous l'avez bien compris, cela est absolument impossible, puisque nous l'avons vu, la maison, le coteau de la tante Le Cadre se trouve dans le fond du vallon, hein, et que donc ici nous nous trouvons en bord de mer. Donc il a fallu que je localise, que je retrouve des photographies anciennes de ce bord de mer en 1867. Et vous voyez sur cette diapositive, à la fois dans la partie supérieure, une photographie de Gustave Legré qui vient en 1856 à cette adresse. Et vous voyez qu'à ce moment-là, cette adresse et la falaise dans le lointain est extrêmement sauvage. Il n'y a pas de construction et pas de trace de cette terrasse et de cette maison. Ce n'est pas le cas dans la photographie qui est dans la partie basse de votre écran, où vous voyez, donc 10 ans plus tard, à peu près, 1865, une petite maison ou chalet qui est entourée d'une balustrade à croisillon. Et quand vous agrandissez la photographie, vous voyez d'ailleurs, vous retrouvez ce que vous voyez au centre de la peinture de la terrasse à cette adresse, c'est-à-dire que vous retrouvez le terre-plein central avec toutes ces fleurs. Vous le retrouvez dans la photographie. Donc, nous nous trouvons bien là, ici, devant la maison de la terrasse à cette adresse. Et dans la partie inférieure, vous remarquez toutes ces petites cabanes de pêcheurs qui sont en fait juste en dessous de la terrasse à cette adresse, hein. Donc là, en 1867, quand Monet peint cette terrasse, vous voyez donc que la falaise de la Hève à cette adresse est encore très sauvage, hein, mais on remarque quand même qu'il y a toutes ces cabanes de pêcheurs et qu'il y a quelques maisons qui ont été construites. Alors, ce qui est très intéressant, c'est que j'ai pu retrouver le propriétaire de cette maison, Monsieur Bodson de Noirfontaine, et que, en fait, grâce au cadastre, bien sûr, et que ce qui m'a intéressé d'emblée, c'est en fait tout ce que, en fait, c'est le personnage, la personnalité de sa femme, Pauline Bodson de Noirfontaine, car Pauline a écrit plusieurs romans merveilleux, dont un roman très intime où elle va parler de son ermitage sur le bord de la mer à cette adresse. Et elle va décrire de manière extrêmement poétique ce lieu, cette cabane à cette adresse. Et c'est assez étonnant parce que quand on lit ce livre, cette confession intime, ce journal intime de Pauline de Bodson de Noirfontaine, on est vraiment au cœur de la terrasse à cette adresse. C'est-à-dire, on voit passer les bateaux, on ressent les odeurs des embruns, des fleurs, il y a des descriptions de la falaise sauvage, en fait, de tout cet environnement que Monet va traduire dans sa peinture. Alors, ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'à ce stade-là, je n'avais pas encore de lien entre les Bodson de Noirfontaine et la famille Monet. Et en fait, le lien est arrivé très rapidement parce qu'en recherchant l'ouvrage de Pauline Bodson de Noirfontaine, ce livre de confession, ce livre intime, j'ai pu le localiser dans les archives municipales de la ville du Havre. Et à mon grand étonnement, l'ouvrage que j'ai pu consulter était dédié à la famille de Monet. Donc, il était dédié au Le Cadre, si vous voulez. Donc, ce très bel ouvrage montre le lien entre la famille Le Cadre, qui est présente donc dans cette terrasse à cette adresse, et Pauline Bodson de Noirfontaine, qui donc vivait dans cet ermitage au bord de l'eau, donc et dans ce lieu absolument extraordinaire qu'elle décrit merveilleusement. Alors, ça me permet également de revenir sur sur deux autres peintures que Monet réalise au même moment à cette adresse. Vous voyez à la fois la plage de cette adresse dans la partie inférieure et également la cabane à cette adresse, hein, qui se trouve conservée à Genève. Et vous voyez qu'en fait, ces deux tableaux, donc également emblématiques de cette période, hein, de cette année 1867, ont été exécutés donc à proximité de la terrasse à cette adresse et qu'ils montrent également toutes ces cabanes de pêcheurs. On est d'ailleurs tout près de la cabane de pêcheurs d'Alphonse Carr, hein, vraiment dans cette proximité immédiate. Alors, je vais, avant de conclure, j'aimerais du coup revenir un petit peu sur cette exploration du territoire, sur ces premiers dessins, sur ces premières peintures que Monet réalise au Havre et à cette adresse, mais surtout à cette adresse, depuis cette adresse, en notant qu'il a effectivement observer les lieux les plus sauvages qui sont autour de lui. Son premier carnet de dessin montre les bords de mer, les différentes embarcations, la nature, le cap de la Hève, les chaumières normandes, les jardins suspendus de la côte. Ensuite, Monet va représenter la maison familiale et le jardin du coteau à cette adresse, qui se prolonge dans le tableau de la terrasse à cette adresse, du Metropolitan Museum. Donc, à ce stade-là, il ne s'intéresse absolument pas au côté industriel de la ville, au côté balnéaire très peu. Il va représenter quelques scènes de régate, mais c'est très peu, je dirais, dans la majorité de ses toiles. Il est très loin de donc à la fois le côté touristique et le côté industriel. Je voudrais dire également que ces premières explorations de Monet au Havre et cette adresse, ses premiers dessins et peintures semblent vraiment annoncer la passion que Monet portera aussi à son jardin de Giverny pendant près de 40 ans. Je me suis, en fait, en lisant tous les écrits d'Alphonse Karr, tous ces écrits autour de son jardin, en relisant le voyage autour de son jardin, je me suis demandé si Monet avait lu ces très belles pages et s'il avait parcouru ces lignes poétiques de Carr, consacrées notamment aux plantes aquatiques, aux étangs et aux nénuphars. Et je conclurai avec une citation d'Alphonse Karr dans son voyage autour de mon jardin. Alphonse Karr dit ceci: sur l'eau s'étendent de larges feuilles rondes et luisantes d'un vert sérieux. Sur ces feuilles s'épanouissent de belles roses blanches doubles. C'est le nénuphar. C'est le lys des étangs. On le voit tenir ses feuilles roulées sous l'eau pendant tout le temps qu'il y a du froid à craindre. Pardon. Mais aussitôt que la belle saison est assurée, il allonge les pétioles de ses feuilles et elles viennent s'étaler sur la surface de l'eau. Les fleurs ne tardent pas à sortir de l'eau en bouton et à s'épanouir. Le soir, elles replient leurs pétales et reprennent la forme de boutons. Je vous remercie.
Muito obrigada, Geraldine. Realmente foi uma exposição muito interessante sobre essa exploração do Monet na Normandia e essa presença do Alphonse Karr. Mais uma vez, eu lembro a todos que estão assistindo ao seminário no YouTube que podem enviar perguntas no chat. A nossa equipe vai recolher essas perguntas e no final da próxima apresentação, as duas convidadas vão poder respondê-las. Agora nós vamos passar para a apresentação da Maria Grazia Messina, que tem como título Uma Ecologia da Visão, as pinturas de Monet na Normandia. Messina lecionou História da Arte Moderna e Contemporânea nas universidades de Veneza e Florença, presidiu o Conselho Universitário Nacional de História da Arte e foi membro do Conselho Superior de Bens Culturais. Sua principal área de pesquisa são as ligações entre arte, crítica e literatura no século XIX e XX. Foi curadora de várias exposições na Galeria d'Arte Moderna, em Turim, no Museu del Novecento, em Milão, no Palazzo dei Diamanti, em Ferrara, e na Terme di Diocleciano, em Roma. Ela colaborou na elaboração do livro De Corot a Monet, A Ecologia do Impressionismo, editado por Stephen Eisenman, participante da mesa anterior desse seminário. Eu vou passar a palavra para a Maria Grazia agora. Obrigada.
Good evening to you all. The title of my talk is An Ecological Approach to Vision, Monet's Normandy Paintings. Well, I will read it. Excuse me, but I have the same problem as Madame Lefebvre. The English translation is going, no, the translation is going together with my talk. So I have le même problème que Madame Lefebvre. Oui.
Só um instante, Maria Grazia.
Yes.
Um instante.
May I begin? Yes, I.
Sim,
Oui,
okay.
no, il y a always the same problem. I talk and they are translating me. Maybe, excuse me. Oui, c'est le même problème. I begin again. Maybe now you have solved the problem. Yes, now it seems it goes well. Anyway, Well, the title of my talk is An Ecological Approach to Vision, Monet's Normandy Paintings. And excuse me, but I will read my paper. In 2009, Stefan Eisenman, curator of the exhibition focused on the ecology of Impressionism, asked me to participate to the catalogue with an essay of mine. Eisenman's idea, as you already know for sure, was to demonstrate the temporal synchrony and interrelationship between the Impressionist painters' research and the coeval diffusion in France among natural scientists of the Darwinian theory of an economy of nature. This concept implied the close interrelationship in a given natural environment between all the species living there, in their shared participatory adaptation to the specific physical, organic, and inorganic condition of that same environment. Well, may you go with slide 1 of my PowerPoint. My proposal was to investigate from such a perspective the series of paintings with seascapes which Monet painted in Etretat on the Normandy coast between 1883 and 1885. Other essays in that catalogue, Ecology of Impressionism, dealt, not in detail, with the same case study. In addition to Eisenman, I recall here the contribution of Greg Thomas and Michael Zimmerman. I make only a very short synthesis. Eisenman, at the time, insisted on how, in the 80s, with his paintings painted in Normandy, Monet had abandoned any kind of social anchorage in his themes, preferring a natural site of pure wilderness to the tamed nature of the banks of the Seine, destination of the Parisian middle-class leisure. Greg Thomas, pointed to the precedent of Courbet, slide 2, of the Courbet seascapes as a model of an embodied vision where the author attempted an up-close experience of panic immersion in nature, and he insisted how this empathically could be transmitted to the observer of the painting. In the case of the paintings executed on the coast of Normandy, already in those painted in Pourville in 1882, slide 3, Thomas had dwelt not only on Monet's reactivity to the extreme mobility of the landscape. May you show, Monet, the first slide, please? In these paintings, painted in Pourville in 1882, Thomas had dwelt not only on Monet's reactivity to the extreme mobility of the landscape, to its luministic variations, as well as to the motion of the waves, but insisted also on the introduction of a plurality of perspective constructions originating from a dynamism of viewpoints connected to the painter's own experience as an hiker, as we can use this term. This aspect was taken up in the same catalogue by Michael Zimmerman, who pointed out that studies on perception in the second half of the 19th century, starting with those of Hermann Helmholtz, had clarified that in the act of seeing, our whole body interferes with the variety of its sensorial perceptions, dictated by adaptation to a given environmental context. That is, the painter is aware that it no longer has to conform the painting to an Euclidean unitary space, but that composition order in the painting is the conscious result of binocular vision and saccadic movements of the eye. Well, my own reading of Monet's Etretat paintings moved at the time from a fresh approach to written sources and critical documentation, holding firm as a methodological horizon, slide 4, James Gibson's 1986 text, The Ecological Approach to Visual Perception. May you show the slide 4? Well, this was a very important reference book for my research. That is, on the one hand, it was for me necessary to find among the existing documentary sources those that actually returned with flagrancy the pulse of Monet experience, besides, evidently, his daily epistolary with his companion, Alicia Chedet. On the other hand, it was equally necessary for me, as a methodological basis, to be aware that any ecological approach needs to be seen in a pertinent scientific manner, not so much in terms of a generically longed for organic relationship with nature, having its origin in the romantic Stimmung. Well, we go to the slide 5. We have a vivid description of Monet et Étretat written by the author Guy de Maupassant, who had become almost a native of the place since he had gone there since his childhood, and in 1883 had bought a house there, La Guillette. I had also here a postcard showing the village of Étretat at the time, but anyway, I don't see it on the slide, sorry. Well, Maupassant had also made the village the setting for many stories and the place of a great passion of his, which, other than sailing, was hunting in spring and autumn. Maupassant met Monet in Étretat in October 1885, and the following year he made known his experience of the painter at work in his short story entitled La vie d'un paysagiste, just as he had done years previously with Corot and Courbet. Maupassant's recollections starts out with a cutting description that is typical of his narrative style. I quote, "Last year, in this same country, I often followed Claude Monet in search of impressions. In truth, he was no longer a painter, but a hunter. In those days, the idea of the hunter was a recurrent theme when referring to life studies, as the art historian Robert Herbst uses this same term when examining Monet in Normandy, on his anxious search for landscapes that might satisfy and inspire the appetite of the market. It is clear that Maupassant uses the word hunter, chasseur, to convey the practical idea of hunting, which requires a strenuous involvement of the body and an endless alternation of walking and waiting. This generally took place in harsh environmental context and conditions, demanding extreme vigilance and the use of all physical resources, both sensorial and motorial. After all, the meeting between Monet and Maupassant in October 1885 in Étretat took place at the height of the hunting season, when the writer was there working on stories about it. These stories included The Woodcocks, Les Bécasses, an impassioned account of the outdoor life of a hunter based on, as Maupassant wrote, I quote, "the very impression, sensation of space." Maupassant went to Monet in his studio room overlooking the sea at the Hôtel Blanquet in Étretat late in the afternoon on October 31, when Monet had just come back from painting in the almost inaccessible site of La Manne Porte, a majestic natural arch on the jagged cliffs southwest of the village, is the slide 6. The conversation between the two may well have turned to very similar experiences in exploring the cliffs of Etretat, from the promontory of Port d'Aval to Maneport, and on to the legendary Roche aux Guillemot. Next slide, please, the 7. A meticulous description of this walk along the Côte d'Aval, you can see it in a very recent postcard. A description of this walk had been given by Maupassant in a letter to Gustave Flaubert in November 1877, and was probably still applicable in the autumn 1885, almost an year after. This was a walk, as you can see, of about 3 hours along the coast, all the way from the village of Etretat to the Port d'Aval, the first arch, and then to Maneport, the other natural arch, and finally to Cap d'Antifer, through precipitous ravines that slice through the uplands overlooking the sea, as you can see. For both of them, for Maupassant and Monet, the conquest of rare game, the migratory guillemot bird for Maupassant, as well as that of a stunning and enthralling view for Monet, this conquest came at the price of exhausting and hazardous physical endeavor, venturing off into inaccessible places in a total interpenetration with nature. Exploration on foot, as we have already seen before, thanks to Madame Lefebvre, this exploration on foot was an essential preliminary aspect of every painting campaign that Monet carried out en plein air, in places he had never been to before, as it witnessed by his letters to Hochedet. When in Normandy, he based his tours on the information given in Adolphe Johan's guidebook, which was the essential livre de chevet at the dawn of mass tourism in Normandy. Monet had already been to Etretat between 1868 and 1869, following in Courbet's footsteps, but he had painted at the time only accessible subjects, such as fishermen boats on the beach. Returning in Etretat in February 1883, encouraged by the good weather, the painter ventured into much more complex exploration, supported by Johan's guide, such La Valais de Jambourg. Slide 8. I hope we can see an old postcard, slide 8. Do you have it? Yes, it is. La Valais de Jambourg, you can see it in an ancient postcard. It was a winding path subject to subsidence carved out of a fissure in the cliffs between Port d'Aval and Maneport. In his letter to Flaubert, Maupassant had described this site as a very, I quote, a very fast, very slippery path with stones rolling under feet and hands and ending in sudden zigzags. Fearful people cling to the shrubs. And indeed, this Valleuse was accessible, as Maupassant writes, only to very agile men accustomed to cliffs. On February the 3rd, Monet wrote to Hochedet, "As for the cliffs, they are here like nowhere else. Today, I went down to a place where I had never ventured before, and I saw some wonderful things there. So I quickly came back to get my canvases and I am now very happy on my work. The view from La Valleuse explains the spacious and yet close-up framing of the painting he made of this excursion. The painting you may see at right. This painting was his first version in 1883 of the natural arch of La Banne Porte. Monet confirmed the hazardous nature of the place in the report he wrote the following day, always to Hochedet. I quote, "My brother had a terrible trouble keeping up with me on the cliff paths, and I haven't had to give him my hand like a lady's. Otherwise, he would have stayed halfway, dizzy. But what beautiful things we have seen." Well, on that afternoon of October 31, 1885, when Monet welcomed Maupassant into his hotel room, Monet had just come back from another trip to Manneport. In their exchange of ideas, the two men must have talked about other tours suggested by Maupassant for the beauty of the views, which he had already told Flaubert about, and of which some places can be seen in two pastels made by Monet in the same autumn of 1885, slide 9. This pastel drawing shows views in Étretat that the painter had never previously depicted. Monet, as we know, used pastel drawing as a form of quick annotation, solely for masses in light or shade, and thus as a tool for exploring new places. The first pastel here on the left shows a bird's eye view of the coast, stretching out towards Cap d'Antifer, and it was sketched during a reconnaissance walk out towards this cape, while the other view on the right is a dizzying launch out towards Port d'Aval, flanked by Daguille, as it was called, sea stack. Captured just before dusk, this view is seen from the top of the Port d'Amont promontory opposite. For this work, Monet needed to follow Maupassant's description to Flaubert and clamber up a path that was easy to begin with, but which then became, I quote, very hard, almost sheer, barely cut into the rock, before ending up on a small exposed platform. I quote again Maupassant to Flaubert, "You suddenly discover the whole bay of Étretat, but at your feet there is the void. This place is very frightening." In short, the brief encounter between Maupassant and Monet, in which it was certainly the writer who acted as a guide, reversed what had been the norm since the first half of the century, when it had been painters, the Rapin or Bohemian by definition, such as Houet, Isabey, Poitevin, who had discovered by walking remote fishing villages in Normandy, which were then taken up by writers in stories and novels. Monet's habit of walking thus gave a new twist to the then commonly accepted link between landscape painting and exhausting walks, which prevailed in the Barbizon school and all that had been written about it. But in the shift from the Barbizon painters' practices to Monet, the two soon stereotyped concepts of solitude and identification in a wild nature need to be rectified and put in context in order not to run the risk of mystification. In Monet's experience, solitude changed from a private inner experience to one of singularity and the possibility of having experiences that were out of the ordinary. This made the artist's work even more desirable for a new upper-class public who were always anxious to acquire even more stunning views, which would let them escape from the routine of ordinary tourism. Besides, full identification with uncontaminated nature, which was part of the emotional approach of the Barbizon painters, appears to be something that is quite irrelevant in Monet's experience. Monet's new approach, established in the early 80s, is an example of an exclusive form of en plein air painting, which, rather than with romantic lyricism, is experienced through positivist analysis in a retinal response to the stimuli received. With the field cleared of misleading attempts to interpret Monet's painting campaigns in Normandy from the point of view of ecotourism or ecosystems, the term ecology may now appear to be appropriate if one looks to the act of seeing with an ecological approach, as Gibson does in his quoted book. The act of seeing is viewed not as the reception of signals that excite the nervous fibers, but as a more complex, energetic flow of information that is collected by means of movement and with the involvement of the entire psychomotorial system in its adaptation and orientation within a particular environmental context. Though certainly in embryonic form, the need to consider the entire body as being involved in the vision had already been expressed by some critics of Monet's works on the occasion of the exhibition at Durand Ruel Gallery in February 1883 of the landscapes painted in Normandy at Pourville and Varangeville the previous summer. Maybe go to slide 10, please. Gustave Geffroy, at the time, noted that, I quote, Claude Monet's skill as a draftsman will shine through this custom post, Maison des Douaniers, where the enormous cliff is seen in abbreviated form and the sea is seen from above, effects that no one had ever dared to achieve before. When, in the summer of 1882, Monet started clambering up the cliffs at Varangeville and later at Etretat, with their steep fissures in a succession of slopes and ravines on the same path, the views that would every now and then open up onto the land or onto the sea made it possible an empathetic immersion of the observer into the landscapes because of the physical experience the painter has first had of them. Monet's vision thus came about by walking, and these landscapes show the variations of his space, the changes of scale, and oblique views that derive from diagonal framing, while the rapid accent of the background derives from quick forward movement. In turn, the observer, from his own static and frontal point of view, makes Monet moving visual perception his own, with the flow of complex information provided by the artist, reliving it in his own imagination. Both the two art historians, Herbert and Isaacson, in their readings of Monet's Normandy paintings of the early 80s, have suggested the relevance of a vision that is the result of the artist's works on the ground. But James Gibson's research on a visual approach, an ecological approach to vision, this research shows, first of all, that the very nature of fragments of these paintings is not due to the quickness of a tourist's glance, but is the result of the direction of physical movement with its advancement and deviation while approaching the subject itself. The concise final arrangement of Monet landscape is not due to an intentional decorative format, as some have suggested, but is an inherent part of the act of perception in the synchronicity of movement and adaptation to context, and of the recording and selection of its various features. May we go to slide 11? When he went to Etretat in 1883, Monet's idea was to emulate Courbet's seascapes, which had achieved such acclaim in the retrospective of the previous year. But this emulation involved doing something totally different, no longer working on a view as if it had been taken from a fixed position from a window, according to the canon of landscape painting. Just look now at the two different versions of the Cliff of the Porte d'Aval by Courbet, 1869, and by Monet, 1885. Here there is a further meeting of ideas between Monet and Maupassant. In a letter Maupassant sent to the poet Maurice Vauquer in July 1885, the writer had expanded an essential precept of naturalist aesthetics, I quote, saying it's all there and seeing correctly. By saying right, I mean seeing with one's own eyes and not with those of the masters. One must find in things a meaning that has not yet been discovered and try to express it in a personal manner. Well, just to close this paper, in contrast to the stereotyped illustration of travel literature, which at the time had been frozen in photography, which was still influenced by its long exposure at times, we should thus take Monet's quite unique alternative views as an intensification of his own perceptive experience rather than a stylized abstraction, as was the case with Paul Gauguin during some years on the coast of Brittany. You may see it on slide 12, the difference. Slide 12. We don't have it? Yes, here it is. This is Gauguin, Crochet, Leopoldu, 1889. You see the difference? When we go back to the previous slide, we go back to Monet. Well, the chromatic and gestural traits that Monet impressed upon the painting have so far been considered as indicative of his physical presence, even though contemporary criticism generally viewed them as the result of daring and rapid creation, a witness of the artist's emotional involvement in his subject. This interpretation can now be put straight, pointing to the active nature of Monet's painting and the performative character of the vision that led to it, a vision resulting by the mobile physical adaptation to the natural environment in which this vision takes place. Well, I thank you for your attention.
Muito obrigada, Maria Grazia. Eu agradeço mais uma vez a Geraldine também pela participação anteriormente. As duas apresentações trazem questões muito intrigantes sobre a atuação do Monet no território da Normandia. E agora a gente vai ter um pequeno momento, vai ser realmente bem rápido, mas para uma conversa sobre os temas apresentados e para algumas questões também que podem suscitar essa discussão. Eu queria começar perguntando para vocês sobre essa relação com a pintura francesa da primeira metade do século XIX, né, que era uma pintura de paisagem que operava mais em uma chave nostálgica e comprometida com uma narrativa da valorização histórica da França. Mas as obras do Monet, elas não têm essa concepção passadista. Eu sei que a Geraldine tem uma pesquisa considerável também sobre a atuação de outros artistas na região. Eu acho que seria muito interessante a gente apontar em linhas gerais como a produção do Monet se relaciona com esses diferentes artistas, como o Eugène Boudin, ou mesmo o William Turner. Enfim, eu quero também que a gente pense um pouco, não só na Normandia, mas essa questão da pintura de paisagem, como um gênero, né? E como que isso difere na obra do Monet. Bom, não sei, talvez a Geraldine possa começar, como ela fez a fala primeiro. Geraldine, seu microfone está desligado.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Vous m'entendez bien? Oui, je voulais juste aussi remercier Madame Gracia Messina pour cette intervention vraiment passionnante qui a ouvert pour moi aussi beaucoup de choses nouvelles aussi. Et j'ai aimé cette idée d'intensification de la perception et de ce cheminement de Monet dans le paysage qui a des audaces de raccourcis. Je trouve ça extrêmement puissant. On le ressent très bien, aussi bien dans ses pastels que dans ses peintures. Mais c'est vraiment effectivement comment dire, un artiste qui s'implique totalement dans le paysage et qui se confronte aux éléments. Vous l'avez très bien montré. Euh, je, je, pour répondre à votre question sur les artistes qui ont pu, je pense, influencer Claude Monet ou que Claude Monet a regardé dans sa jeunesse. En tous les cas, pour ces années passées au Havre, euh, je pense que le lien à des artistes comme Jonkin, Johann Barthold Jonkin ou Corot encore, qui étaient présents ici au Havre et à cette adresse, ou encore bien sûr Eugène Boudin, est essentiel. C'est vraiment des artistes qui l'ont directement influencé, aussi bien par leur peinture que par leurs dessins, par les dessins, parce que en travaillant vraiment ces derniers mois, je dirais, sur les pastels de Claude Monet, donc qui ont été exécutés entre 1861 pour les premiers datés, je dirais, et les années fin des années 1860, hein, pour la période normande, on sent une influence très importante de Eugène Boudin, mais aussi dans le pastel, si vous voulez. C'est ce rapport physique, là encore, au paysage, c'est-à-dire que Monet va travailler dans le paysage et en fait, il est mené dans le paysage par Eugène Boudin. C'est Eugène Boudin qui lui demande, qui l'emmène en plein champ, comme il le dit. C'est vraiment lui qui le porte devant la nature. Et cette démarche-là, ils la font à deux. Et je pense que Boudin, qui est le maître des ciels, qui est celui qui a travaillé vraiment d'une manière extraordinaire tous ces ciels que Baudelaire a chanté les beautés météorologiques. C'est vraiment l'homme qui a transmis à Monet cet amour de la nature et du paysage. Moi, c'est vraiment, il y a énormément euh, de liens, de dialogues entre les dessins et les peintures de Boudin et les débuts de Claude Monet au Havre. Je ne sais pas si j'ai tout à fait répondu à votre question, mais je pense qu'il y a une influence importante de cet artiste. Il y en a bien sûr d'autres hein, qui sont là. Vous évoquiez Courbet, mais il y a aussi toute l'école d'Honfleur qui est très présente et qui. Mais si vous voulez, je pense que Eugène Boudin est une figure extrêmement importante pour le jeune artiste.
Mhm. Est-ce que je vais parler en français maintenant, c'est plus facile pour moi. Est-ce qu'on peut s'entendre avec Géraldine? Moi, pour moi aussi, votre relation était passionnante parce qu'il y a vraiment un lien, ces jeunes monnaies qui se rapportent à Car et les monnaies dans les années 80 qui se rapportent à Maupassant, par exemple. Il y a des points de rapprochement dans notre conversation. Eh bien, je pense que dans le cas des monnaies, ça a été vraiment important. Regarder la peinture des paysages en termes d'une découverte. C'est une sorte d'aventure. C'est
Oui,
vraiment, c'est pénétrer dans les paysages. C'est ça, et ça a été justement du début. Hein? Nous avons vu avec les
absolument.
premières vues du Havre. Et ça, c'est un sentiment qui était très répandu dans la tradition de la peinture des paysages en France. Parce que les peintres voyageaient beaucoup, se promenaient surtout. Nous avons
Oui,
ce témoignage de l'école de Barbizon, mais c'était la pratique à l'époque, c'était de marcher. Aussi dans
oui,
cette guide de Joanne qui parle de la Normandie, il écrit que le moyen le meilleur pour découvrir la Normandie, c'est d'aller à pied. Pas prendre le
oui,
train, pas du tout, mais aussi pas prendre la carrosse, les chevaux. Et si on pense que dans les paysages peints proches de Paris, dans les années 70, peut-être il y a vraiment les premières expériences du train, et ça. Hein. Et après, à Etretat, à Pourville, à Varangeville, à Normandie, pour Monet, c'était vraiment l'expérience des marchés, et comme il avait fait déjà au Havre, quand on avait à 16 ans, il a parcouru 8 kilomètres en un jour pour peindre dans des différents lieux.
absolument. Absolument. C'est absolument vrai ce que vous dites. C'est très,
Ah,
très intéressant d'ailleurs de voir que finalement l'artiste est un excursionniste, en fait. Cette
oui,
figure
ah oui, c'est un
excursionniste,
excursionniste.
il prend
Mhm.
son bâton de pèlerin et
Ah,
il part, il marche. C'est celui qu'on voyait aussi dans la petite reproduction du guide de Chapuge. Vous voyez le personnage vraiment qui tient le bâton, qui avance dans le paysage et qui le découvre. Et il cherche à découvrir effectivement tous ces endroits sauvages. Et c'est vraiment intéressant effectivement parce que Monet tout jeune, en fait, dans ce premier carnet de dessin, il commence comme ça.
on
Il va
commence par ça.
presque conquérir un territoire
Oui.
qui est absolument pas balisé, qui est, par exemple, le Cap de la Hève à ce moment-là. Sur le Cap de la Hève, c'est un endroit extrêmement sauvage où il y a énormément d'éboulis et où finalement les géologues se retrouvent pour travailler sur la géologie des pierres. Et il commence à se former des petits groupes d'excursionnistes ou de touristes qui
Oui,
viennent voir, mais qui viennent
ce
découvrir
travail.
une nature extrêmement sauvage. Et finalement, ce que Monet représente dans ses premiers dessins, pastels et peintures, ce sont des lieux vierges de toute civilisation même de toute infrastructure. Ce cap de la Hève, d'ailleurs qui est toujours très sauvage, est à l'époque non construit. Et c'est vraiment intéressant. On le voit bien dans la photographie de Legré de
Oui, qu'on a vu.
1856, hein, puisque voilà, parce que à ce moment-là, Legré photographie la falaise et on a vraiment une idée de ce qu'est cette falaise Il y a des infrastructures touristiques au Havre, il y a bien sûr une ville développée, mais c'est pas ce que choisit Monet. Et il va choisir effectivement finalement de rejoindre, parce que si on part du Cap de la Hève et qu'on va jusqu'à Harfleur, là c'est plutôt 10 kilomètres. Si vous voulez, donc il va pas hésiter à faire 10 kilomètres dans une même journée pour pouvoir faire 2 dessins. Hein, donc c'est vraiment intéressant parce que ce qui explique le fait qu'il ne fait que 2 dessins dans cette journée ou dans d'autres d'ailleurs, c'est le fait qu'il y a une très longue distance entre les deux sites où il décide de s'arrêter. C'est un aventurier.
Oui, c'est une aventure, oui.
Maria Grácia, Geraldine, eu queria agradecer muito a participação de vocês. Infelizmente, a gente não vai conseguir fazer mais uma rodada de perguntas, mas, enfim, foi muito rica a fala de vocês e o papo é muito bom. Mas eu vou passar a palavra para o Davi, que vai mediar a próxima mesa.
Muito obrigado, Isabela. Muito obrigado, Maria Grácia e Geraldine, pela mesa de vocês. Obrigado a todo mundo que passou por aqui hoje.
Merci à vous, merci à vous, merci à vous.
Merci de votre invitation.
Pour moi aussi, merci de cette invitation.
Eu sou Davi Ribeiro, sou assistente curatorial de mediação em programas públicos do MASP. Eu vou mediar a mesa de encerramento, então, desse seminário. Antes de mais nada, é bom lembrar novamente que depois das duas falas a gente vai ter um espaço para o debate, e fique à vontade para deixar a sua pergunta ou seu comentário aqui no chat do YouTube. Lembrando que o link para a lista de presença também já está num comentário fixado aqui, para vocês terem acesso ao certificado posteriormente. Bom, eu convido para iniciar então a nossa mesa o Michael J. Call. Ele é professor emérito de Ciências Humanas Interdisciplinares na Brigham Young University, em Provo, Utah, Estados Unidos. Ele tem doutorado conjunto em francês e Ciências Humanas pela Universidade de Stanford. Foi presidente da Humanities Education and Research Association, uma organização internacional de acadêmicos interdisciplinares. Enquanto trabalhava na Brigham, ele recebeu o prêmio Carnegie Mazur General Education Professorship, uma das honrarias ao ensino mais importantes dessa universidade. Seu livro Claude Monet, Freethinker, Radical Republicanism, Darwin's Science and the Evolution of Impressionist Aesthetics, foi publicado em 2015. Outras de suas publicações incluem Infertility and the Novels of Sophie Cotin, de 2002, e Back to the Garden, Chateaubriand, Senancourt e Constant, de 1988. A fala dele tem como título A Ciência de Darwin e a Evolução da Estética de Monet. A palavra está contigo, Michael, por favor, pode seguir. Michael? Ok.
I'm happy to be here today, and the title of my presentation is Darwin's Science and the Evolution of Monet's Aesthetics. Claude Monet was, like all Frenchmen of his day, a deeply invested political being. From his youth on, he was a secularist and radical Republican, proud to be numbered among those known as the libre penseurs. Monet's attempts to create a style reflecting his personal political code led him to produce paintings proclaimed by art critic Gustave Geoffroy, a like-minded free thinker, as, quote, a science being constantly perfected, unquote. By the mid-19th century, radical Republicans, using Auguste Comte's theoretical framework of positivism, increasingly brandished science as their most powerful weapon against their adversaries. Though still in its infancy in many ways, mid-19th century science, nevertheless, seemed to offer the freethinkers and anyone else who resented the political power of the Catholic Church an alternative and authoritative discourse whose truth claims were demonstrable, repeatable, and persuasive. During the early Third Republic, writes historian Linda Clark, quote, as the reputation of Darwinism slowly but steadily improved among the French, proponents of the Republican cult of science enthusiastically enlisted the English scientist as an ally. Darwin was seen as a partner in the triumphant march of liberty because his theory seemed to free human minds from oppressive beliefs. We have no record of Monet ever reading Darwin's treatise in the original or in translation, but his closest friend, Georges Clemenceau, invoked Darwinian theory often in his public speeches and publications. The topic must have recurred frequently in their conversation over the years. As Philip Nord recounts, quote, Geoffroy tells the story of a visit Cézanne made to Giverny in 1894. The painter found himself in the company of Monet and a circle of friends that included Mary Cassatt, Clémenceau, Octave Mirbeau, and Geoffroy himself. Such company made Cézanne ill at ease, and Geoffroy had no doubt as to the reasons why. This was an unbelieving band, liberal atheists all, whose aggressive, secularizing ways terrified the religion-minded Cézanne, unquote. The record we do have is Monet's art, and a careful analysis of his entire corpus suggests that the Darwinian model of nature appears to have influenced Monet's artistic production increasingly as his style evolved over several decades. In Darwin's world, humankind shares a common origin with all other organisms. Having descended from them, we are then bound to them in a biological kinship. All organic things are made of the same stuff, and we can no longer look upon the natural world as somehow separate from ourselves. In addition, that world does not come with a prepackaged reassurance of humankind's privileged place in it, or of God's particular favor. It offers itself up only as a space in which all varieties of organisms and species compete for limited resources in a struggle for survival. In opposition to post-Renaissance art that privileges the human presence in both representation and the viewing act, Monet's art creates a sense of virtual and visual equality, unity, and uniformity among all observable phenomena. Where painters before him had labored to create the illusion of verisimilitude with the distinctive and distinguishing features of various textures and surfaces of objects in the visual world painstakingly reproduced, this differentiation is inconsequential to Monet. The human, and the viewer by extension, is thus represented as neither separate from nature, as a disengaged observer or unique creation, nor superior to it, but rather embedded in it and co-equal with all other organic life forms surrounding it. This approach, while echoing the almost reverential awe Darwin expresses in his writings about nature and its laws, also reminds humankind of its own fragility and the hard choices it must make to avoid extinction. The issue of what an artist should represent, even if representation should be permitted at all, has of course been the source of debate since the origin of humankind. Every culture in every historical period has had to determine for itself what it considers worthy of both the artist's attention and the expenditure of limited resources to create the artifact itself. The tumultuous political atmosphere of 19th century France produced a particularly acrimonious war of words in this regard, and it is revealing to examine the evolution of choices Monet made in subject matter alone over the course of his career, as his art grew to more accurately reflect his ideological positioning. In this evolution, we can trace his gradual rejection of institutional art's reactionary anthropocentrism in favor of a worldview more closely aligned with Darwin and the science of his day. 1866. His woman in a green dress drew favorable comments from conservative reviewers who praised the level of detail in such elements as the green silk and fur border, the grace of the pose, and the overall harmony in color. As was expected of such a figure study, the human form demands the viewer's attention as the central object of scrutiny. Nothing in the surrounding space is allowed to compete with it. In 1876, he exhibited another full figure portrait of Camille posing as La Japonaise, a fashion plate showing her dressed in a bright red, elaborately embroidered kimono, with the image of a fierce samurai portrayed in meticulous detail on the back of the dress. Camille poses with an open fan in her hand, echoing a great variety of painted fans attached to the wall that forms the backdrop to the painting. La Japonaise was Monet's sayonara to academic figure painting, however. When the spectrum of his entire painting career is considered, it becomes evident that as he developed a style more and more aligned with his personal beliefs, the human form represented in his work diminishes in scale and importance, becoming just another object of perception, equal to, but never superior to anything else in the artist's visual field. Ultimately, he would lose interest in it altogether. Over the course of his career, as Monet returned to paint scenes of his beloved Normandy, humans and their artifacts, that is, their structures, vehicles, boats, etc., diminished in the grand scale of things represented in the pictorial field. In the series paintings, such as the cliffs at Pourville, 1896 to 97, the Val Saint-Nicolas near Dieppe, 1896 to 1897, Headland of the Petit Taillis, 1896 to 1897, and the Creuse River Valley series, the human presence is increasingly marginalized or erased. It no longer gives dimension or meaning to the world the artist inhabits, a world that does not depend on the human for its significance. Anthropocentrism is abandoned in favor of a nature that is self-sufficient for the painter, an ecosystem independent of human input, but affecting human life. It is portrayed as a self-perpetuating system of elements that exists independent of human activity, except perhaps for the artist trying to capture and reproduce its effects on his retina. In an overtly anti-academic, anti-Renaissance move, Monet reduces the human to a slash or smudge without detail or specificity, and scarcely recognizable as such. Enjoying no privileged function or presence, these strokes compete for the viewer's attention on the same level with all the other slashes and smudges on the painting surface. This is a striking and significant conceptual move, continuing a direction he had already started in the urban and suburban paintings. This aversion to anthropocentrism became more pronounced in the last 20 years of his life. In his pond and his water lilies, Monet declared, he had all he needed to explore the conceptual issues that had preoccupied him his entire career. Nature alone sufficed. Occasionally during this time, he traveled away from Giverny to visit famous cities like London or Venice. But aside from an occasional tiny boat with an equally tiny rower floating in a river or canal forming the foreground in some views, the human presence is markedly absent. The buildings themselves, though presumably built by human hands and venerated for their historical significance or beauty, stand hollow and vacant, the windows dark and unoccupied holes in space. There is, however, always one human presumed omnipresent and essential to the creative process, the perceiving self of the artist. In the case of Monet, it is a being that bears no resemblance to an omniscient divinity and that consequently does not demand our reverence, fealty, or worship. While realizing the viewer's obligation to acknowledge its presence, its main impulse is not to feed an insatiable narcissism, but rather to confess and make the viewer aware of its perceptual constrictions and limited access to truth. All of which brings us now to the question of style, or the how of Monet's art, the technical elements that he developed in tandem with choices he made about the what of subject matter or motif. For a secular materialist like himself, truthful, honest art must recreate and transmit to the viewer the artist's direct contact with concrete phenomena, as necessarily mediated by his senses. Art that purported to do anything different was, for Monet, inherently false and deceptive, a relic of a less enlightened past. Believing this to be the foundational principle of his craft, he proceeded with experiments to create an artistic language that could adequately convey the truth of sensation and the lived moment. As he had demonstrated with salon pieces such as The Woman in a Green Dress, Monet was fully capable of producing the smooth, seamless surfaces prized by academicians. This new direction was therefore a deliberate choice. In a painting such as Poppies, Argenteuil, 1875, the same fragmented brushstroke is used, for instance, on the humans walking through a field of flowers as on the flowers themselves. The same layering of paint, the same technique is used for all objects in the visual field, essentially because Monet was painting, as he himself said, not the objects themselves, but their appearance, as transmitted by the light reflected from their surfaces. Quote, the same light spreading everywhere, unquote. This approach creates a sense of equality, unity, and uniformity between all observable phenomena. The various textures of tree bark, flower petal, and human flesh are treated as similar, equal, and indistinguishable, joined together into one great whole, suggesting that all are knitted together, sharing a common bond in a shared world. What in Darwin's theory may have inspired this shift? In his Origin of Species, Darwin had argued that all living things were connected, whether it appeared to be the case or not. A rise in insect population in a particular region, he argued, affected plant growth and health in that region, which in turn affected the food supply available to animals that relied on the plant life, causing a rise or fall in its population. Nothing in nature lives in isolation. All living things, even when they appear, quote, remote in the scale of nature, are bound together by a web of complex relations, unquote. Into this web enter inorganic factors as well, such as climate change or catastrophic events, fire, earthquake, etc., with a ripple effect, like a stone dropped into a pond. Monet's art emphasizes this ecosystemic view of the world. It knits all things together on the canvas, and by extension, the artist himself. The viewer, seeing this complex interweaving of materials through the eye of the painter, feels integrated as well into the web of all living things. In this vision of the natural world, neither the painter nor the viewer is granted a privileged space superior to the things represented. True equality is thus achieved for all material things. For those not yet prepared to abandon long-held beliefs about the inherent superiority of the human race, Monet's paintings proved puzzling and even disturbing. The time had come, though, as Geoffroy claimed, for humans to connect themselves, quote, to the environment from which they had issued, unquote. Of the more than 500 paintings completed between 1898 and his death in 1926, only a dozen depict recognizable French sites or subjects. The vast majority of the paintings he produced in the last 30 years of his life had as their subject the plants growing in his own backyard, his ponds, and his little Japanese bridge. At Giverny, Monet seemed to see no farther than the boundaries of his gardens, and even these began to lose importance over time. The horizon line in his paintings gradually climbs higher and higher until it disappears altogether. Physical points of reference allowing the viewer to situate or ground the subject matter in space are abandoned in favor of waterscapes without boundaries. The field of vision becomes increasingly restricted and focused, shutting out all distractions, but more importantly, anything that would connect the painting to temporal things. Monet increasingly thrust his viewer into a cosmos of shifting, watery color, wherein the only structure, self-imposed and self-referential, fluctuates, as Virginia Spate describes it, quote, between wholeness and disintegration, unquote. In 1914, at the outbreak of the Great War, Claude Monet launched his most ambitious artistic project to date. So large, in fact, that it required the construction of a huge new studio to house it. To a friend, he described the project as, quote, une grande décoration, one which I have had for a long time now. Water lilies, plants, but on a very large area, unquote. Evidently, from the outset, he had the idea of an installation with large murals affixed to walls. From 1914 to 1920, he painted between 40 and 50 panels, all of which measured at least 6.5 feet high by 14 feet long. In addition, he painted 60 large studies as preparation for the larger panels. The panels were so large, they had to be moved about on casters. But this also allowed him to group them in any variety of patterns. And according to visitors to the studios in these years, Monet frequently changed the configuration. Monet's Grande Décoration was finally opened to the public on 16 May 1927. Monet had died 6 months earlier. In this last great project, the artist appears to have become almost at one with the forces of primordial nature itself. The focus on the pool, painted so many times before, is closer than ever. There are no limits to these waterscapes, no horizon lines, no spatial point of reference, just infinite nature. The effect of the huge panels displayed in elliptical rooms is that of one eternal round. Special attention was given to creating the optimal viewing experience for the visitor. The dimensions of the exhibit hall needed to be such that the viewer could stand the proper distance from the murals and see them from precisely the right angle. Room 1 is composed of 10 panels, with groups of 2 on either end of the ellipse and groups of 3 on the longer side. The sequence of the panels: morning, green reflections, clouds, and the setting sun is one traditionally associated with the human natural life rhythm or life cycle, namely birth, growth, maturity, death, beginning, intermediate phases, end. But in opposition to other historical phase paintings with an overt teleological structure emphasized in the layout of the sequential series, like a Christian timeline of history from innocence to fall to judgment, the very structure of this exhibit space allows us to avoid the linear aspect of time. Here, nature is infinitely recycling, and resisting closure. The absence of horizon lines reinforces this sense of the infinite. The viewer's mind is invited to push beyond the frame of the panel and imagine a continuous repetition of the same patterns, colors, and relationships to an infinitely expanding world. The more defined lines in the foreground of the panels dissolve as the perspective recedes into space to enhance this effect. Room 1 thus suggests the infinitely renewing cycle of nature, and we as viewers are thrust into the middle of it. The lack of boundaries in the visual space means it extends out to and incorporates the viewer standing at the center. It is nature without borders, infinitely expandable and inclusive of the human standing at the center. The viewer is encouraged to connect with this vision, to peer deeply into the water, to plunge beneath the surfaces. The reflections of cloud formations and a setting sun encourage us to imagine an infinite space above us as well. If the viewer did not succumb to the invitation to plunge into the process in room 1, room 2 now makes it an imperative. These willows, well known to the typical viewer for their unique growth pattern and final shape, tower in imagination above the watery surface we are shown. At times, we see parts of them only as reflections, much as we saw the clouds, not appearing within the direct visual space. The viewer's imagination then pushes out the boundaries of the panels, expanding them toward the floor and ceiling, but expanding them according to the will and fancy of the individual viewer. The viewer is encouraged to fill in large gaps or blanks between the panels as well, suturing them into one continuous vision in a move reminiscent of the kind of liberating literary text that critic Roland Barthes described as scriptible, writerly. Monet encourages our direct participation in the completion of the painting, to bridge the gaps and fill in the blanks as our imagination would wish them filled. We are not pushed into the role of the passive consumer of a pre-packaged scene with a narrow range of imposed interpretive readings. This nature comes to us as raw data, fragmented without an obvious pattern or meaning. That meaning must be imposed by us, if not at all. The culminating project of Monet's entire career at last puts the viewer in the place of the artist himself, at the center of his creation, contiguous, but also continuous within the enclosed space of the great water lilies surrounding him. Wherever we turn, we look into infinite nature, blending sky and surface into infinite matter. We feel embedded in nature itself, not separate from it as a disengaged observer or separate creation, but part of its continuation. In this biocentric view of the world, humans are no longer superior to the natural world, but rather co-equal with all other organic life forms surrounding them, The display's very form emphasizes the kinship of all living things. Once in the throes of debating with politicians about the siting of the exhibition hall housing the murals, Monet had suggested it be placed in the yards of the slaughterhouses in downtown Paris. The suggestion makes perfect sense. The Great War had been interpreted by intellectuals subscribing to the social Darwinism of Haeckel, Spencer, and others as the perfect scenario of the struggle for existence and the inevitable result of two cultures competing for superiority and control of limited resources. Monet's personal monument to peace proposed an alternative. Humans, out of all the multitudes of Earth's species, have the option of choosing cooperation over competition, to replace conflict with charity and compassion. In Monet's great installation, unlike Darwin's world, there is no sense of competition or struggle for survival between these elements. While viewers are invited to see themselves as extensions of the natural world and thus subject to its laws, the great murals emphasize harmony and codependency. The band of humans who group themselves at the center of the display area to consume and revel in this reassuring display of nature's transcendent beauty and healing power must not ignore this advantage that distinguishes them from the other species. To do otherwise is to risk annihilation and extinction, a potentiality the recent war had made a stark and very real possibility. If ignored, the humans at the center, as William Butler Yeats suggested in his famous post-World War I poem, will not hold. It was Monet's last statement, and it has not lost its relevance. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Michael, pela sua fala. A gente agradece bastante por essa contribuição tão necessária, não só de reflexão sobre a obra do Monet, mas também sobre as nossas relações como humanidade. Seguimos agora, então, para o encerramento do nosso seminário com a fala da Ana Gonçalves Magalhães, que é historiadora da arte, professora livre-docente, curadora e atualmente diretora do Museu de Arte Contemporânea da Universidade de São Paulo, a USP. Ela foi coordenadora editorial e assistente curatorial da Fundação Bienal de São Paulo entre 2001 e 2008. É membro do Comitê Brasileiro de História da Arte desde 2000. Ela tem bacharelado em História pela Unicamp, mestrado em História da Arte e da Cultura pela mesma universidade, doutorado em História e Crítica da Arte pela USP e livre-docência em História, Teoria e Crítica da Arte pela mesma universidade. Ela é docente dos programas de pós-graduação em Estética e História da Arte, Museologia e Artes Visuais, os três da USP. Entre as suas publicações estão Claude Monet, A Canoa e a Ponte, de 2000, Futuros Possíveis, Arte, Museus e Arquivos Digitais, 2014, como coautora, Discours aux Tupiniquins, de 2015, e Boccioni no Brasil, reavaliando a história material de formas únicas da continuidade no espaço, de 2022, também como coautora. Sua apresentação tem como título Um Jardim de Cores, Mais do que de Flores, Monet em Giverny e suas pinturas do MASP. Muito obrigado por ter aceito o nosso convite, Ana, e passo a palavra para você.
Obrigada, Davi. Eu vou primeiro compartilhar minha tela para começar. Vocês estão vendo? Muito bem. Eu queria, antes de mais nada, agradecer ao MASP, né, ao Museu de Arte de São Paulo, e aos organizadores deste webinário, em particular ao curador Fernando Oliva, né, pelo convite à minha participação aqui, né, me dando a oportunidade de revisitar a minha pesquisa inicial de pós-graduação nos anos 90, quando eu fiz meu mestrado, para poder também atualizar a leitura que eu fiz dessas obras à luz dos novos problemas que estão colocados para a história da arte como disciplina acadêmica, né, e as novas questões aqui trazidas pelos colegas que me precederam aqui, né, eu estou muito honrada, inclusive, de estar participando junto a eles, alguns dos quais eu conheço por referências bibliográficas que tive que ler tanto na época quanto a posteriori, né, e fico muito honrada de estar aqui, né. Eu vou tentar contribuir com uma leitura, enfim, reavaliar a leitura que eu fiz, na verdade, dessas obras do Monet que estão no MASP, né, introduzindo um pouco o que foram os pontos da minha pesquisa inicial, para aí pensar como nós podemos reavaliar essas obras, né, ou analisar essas obras hoje, né. Eu estou tomando aqui, estou partindo de uma ideia de uma leitura ecocrítica, né, dessas obras do Monet, não só, quer dizer, acho que talvez menos sobre os debates sobre ecologia, que eu conheço menos, e o antropoceno, e eu tenho certeza que quem está nos ouvindo aproveitou bastante as falas anteriores, né, que foram aqui realizadas, mas considerando, sobretudo, as dimensões político-sociais e de gênero, né, por exemplo, implicadas na reavaliação crítica dessas obras, né. Bom, lá entre 1993 e 95, quando eu me dediquei à realização da pesquisa sobre essas obras, né, sob orientação do professor Jorge Colli, né, eu só faço uma contextualização. Nós saímos de um período de ditadura militar no Brasil, um processo de redemocratização. O MASP estava muito próximo, né, na verdade, do programa de pós-graduação em História da Arte e da Cultura. Naquele momento, nós tínhamos uma parceria realizada entre o programa de pós-graduação e o museu para estudo das obras do acervo do MASP, né? O que era, de certa maneira, uma novidade no caso do Brasil, porque, na verdade, a tradição anterior, né, de historiografia da arte no Brasil jamais tinha se dedicado às obras que estavam no acervo do MASP, né, nem às obras internacionais em outras coleções brasileiras. Existia muito pouco estudo sobre os artistas, né, obras de artistas não brasileiros em coleções brasileiras, né. E, portanto, a gente não conhecia quase nada sobre essas obras do Monet aqui, tampouco a literatura internacional se dedicava a elas, porque elas estavam longe, elas estavam fora dos grandes centros de produção de conhecimento e história da arte naquele momento. E, ao me debruçar sobre elas, né, eu parti de três aspectos principais, né, ou três aspectos guiaram a minha pesquisa para a análise dessas obras, né, que era, em primeiro lugar, situá-las justamente no contexto da produção final da obra do Monet, né, quer dizer, do período que ele se estabelece em Giverny, 1883, até a sua morte, porque essas duas obras têm uma distância também temporal grande entre elas, de algumas décadas, né? Quer dizer, a canoa sobre o Arte, realizada nos anos 1890, e a ponte japonesa já nos últimos anos de vida do Monet, né? A segunda questão, né, o segundo aspecto, era a relação delas com Monet, colecionador de estampas japoneses, e com o ambiente né, com o contexto do japonismo na França, da segunda metade do século XIX, né, só para as pessoas que estão nos assistindo, que talvez não estejam muito familiarizadas com esse tema, né, esse momento, né, que ganhou força na França, sobretudo a partir da reabertura dos portos japoneses do Japão ao Ocidente, a partir de 1851, 55, e a presença do Japão nas exposições universais de Paris, sobretudo a partir de 1867, gerou uma onda de, primeiro, fluxo de objetos, artefatos culturais da cultura japonesa na Europa como um todo, não só na França, mas na Europa como um todo, e promoveu também a chegada no ambiente, né, europeu, nos países europeus, de conjuntos abundantes de gravuras japonesas, chamadas estampas japonesas, né? O Monet, por exemplo, se como é que se orgulhava de dizer que tinha visto as primeiras estampas japonesas chegarem com uma embalagem de produtos comerciais no Porto do Havre, onde ele nasceu, né, e fez a sua primeira fase e se iniciou na pintura, né? Mas ele vai constituir uma coleção significativa de estampas japonesas que está em exposição até hoje na casa dele em Giverny e que ele usou, de fato, para a decoração da sua casa em Giverny, né? E a terceira questão, que era uma interpretação dessas obras fora dos termos de uma pintura de caráter realista, como era, né, era entendido o impressionismo até então, e pura e simplesmente ligada a esses elementos, né, ou essas características do impressionismo em si, né? Quer dizer, a gente estava falando de obras que tinham surgido depois da participação, né, do engajamento do Monet com a poética impressionista, mesmo e com as exposições impressionistas, e aí tem uma coisa bastante interessante, que é a aproximação dele, a partir de meados da década de 80, a um ambiente de uma literatura simbolista, né? Quer dizer, um dos personagens que agora eu me dou conta que era bastante importante para o Monet nesses anos, né, é o Octave Mirbeau, que enfim, um escritor, literato, crítico francês, que escreveu sobre, inclusive, a obra do MASP, né, e que era bem próximo do Monet, e uma das coisas que, inclusive, eles, como é que se diz, compartilhavam era esse amor pelos jardins e pela jardinagem, né? O Octave Mirbeau era um frequentador assíduo do jardim do Monet em Giverny, né? Então, eu tinha partido desse contexto, e naquela ocasião, uma das coisas que chamava atenção justamente era, como é que se diz, como Monet era visto dentro desse jardim, né? Essa ideia, eu acho que o Michael Cole falou bastante disso, dessa integração homem-natureza e etc., isso está presente de novo, sobretudo, talvez, naquele que tenha sido, enfim, um dos escritos mais importantes, né, do Monet do período, porque é a biografia que o Gustave Geffroy escreve, o Monet ainda em vida, né, em 1922, também é um frequentador assíduo, né, do Jardim do Monet em Giverny, e eu trouxe aqui algumas das citações que eu tiro do penúltimo capítulo do tomo 2 dessa grande biografia que ele escreve do Monet, que é dedicada justamente ao momento em que o Monet está em Giverny e o Jardim do Monet em Giverny, né? E ele vai, em vários momentos, fazer essa, como é que se diz, essa associação entre o Monet e a natureza, né? Esse artista completamente integrado com a natureza, né? Então, ele fala, por exemplo, em Giverny, que é preciso conhecê-lo para entender o seu caráter, seu gosto de existência, a sua natureza íntima. Ou ainda, mais adiante, ele diz, é um instinto manifesto nele, né? Ele obedeceu às imposições da natureza. Ou também, assim, ele se afirma cada vez mais, ele afirma cada vez mais o gosto pela solidão, né? A sua selvageria, a sua vida retirada entre as flores às margens da água, né? E, por fim, ele vai dizer, né, o Geoffroy, do momento em que abrimos a pequena porta de entrada sobre a única grande rua de Giverny, temos a impressão, em todas as estações do ano, de entrar em um paraíso. Eu acho essas afirmações bem importantes porque justamente nos ajudam a entender, a construir, né, quer dizer, a reforçar essa imagem que existia entre essa integração perfeita entre a pintura do Monet, a sua própria índole, né, a sua própria instinto criativo, a intuição criativa e a natureza, né? E tem o conjunto importante de documentos que ajudam a construir essa ideia, né? Primeiro, nós temos que lembrar que, acho que, sobretudo, aí eu não estou falando tanto do contexto da Canoa sobre o Arte, mas um pouco mais adiante, né? A partir da primeira década do século XX, né? Entre 1895 e 1905, e 1910, vamos dizer assim, o Monet é um artista que está constantemente na imprensa, né? Ele é muito comentado, suas obras são muito comentadas, existe um conjunto de fotografias, né, como essa que a gente vê dele no seu Jardim d'Água em Giverny, em 1905, em que ele é representado, né, ele é retratado no meio dessa paisagem que ele construiu, E acho que outro documento bastante importante, né, de registro dessa relação entre a pintura dele, o jardim, né, e ele integrado à natureza, como esse artista perfeitamente integrado à natureza, é justamente, aí vocês me desculpem, eu vou compartilhar novamente aqui, é justamente o filme que já foi mencionado aqui pelo Steven Eisenman, né, que o Sacha Guitry montou em 1915, né, esse registro que o Sacha Guitry faz em 1915 do Monet no seu jardim. Então, eu vou passar um trechinho rápido só para vocês entenderem como, de fato, isso é, como é que se diz, está impresso nas imagens, né, isso aparece nas imagens. Então, por exemplo, aqui se começa essa entrevista com ele, mas logo mais adiante aparece o pincel, né? E em seguida se filma o Jardim d'Água em Giverny, né? As margens do jardim, como vocês veem, embaixo dos guarda-sóis, né? E esse movimento que ele faz o tempo todo, né? Com o olho, de olhar para o lado, olhar para o jardim, voltar para a tela, como se ele fizesse isso no impulso, né? Como se ali tivesse por intuição e por instinto, né? Na representação e na captura desse jardim. Como se ele já tivesse incorporado isso né, no olho, na mão, etc. Fosse uma coisa do gesto dele, quase, né? Eu acho que isso é bem importante de destacar. Eu vou, então, parar aqui, que era só para mostrar essa... e voltar para a minha apresentação. Desculpem. Bom, mas isso não é exatamente o que acontece com ele quando ele está realizando as telas que nós vemos aqui no MASP, né? A partir de agora, eu vou tentar me ater justamente, vou apresentar um pouco as duas, só rapidamente, mas eu depois vou me ater mais a canoa sobre o Arte, né? Eu não sei, Davi, está passando o meu... Não, né? Peraí, deixa eu voltar então, só um minuto. Desculpem. O que aconteceu? Vou tentar de novo, tá? Desculpem. Agora, eu trago para vocês aqui, né, quer dizer, as duas obras do MASP, como eu disse, elas têm aí uns 30 anos de diferença entre elas, né? Trouxe para vocês aqui um mapa que eu peguei mais contemporâneo, digamos assim, enfim, dessa parte central, né, desse vilarejo de Giverny, aonde a gente tem a casa do Monet em Giverny, né, a propriedade que ele comprou, e justamente os cursos de rio perto da casa dele, né? Então, a canoa sobre o Arte, como vocês veem aqui à direita, provavelmente foi feita numa das curvas do rio Epte, né, que é esse afluente do Sena que passava ao largo da casa dele, como vocês veem aqui, a casa está aqui em cima, né, a propriedade está aqui em cima, isso passava ao largo da casa dele. E a ponte japonesa sobre o espelho d'água em Giverny, né, que está dentro da propriedade dele daí, né, já feita muito mais tarde, 30 anos depois, e como explicou Steven Eisenman, ele justamente desviou um curso d'água, né, de um pequeno riachozinho saído do rio Epte para poder criar esse jardim d'água, né? Uma coisa que eu acho que é importante também de lembrar desde já é que, a partir do seu estabelecimento em Giverny, né, com a sua segunda mulher, que era viúva de um banqueiro, portanto, ele vive uma vida bastante confortável, Monet em Giverny, né? Ele está cercado de uma família numerosa, porque ele tem várias enteadas, além do filho dele, né? E há outro aspecto interessante da sua vida em Giverny, sobretudo a partir dos anos 1900, 1895, 1900, é que isso se torna praticamente um centro de turismo de artistas, né? Não é à toa que, por exemplo, uma instituição como a Terra Foundation for American Art cuida hoje justamente do Museu Americano em Giverny, porque o Monet teve um enorme impacto entre artistas americanos, né, mais jovens, da geração dos anos 1890, sendo um deles, o Theodore Robinson, por exemplo, um dos seus genros, né, porque casou-se com uma das enteadas do Monet. Então, enfim, ele tem uma frequentação, quer dizer, ele às vezes se lamenta, né, com os amigos de que ele é espionado através dos muros do jardim, né, de que ele fica o tempo todo, ficam batendo a porta dele, os jovens pintores pedindo para, como é que se diz, serem, enfim, orientados por ele, né, para poder seguir no mesmo rumo em que ele está trabalhando a pintura. Enfim, é muito curioso, né, porque, de fato, embora se vocês forem olhar fazer uma busca no Google, Giverny, ao contrário, por exemplo, do que tinha acontecido com Argenteuil, né, que a Caroline Shield falou essa manhã, permaneceu né, relativamente perto de Paris, porque a gente sai da Gare Saint-Lazare, que ele tinha representado nos anos 1870, né, viaja hoje provavelmente meia hora de trem, meia hora, 40 minutos de trem, e você chega a essa região que está entre é uma região de pequenos vales, de um pequeno vale, etc., que é considerada ainda uma região agrícola, um pequeno vilarejo, né, de poucos moradores, etc. Então era uma espécie de refúgio, assim, né? Mas esse refúgio, quer dizer, se hoje ele é pleno de turistas, né, quando o jardim se abre no verão, etc., ele já era bastante frequentado, né, por enfim, esse meio artístico parisiense e internacional desde o início do século XX, quando o artista se estabeleceu lá, né? Bom, eu vou me ater, então, agora a analisar, porque eu não vou ter muito tempo, né, analisar a canoa sobre o Arte do Monet, que foi a primeira obra que ele fez, né, que a gente tem aqui no MASP, e que dessas primeiras obras que ele faz, nesse contexto da família estabelecida em Giverny, quando ele está ainda, né, em 1890, é o momento em que ele compra a propriedade, que ele começou alugando e começa a fazer as transformações no jardim, etc., para poder, enfim, pensar numa reavaliação dessas obras, né, não só à luz da coleção de estampas japonesas, mas o que elas significam do ponto de vista da representação dessas figuras femininas, etc., né? Então, ele começa, na verdade, ele faz, né, no meio, que a gente tem que situar, o Monet está aqui no meio justamente da produção das suas séries em pintura, né? Ele vai fazer as primeiras séries sobre essas grandes paisagens, né, dos arredores dos afluentes do Sena, dos montes de feno, etc., e, de repente, surgem essas obras, são pouco excepcionais, elas são, de fato, muito excepcionais na produção do Monet, porque ele não vai voltar a esses temas depois, né? E usa, na verdade, como modelo as suas enteadas, né, que são todas meninas jovens. A mais velha é a Blanche Hochet, que depois vai se tornar uma pintora também, vai ter um papel muito importante na preservação do Jardim do Monet em Giverny depois da morte dele. Mas ele usa as meninas, né, enteadas dele, como modelos dessas pinturas, dessas poucas pinturas que ele faz de passeios dessas moças no rio, né, no rio Arte. Então, aqui a gente tem essas primeiras versões, a barca azul do lado esquerdo, né, da coleção do Museu Thyssen-Bornemisza de Madrid, que ele pintou em 1887, e no mesmo ano, o Na Barca, né, que está no Museu Nacional de Arte Ocidental de Tóquio, e em que ele usa justamente, no primeiro caso, a barca azul, né, do lado esquerdo, a Marthe Hochet, enteada dele, e a Blanche Hochet, num passe, né, como se elas estivessem passeando de barco no Rio Epte, e na segunda, na versão da direita, na barca, a gente tem a Suzanne, daí substituída pela Marthe, mas também, de novo, a Blanche. A Blanche é frequentemente representada nessas pinturas, o que é bem interessante também, né? A gente percebe que existe uma relação quase de... eu não vou chamar de esboço ou estudo preparatório, porque isso é muito difícil de falar quando a gente fala de pintura de Monet, quando a gente fala da pintura do Monet. Mas, de fato, a barca azul parece mais esboçada, né, de pinceladas mais largas, mais soltas, e na barca de pinceladas mais precisas, né, enfim, toda a superfície muito mais homogênea, etc., né? E, de qualquer maneira, eu acho que uma das coisas que é importante chamar a atenção aqui é essas contraposições entre as tonalidades azuis e as tonalidades rosadas, né, da roupa delas, da pele, inclusive, né, delas que reflete, às vezes, como as nuvens no céu e etc. E a ideia de que a superfície da água é essa superfície espelhada. Ela espelha a figura das meninas, ela duplica, né, essa imagem da barca das meninas e, ao mesmo tempo, ela espelha o céu. Esse rio é visto como um espelho d'água, como muitas vezes, na verdade, ele toma o próprio jardim d'água, né, o bassin, como eles chamam, né, o espelho d'água que ele tem no jardim d'água dele, né, onde está a ponte japonesa. Né? Ele constrói, inclusive, ele é raso para isso, porque ele usa essa... quer dizer, ele cria esse efeito justamente de espelhamento do céu e da vegetação em volta. Né? E uma das coisas que é interessante ver é que a crítica aqui, quando vê essas obras pela primeira vez, já vai falar, por exemplo, dessas meninas, fazer uma equivalência entre essas meninas e as flores. Né? Então, elas são meninas flores, né? Como é que se diz? Incorporadas. Elas estão completamente imersas, elas são parte dessa paisagem, né? Elas são seres vegetais, quase, vistos pela crítica do período. Né? E o Monet vai avançando, né, em relação a esse conjunto de obras. Ele realiza depois a barque em Giverny, ou a norvégienne, porque a norvégienne é esse tipo de embarcação que era usado, né, para esses passeios de barco, nesse caso aqui, né, e depois a barca, que é um quadro que muito provavelmente restou inacabado, ou pelo menos assim a crítica entende, em 1887, porque as meninas adoeceram, eles não podiam usar as meninas, ele fala disso numa carta para o Octave Mirbeau, eu não consegui terminar porque as minhas modelos ficaram doentes. Né? Então, esse quadro de 1887, esse último, a barca, é considerado não terminado por isso, porque ele não teria tido as modelos para ele pintar. Né? Mas o que é curioso é que, de novo, né, no Abarque em Giverny, ele usa, né, as enteadas, essa superfície espelhada, mas essa superfície espelhada, de repente, na barca, se transforma numa outra coisa. Né? E mais tarde, quando ele volta a esse motivo, né, do qual faz parte a canoa sobre o Arte, e que me parece que a canoa sobre o Arte é aquele que melhor realiza, né, esse motivo dele, ele vai escrever para o Geoffroy, né, amigo e biógrafo dele, dizer: retomei ainda coisas impossíveis de fazer, a água com as algas que ondulam no fundo. Ou seja, ele está redirecionando, digamos assim, né, ou dando um outro significado a essa superfície da água, né, e que a gente vai ver representado na canoa sobre o Erte. Né. Com relação às estampas japonesas, o que isso tem a ver com as estampas japonesas do Monet, que ele coleciona e que ele expõe, né, e que ele dispõe, ele decora, né, digamos, a casa dele em Giverny, sobretudo a sala de jantar da casa dele é cercada dessas estampas japonesas, né? É esse motivo justamente das figuras femininas da barca, em passeios de barco, figuras femininas essa que na coleção de estampas japonesas do Monet são geishas, muitas vezes, né? Que tem um papel social bastante diferente das enteadas dele aqui, obviamente, né? Mas ele meio que parece traduzir uma coisa na outra, né? E, ao mesmo tempo, determinados aspectos, né, e elementos dessa gravura japonesa que ele empresta também para a composição dessas obras, né? Então, por exemplo, no caso da barca em Giverny, do lado esquerdo, vocês têm essa belíssima estampa que ele tinha na coleção dele, do Utagawa Toyokuni, né, que é dessas 3 mulheres numa barca que pescam com a lamparina. Então, assim como as meninas, né, enteadas do Monet, as modelos do Monet na Norvégienne estão pescando, né, como a gente vê a Germaine de pé com a vara de pescar na mão, né, essa é a atividade que essas geishas estão fazendo aqui nessa gravura do Toyokuni. Só um parêntese, quando a gente está falando da estampa japonesa, a estampa japonesa é alguma coisa, esse tipo de estampa japonesa é uma coisa que emerge bem no finalzinho do século XVIII, vai avançar ao longo de todo o século XIX, e inclusive vai ser reformulado, digamos assim, nessa reconexão do Japão com o Ocidente. Né? essa não era considerada a grande arte japonesa, não pelo menos pelos japoneses, mas com a chegada dos ocidentais, né, aos portos da Baía de Tóquio, ao porto da Baía de Tóquio, isso foi entendido como a grande arte japonesa na segunda metade do século XIX. Por isso, a grande apreciação dessas obras, e por isso que esses artistas vão se voltar ao colecionismo dessas obras. Elas eram inicialmente bastante módicas, né, econômicas de compra, baratas, né? Por exemplo, Van Gogh tinha uma coleção extraordinária de gravuras japonesas quando ele chegou na França, né? O Rodin era outro grande colecionador de estampas japonesas, e uma das coisas importantes de dizer sobre a coleção de estampas japonesas do Monet é que ela é uma das poucas que sobrevive intacta, praticamente intacta, lá em Giverny. São em torno de 250 gravuras que podem ser vistas hoje em Giverny, né? Então, aqui a gente vê esse motivo, de novo, quer dizer, essa aproximação desse motivo do passeio na barca, a pesca, as figuras femininas integradas a esse ambiente, né? E um dos aspectos também importantes dessa gravura japonesa é justamente esse grafismo, né, que os artistas, recorrentemente, os japoneses, usam para a representação da água, né, esse grafismo ondulante, né, etc., que a gente vê, por exemplo, aqui nessa gravura do Kitagawa Utamaro, que é uma gravura de 1803, mais ou menos. Um dado interessante também, né, de como os europeus colecionam essas gravuras nesse período, é justamente isso aqui que eu estou mostrando para vocês. Quer dizer, a versão da direita é a versão que está na coleção de estampas japonesas do Monet e Giverny, né? Muito embora essa gravura circulasse nesse formato maior, colorido, né, etc., e que a gente vê melhor o que é a cena representada, né? Que é uma festa de barco com crianças nadando na água, né? Ou seja, de novo, é uma cena desse ambiente, eu diria, mais feminino, né? Das mulheres que olham as crianças nadando na água, etc. E, de novo, quer dizer, vocês percebem que tem certos cortes da composição que o Monet usa e vai usar, por exemplo, para a canoa sobre o Arte, que são recorrentes nessa gravura japonesa, né? A gente acabou de ver na Barca Azul e Moças na Barca que esse corte abrupto, né? Essa barca tomada pela metade de canto é alguma coisa que aparece nessas gravuras japonesas, né? E aqui, justamente, né, esse grafismo sinuoso que ele parece fazer com um pincel quando ele começa a retomar esse motivo, daí focando nesse aspecto, né, nesse elemento da água, que aqui já começa a tomar, enfim, o protagonismo, né, da composição. Não são mais as moças, elas não estão aqui, elas vão estar depois na canoa sobre o Erte, mas elas são completamente envolvidas por essa água, né? Bom, da barca que restou inacabada em 1887, quando ele realmente retoma o motivo, como ele diz ao Geoffroy, ele chega a essas duas composições aqui, né? A Barca Rosa, de 1890, que está lá no Museu de Pola de Hanoka, no Japão, né? Que já tinha sido da coleção René Jean Pell, né? Que era um marchand importante nesse período, etc., e que tinha uma relação também com esse ambiente do Monet e Giverny. E a canoa sobre o Arte do MASP, né, que vinha da coleção Wildenstein e foi comprada justamente para o MASP durante a sua exposição na Bienal de Veneza de 1948, né? E aqui, de fato, quer dizer, por exemplo, na Barca Rosa fica muito claro, né, esse gestual dele, né, na realização dessas algas que ondulam no fundo dessa água. As meninas estão completamente, né, envolvidas nessa pequena canoa que se chama uma yole, né, em francês, por esse ambiente enfim, de ténèbres, né, de sombreado, escuro, né, da água cheia de algas ondulantes no fundo, etc. Como o Michael Cole bem chamou a atenção, quer dizer, aqui já não existe mais horizonte também, né, como já não existia nas duas primeiras. E a diferença, né, em relação às duas primeiras versões é que aqui a gente tem uma impressão de movimento maior, não só por causa da ondulação da água, essa água agitada, mas também por causa justamente desse impulso, né, que uma das meninas na barca parece dar para que ela ela se movimente, né? A gente tem a impressão de que a gente está aqui, quer dizer, o Monet captura isso quase num momento fugidio, né? E a outra coisa que eu acho que é importante de assinalar é justamente esse contraste entre essas figuras quase flamejantes que a gente tem, das duas meninas na barca em rosa, e no caso do quadro do MASP, esse fundo muito escuro de cores frias, né? Que eu acho que também é bem importante, né? Tem outra gravura, vocês me desculpem, a imagem ela não está muito boa, mas tem outra gravura na coleção do Monet de Giverny que também parece ter uma relação com esses temas, né? E é esse passeio de barco sobre as cerejeiras em flor do Eiichi Osoda, né? Que, de novo, é uma cena de geishas passeando de barco, né? Mas ela é toda justamente emoldurada pelas cerejeiras em flor em cima, como a vegetação à margem, né, do rio Epte, a gente vê aqui na canoa sobre o Epte, né? Bom, para concluir, eu só queria chamar a atenção do seguinte, quer dizer, quem acompanha muito de perto o desenvolvimento dessas pinturas e também os debates, por exemplo, da construção do Jardim do Monet em Giverny, é o Octave Mirbeau, que era um pintor, considerado um escritor simbolista, né, na verdade, e voltado por essas vertentes mais féricas e fantásticas, etc., que é também, né, foi muito interessante ouvir agora o Michael Cole falando desse ambiente político com o qual o Monet está envolvido, porque o Octave Mirbeau é um sujeito radical também, né? Ele vai aderir ao anarquismo num determinado momento, e ele vai, de fato, ser um pacifista, por exemplo, durante a Primeira Guerra Mundial. Ele vai denunciar, através de alguns dos seus romances, embora eles sejam absolutamente feéricos, fantásticos, quase surrealistas, essa perversão, né, da sociedade moderna daquele momento, né, que, como nós vimos aqui ao longo do dia, altamente desigual, poluente, que tem um avanço desenfreado, né, digamos assim, de destruição de um certo modo de vida, né, e que resulta na Primeira Guerra Mundial, que é um momento bastante crítico, né, para a sociedade que vinha se construindo ao longo do século XIX, que acreditava nesse progresso científico, e que o Octave Mirbeau se coloca diametralmente contra, né, em oposição. E ele, escrevendo sobre a canoa sobre o Epte, ele vai ler essa obra numa chave efetivamente simbolista, exotizante, erótica quase, né, dessas figuras femininas. É provável, inclusive, que não, quer dizer, é provável que pinturas como essa, né, uma pintura como essa, ao lado de outras informações, né, outras referências que vinham do ambiente da literatura e da pintura simbolista, tenha influenciado o Octave Mirbeau a escrever um romance que ele só vai publicar mais tarde, mas que ele termina em 1899, que chama-se O Jardim dos Suplícios, né, que é uma espécie de imagem infernal, justamente enfim, de não redenção, né, num mundo perdido, num jardim absolutamente perverso, né, guiado por uma figura feminina que é comparada a uma flor e assim por diante. E ele lê essa obra da seguinte maneira, e aí eu vou citar que eu acho mais interessante, né? Eu vou fazer algumas ênfases em alguns momentos, só para vocês prestarem atenção justamente na terminologia que ele usa, né? Ele diz o seguinte, eu abro aspas: numa iole, no repouso de uma água quase negra, sobre a água profunda de um pequeno rio sombreado, do qual não vemos a margem que o quadro corta, duas jovens com vestidos claros, charmosas em sua graça e abandono fácil, estão sentadas. A corrente é rápida. Ela faz estremecer, entre as espumas de sol e os verdes moventes das folhas refletidas, os reflexos malvas e rosas dos vestidos. Mas o drama não está aqui. No primeiro plano do quadro, que é inteiramente de água, superfície brilhante, espelhada, corrente, o olho, pouco a pouco, afunda no frescor da onda e descobre, através das transparências líquidas, até o berço de areia dourada, toda uma vida floral interlacustre. Extraordinárias vegetações submersas, longas algas filamentosas, esverdeadas selvagens, púrpuras que, sob o impulso da corrente, se agitam, se torcem, se descabelam, se dispersam, se juntam, como estranhos peixes, como tentáculos fantásticos de monstros marinhos. Enfim, está muito longe de uma visão impressionista dessa obra, né? Pura e simplesmente, ou de qualquer caráter realista que essa pintura pudesse vir a ter, né? Bom, para concluir, eu gostaria de colocar talvez 3 pontos importantes, né, na revisitação de uma obra como essa, né? Em primeiro lugar, né, como foi demonstrado aqui hoje pelo Steven Eisman, pelo Michael Cole, por outros, pela Caroline Shields, por exemplo, e uma pena que a Marianne Mathieu não pôde estar entre nós, mas eu imagino que ela trouxesse outros dados, né, sobre a construção do Jardim do Monet em Giverny. Mas, assim, o que significava construir esse jardim d'água, né, em Giverny naquele momento, né? Essa enorme intervenção que ele fez na paisagem local, as disputas dele, obviamente, enfim, os moradores locais, porque ele estava fazendo um desvio de um curso de rio, né? E essa artificialidade do jardim como um todo, né? Ou como o Steven Eisman, acho que não sei se foi, acho que foi o Michael Cole que falou desse mundo fechado, né? Quase uma espécie de, não, acho que foi o Steven Eisman que falou dessa ecologia, enfim, fechada nela mesma, né? Digamos assim. A outra coisa de se pensar é essa noção mesmo de um jardim japonês, né? Ou das relações que o Monet e os seus contemporâneos têm com essa outra cultura visual, que para eles é também inventada dentro de uma chave exotizante, é entendido como um país, né, como um território primitivo, puro, né, lá, como é que se diz, protegido na sua pureza, né, e perdido no tempo, que não é o caso de jeito nenhum. Quer dizer, essas gravuras, por exemplo, que o Monet colecionava, eram gravuras já que falavam justamente do processo de urbanização, trocas comerciais, etc., também da Baía do Edo, né, que era a antiga Tóquio. E, por fim, essas figuras femininas que são representadas aqui, né? Essa noção dessas mulheres flores, nesse caso específico, tem críticos que falam de meninas flores, né? E na aproximação às estampas japonesas, quer dizer, elas vêm no lugar justamente daquelas figuras que eram as geishas. Né? Ora, as geishas a gente sabe muito bem que no Japão da virada do século XVIII para o século XIX, dentro do imaginário japonês, né, do que é o Japão tradicional, as geishas são cortesãs, né? Então, quer dizer, e aqui a gente está num ambiente doméstico, etc., que o Monet transforma e, né, artificializa através dessas visões, né? Eu só quero, então, terminar lembrando, né, que quando essa obra foi comprada em Veneza, em 1948, veio para o Brasil, né, ela tinha sido apresentada num contexto de reabilitação, né, dos movimentos que deram origem à arte moderna. Então, a gente tinha um grande crítico italiano voltando para a Itália, era um exilado, né, depois da queda do fascismo, que era o Lionello Venturi, fazendo a curadoria, né, dessa sala especial presente na Bienal de Veneza, onde essa obra foi apresentada, junto com a Barca Azul, diga-se de passagem, né? E quer dizer, no momento em que havia toda uma necessidade de reconstrução da Europa depois da guerra, né? Então, a gente, de novo, está num ambiente de pós-guerra aqui e de necessidade de reconciliação justamente enfim, da humanidade para a nossa própria existência, de algum modo, né? E depois do Holocausto, depois da ameaça da destruição total, né, digamos assim. E outro dado que eu acho que é importante de lembrar é que depois da inauguração, né, das salas do Museu de l'Orangerie, da morte do Monet, das salas da inauguração das salas do Museu de l'Orangerie, tanto o Jardim do Monet em Giverny quanto as salas do Museu de l'Orangerie vão ficar por muito tempo abandonadas, né? Os jardins vão ser recuperados, né? Quer dizer, nos anos 1960 se fala justamente de um estado assim lastimável de conservação dos jardins, e essa reconstrução do jardim dele em Giverny só vai começar nos anos 70, né? Então, quer dizer, isso aqui, essa pintura sendo comprada naquele momento, era, de fato, pensar num passado remoto de novo, né? Porque esse jardim já não existia mais. Então, eu acho que era isso. Eu agradeço pela paciência de vocês. Muito obrigada. Fico à disposição para perguntas.
Muito obrigado, Ana, pela excelente apresentação que fez a gente pensar sobre outros aspectos ótimos sobre essas duas obras e sobre essa trajetória do Monet, e encerrando, né, esse ciclo de falas ao longo do nosso dia de hoje. Algumas das questões que você trouxe no final da sua fala, elas vão bem de encontro a uma questão que eu tenho para o Michael Call, para a gente iniciar o nosso debate, e aí fica o convite para o pessoal deixar as questões aqui. A gente tem aí pouco menos de 20 minutos para conversar, mas acho que é um tempo suficiente também para a gente não esgotar e deixar todas essas coisas para serem discutidas ao longo desse período que a gente tem até a exposição e com o catálogo e tudo mais. Michael, eu gostaria de te ouvir um pouco sobre como você vê esse processo do século XIX, de que a gente poderia chamar assim de uma certa substituição da religião pela ciência, e de como isso na prática se tornou uma tentativa de dominação da natureza e dos seres humanos mais próximos a ela, se a gente pode entender assim, entendendo o quanto esse pensamento serviu de base também para o imperialismo, em grande parte lançando mão de interpretações bastante distorcidas do Darwin, né? E, enfim, se você gostaria de comentar algo a esse respeito, né? De como essa ciência se relacionou com a natureza e, em vez de resolver certos problemas da humanidade, acabou pondo outros. Se puder comentar um pouco sobre isso?
I can comment up to a point, I think,
Uhum.
because Darwin's science became a source of interpretation for political figures and philosophers who took the science and found that it became a sort of apology for explaining perhaps political decisions, informing political decisions, because nature seemed to either corroborate that approach, or it was more powerful than any other cosmology at the time. That is, Darwin's nature seemed to identify certain powerful, instinctual, natural, inevitable sorts of processes. And when applied to the political or social strata by political philosophers like Spencer or Haeckel, it became an apology for the survival of the fittest, the superiority of race. Darwin did not imply any of that, I think, in his own writings. He simply exposed what he felt was a mechanism that was at work in spite of whatever anybody else, any human, thought of it. And so in the hands of certain people, it became a doctrine that informed, yes, the notion of racial superiority, colonialism seemed to be supported by this notion of the strong prevail, the weak will fail, and it's only natural. So it's a dangerous tool in the hands of certain people, and you can see it played out in America as well, as in the racial sorts of Nazi Germany, etc. So science became a weapon, it seemed like, to use in in furthering your own political agenda. And that of course depended on the people in whose hands it wound up. But and that is a sad outcome when you think about it, because Darwin's science is informed by a belief in an inevitable improvement in the species, that this competition will produce higher forms. And that's sort of the optimism he sees in all of this. But when it comes to human interaction, it's interpreted as we take advantage of the weak, and it becomes distorted in those hands. Nature's mechanism itself, continues on, and Darwin would say that's nothing to be changed. But humans, as I pointed out, I think humans have a choice, and that's where it may have gotten distorted. Science as a sort of a counter argument to religious belief in the 19th century was really a false sort of dichotomy. It was built politically from the beginning, and that there are books, all kinds of books written on that kind of thing. But Linda Norton's is one of the best in that area, where just set up these polar opposites, because it was a political, at least for the French, at least a political positioning that, Clemenceau was asked after World War I, what element in French society posed the greatest threat to the Republic, the communists or the Catholic Church? And he said, of course, the Catholic Church. And the Catholic Church was, for these radical Republicans, the boogeyman that had to be defeated no matter what. Its influence in education, its influence in political issues, it was the enemy for Clemenceau and the free thinkers like him. So to get science on your side against the church, that was just another tool another weapon you could use against it. I don't know that I've addressed all of your question, though.
Respondeu. Respondeu como um todo plenamente. Bom, para Ana, nós temos duas perguntas que se complementam, na verdade. Primeiramente, você teve sempre esse trabalho muito próximo a essas duas obras da coleção do MASP, e é sempre interessante a gente entender o contexto em que elas entraram para o acervo. Você poderia contar para a gente um pouco sobre a chegada dessas obras no Brasil e sobre a recepção que elas tiveram, especialmente da parte da imprensa? E uma segunda questão que tem um pouco a ver, tem bastante a ver com isso também, sobre a sua participação na exposição que o MASP sediou sobre o Monet em 97. Se você poderia comentar um pouco sobre a sua experiência naquele momento, né? Foi uma exposição que recebeu um público gigantesco de 400 mil pessoas, e até pouco tempo atrás, até 2019, tinha sido a mostra com o maior público da história do MASP, né? Só foi superado pela exposição da Tarsila Popular, né, em 2019. Se puder comentar sobre essas duas questões.
Bom, obrigada pelas perguntas. Com relação à recepção dele no Brasil, eu acho que eu precisaria voltar, de fato, para me atentar a isto, né, especificamente, porque na época que eu fiz a minha pesquisa, eu estava ainda muito voltada para o entendimento das obras elas mesmas, do contexto no qual elas tinham sido realizadas, né? Elas certamente circulam como circulou boa parte das obras que foram compradas naquele contexto, né? No momento da formação do acervo do MASP, etc., E eu acho que um dos pontos importantes é justamente essa reabilitação do impressionismo depois da Segunda Guerra, que tem que ser revisitado, né? E na figura justamente do historiador e crítico de arte Leonello Venturi, porque é ele que traz ele que estuda isso antes de mais nada, né? Como historiador da arte já nos anos 30, vai ser das primeiras publicações que saem do ponto de vista acadêmico universitário, né, sobre o impressionismo, porque ele organiza os arquivos do impressionismo, e no retorno dele à Itália, no processo de reabilitação da Itália, né, nesse contexto internacional, ele propõe justamente essa mostra especial sobre o impressionismo, vai se seguir com uma mostra sobre o pós-impressionismo e assim por diante, né? Então, a chegada dessas obras no Brasil tem a ver com esse contexto e com justamente essa reabilitação, né, essa reconstrução da história da arte moderna, né, da qual os impressionistas eram entendidos como meio que precursores naquele momento, né? Eu acho que outro aspecto importante é a recepção também desse Monet tardio por uma crítica como a do Clement Greenberg nos Estados Unidos, porque isso tem também uma reverberação nos anos 50, então isso é importante. Então, assim, o que eu posso dizer sobre a recepção delas nesse contexto é isso, né? Mas eu teria que me debruçar mais sobre essa questão. Com relação à exposição que foi organizada em 1997, foi um momento difícil para o MASP, né? Era um momento de celebração do cinquentenário do museu, 50 anos do MASP. A canoa sobre o Arte ficou impressa na fachada em dimensões enormes. Eu me lembro que um episódio anedótico era que havia várias batidas de carro na frente do MASP, inclusive, porque a gente tinha esse grande outdoor, assim, eram 4 grandes reproduções, né, de obras que vieram para as 4 grandes exposições que comemoraram os 50 anos do MASP, justamente a Canoa sobre o Arte era a primeira, né, da série, do conjunto na fachada do museu, e a exposição Monet, o mestre do impressionismo, foi a primeira, né, a abrir o ano, né, de comemoração do cinquentenário do MASP. E foi uma experiência bem curiosa para mim, porque eu tinha acabado, era fresco para mim isso, foi em 97, eu tinha acabado de fazer o levantamento, né, tinha acabado de fazer a pesquisa sobre essas obras, e eu propus uma sala. Primeiro nós emprestamos, na verdade, um conjunto de gravuras japonesas sobre a mesma temática que está lá no Museu Nacional de Belas Artes, conseguimos trazer algumas obras do Boudin, Eugênio Boudin também, para contextualizar um pouco o início da carreira do Monet, etc. E nós tentamos montar uma sala um pouco didática, com poucos recursos naquele momento, em que a gente procurava mostrar esse conjunto de obras, né? Com a Canoa sobre o Épte como, enfim, como a única obra que a gente efetivamente tinha para expor, né, naquele contexto. Outras obras que poderiam ter vindo, por exemplo, com a influência, né, porque, na verdade, o apoio todo era do Museu Marmottan, mas as relações de forças políticas eram diferentes naquele momento também, né? Quer dizer, o Brasil estava entrando de novo no ambiente internacional, no diálogo com essas grandes instituições, e, quer dizer, essa era uma curadoria que vinha pronta, né? A gente ter conseguido fazer essas salas um pouco contextualizando o que era a Canoa sobre o Épte foi um pouco uma negociação, assim, né? Mas existem estudos preparatórios para essas obras, né? Enfim, um conjunto, fica uma sugestão para o MASP eventualmente se dedicar a trazer essas obras quando se fizer a mostra em 2025, porque de fato é um conjunto bastante peculiar, né, da produção do Monet.
Perfeito. Para o Michael, tem uma pergunta aqui. Você falou sobre a estrutura do espaço de exposição desse grande projeto de decoração de Monet, que ele nos retira de uma perspectiva de tempo linear. E talvez indo nesse mesmo sentido, podemos lembrar que alguns críticos aproximam o tempo de Monet com a concepção de Bergson de duração, ou la durée, ou como você faz no seu livro com o Proust. A questão do tempo para Monet realmente tem uma grande relevância se pensarmos na passagem do tempo marcada pelas séries, ou ainda pela ideia de velocidade associada à modernidade. Mas essa noção de tempo do final da vida dele se relaciona com a noção de tempo das obras em série e das obras anteriores à produção em Giverny. Elas também apontam para um deslocamento do humano frente à natureza?
I have looked a bit at time. It's interesting you brought up Proust because there's a very interesting passage where in À la recherche du temps perdu, Marcel is watching these two cathedrals as he circulates through town, and the central point of this movement are the steeples of the church, but the church embodies something that is both infinite and finite in its location and its spatiality. But when you walk into the church, as he describes the church, you pass through these successive eras, epoch, where you move through linear time toward a sort of an infinite culmination in the chapel. So I have explored the notion with Monet's cathedrals, for instance, where you have in the Rouen Cathedral series, you have these magnificent facades that change throughout the day and throughout the seasons and are placed in a series that seems like it's an infinitely repeating cycle of time. But on each painting, at the center of each painting is the clock that is on the face of the facade of the Rouen Cathedral. And it shows up in almost every one of them as a kind of a counterpoint. So I do see Monet's struggle between a sort of contingency. You know, Proust says, you know, these moments that are recovered from the past make us feel less contingent, less anchored in time, freed from time. And I think there's some sort of existentialist angst in that, in both Monet and Proust, in the sense that time, all art, all writing moves toward an end. And if I can free my art, if I can free myself from time in some way, Proust found his way. I think Monet explores ways of liberating himself from that prison house as well in his series paintings that are always exhibited in circles. When they're put together, they're kind of this recurring theme, morning through night, but then we do it. And in those orangery paintings, I think these are probably deeply felt emotions for a Monet, an artist of his stature, dealing with the existentialist angst of finality, death, and an end to his own voice, as it were. Proust, I've argued elsewhere that Proust's style, for instance, defies ending. He puts off these incredibly long passages that never reach a period, an end to the sentence, because he defers as long as he can the conclusion. And I think it's something that just is embedded in Proust. I think it's embedded in Monet. They have a lot in common in that sense, and it could be indicative of a kind of late 19th century, Bergson's problems with durée and moment. That's a philosophical exploration of the same sort of existentialist anxiety, as it were. Does that help at all? I can't tell.
Sim, sim, respondeu. Muito obrigado. Eu queria saber, já para a gente ir caminhando para o nosso encerramento, se vocês gostariam de fazer alguma pergunta um para o outro.
Yeah, Anna, one of these days, you'll have to pay for a ticket for me to come down and see your exhibit.
Ok.
I've not been to Brazil yet, so I'd love to be there.
Eu espero que o MASP, enfim, o MASP agora tem mais condições de trazer, de fato, esse conjunto de obras no texto, né? E por falar em Proust, né? Só lembrando que um dos tomos justamente da Recherche du Temps Perdu se chama justamente A Sombra das Meninas em Flor, né? E alguns, por exemplo, René Jean-Pel vai falar da sua obra, né? Que é essa espécie de outra versão.
À l'ombre des jeunes filles en fleurs.
E ele vai falar, o Jean-Pel vai falar da Barbosa como justamente esse momento da perda da juventude que passa, etc. Tem todo um delírio dele a respeito também dessa obra nesse sentido.
Yes.
Né?
Absolutely.
Vocês gostariam de deixar algum recado final? Na verdade, eu queria aproveitar esse momento final para que vocês, ao fazer as considerações finais de vocês comentassem um pouco sobre o que levou vocês, qual foi o percurso acadêmico, intelectual, enfim, afetivo que levou vocês até o Monet. Podemos começar com o Michael e depois com a Ana e depois a gente encerra.
I believe that, well, first of all, as part of the coursework that I taught at the university, I was asked to, because I had done most of my research in 19th century French literature and art, that I put together a class on Impressionism, both in, well, not only in art, but also in music and literature. Kind of an interdisciplinary sort of thing. And I remember starting out with Monet. I think I taught that class for 20 years. And Monet was not my favorite at the start. And then the more I studied him, the more I realized how complex his art was in terms of its political and philosophical underpinnings. And so many art critics had sort of diluted him and simplified what he was up to, when in fact, he was probably working on a far more complicated, more sophisticated philosophical platform in developing his style than, I would say, a Renoir. So I just became more and more fixated on, wow, this guy's much deeper than I ever imagined. And the result was, after looking at him for 20 years, I wanted to write a book about him and put it all together, because I could just see that it needed to be said. And I still find him absolutely fascinating as a result. And the other guys have kind of moved into secondary position for me. Not that they're bad, but he's just much more interesting as a political animal than the others for now. And that's kind of what brought me to finally to want to put something together about Monet.
Muito obrigado, Michael, por essa partilha. Ana?
Bom, como é que eu comecei com... Para mim, o Monet chegou de uma maneira bem interessante. Eu tive que escrever sobre isso recentemente, porque preparei meu memorial e tive que escrever sobre isso, então está relativamente fresco na minha cabeça. Bom, temos que falar de um contexto de Brasil saindo, né, do período da ditadura militar no país, num contexto de redemocratização, quando eu estava entrando na universidade e que eu descobri a história da arte, né? E fui fazer história da arte. E uma das coisas que era muito raro a gente ver circular no Brasil eram bons livros de arte, catálogos de arte com boas qualidades de reprodução. Isso não era uma coisa que a gente tinha assim tão facilmente naquele momento no Brasil. Era caro, era muito caro importar livro, né? E eu me lembro de ter visto, a primeira coisa que eu vi foi um catálogo, na verdade, organizado de uma mostra que provavelmente o Michael Cole se lembra, Monet Beyond Impressionism. Eu não me lembro mais quem era o curador no momento, mas era um grande especialista no Monet, que revia, justamente revisitava toda essa fase final dele, o Monet em Giverny, na verdade. E eu fiquei fascinada com aquela pintura, achei interessante aquilo, né, etc. E comecei e fui fazer meus cursos de história da arte na graduação em História. Nós tínhamos isso na graduação em História, tínhamos algumas disciplinas dedicadas à história da arte. E resolvi fazer minha iniciação científica e estava interessada nesse pintor, que eu achei incrível e tal e tudo. E o meu orientador, né, foi meu professor e depois meu orientador, o professor Jorge Colli, disse assim, bom, você quer estudar o Monet? Você vai lá no MASP. Eu era aluna da Unicamp, a 100 quilômetros de São Paulo, em Campinas. Você vai lá no MASP e você vai ver as obras que estão lá. Então, assim, para minha grande alegria, na verdade, eu descobri que eu podia estudar essas obras desse período de perto, né? E foi assim que eu cheguei no Monet. Eu me lembro que, naqueles anos, eu muitas vezes fui criticada porque eu era uma jovem pesquisadora brasileira trabalhando com um artista estrangeiro, né? Não brasileiro, e não me dedicando à história da arte no Brasil. Né? Então, eu era muitas vezes subestimada, tanto pelos meus colegas aqui, quanto pelos colegas no exterior, né? Porque, afinal de contas, o que uma brasileira está fazendo estudando Monet? Né? Mas foi assim que começou, e eu acho que tem esse contexto hoje que eu vejo com muito mais clareza, que foi muito importante para mim, né? Quer dizer, entender que o Brasil tinha essas obras que estavam deslocadas daquilo que é normalmente, enfim, do que era o impressionismo por excelência, né? E, em segundo lugar, porque, quer dizer, era uma redescoberta mesmo, né? Quer dizer, a gente tinha essas obras aqui, a coleção do MASP, naquele contexto, era uma coleção muito desprestigiada pelo ambiente acadêmico, desprestigiada no sentido de que o ambiente acadêmico brasileiro era voltado integralmente à pesquisa sobre arte brasileira, essencialmente, né? E assim, não tocava nas obras não brasileiras, né? Então, enfim, foi um desafio interessante para mim naquele momento. Eu até hoje devo dizer, quando o museu agora, recentemente, né, uns anos atrás, remontou os cavaletes, para mim foi uma emoção, porque eu aprendi história da arte olhando aquela coleção dos cavaletes, como eles eram nos anos 90, né? Antes de tirarem os cavaletes da pinacoteca do MASP.
Muito obrigado, fico muito feliz de ouvir essa trajetória também. Bom, gente, agradeço, Ana, agradeço, Michael, pela participação de vocês, assim como agradeço a todas as pessoas que passaram por esse seminário hoje, lembrando ao público que esse seminário continua, ele fica gravado aqui no canal do MASP no YouTube. Agradeço a todas as pessoas da equipe do MASP que se envolveram na produção desse seminário, em especial o produtor Rafael Figueiredo, as intérpretes de Libras Janaína Maria e James Ramos, aos tradutores e intérpretes Aldo Vidor, Patrícia Pic, Juliana Ar, Silvana Zilli e a View Studio, responsável pela transmissão. A gente se vê na próxima, né? Acompanhe a nossa programação, não deixa de se inscrever no canal do MASP no YouTube, ativar as notificações para não perder nada. A gente ainda tem alguns eventos até o final desse ano e já estamos preparando a programação para o próximo. E, enfim, a gente agradece imensamente a participação de todos os nossos palestrantes e dos nossos mediadores e também do público em especial. Até a próxima, gente. Muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Obrigada.
Thank
Muito
you.
prazer, Michael. Obrigada, Davi. Obrigada a
Muito
todos.
obrigado, muito obrigado.